Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gamers of all ages, welcome to Minneapolis, Minnesota. It is time. We are here for the last major event of Season 0 prior to the Galactic Championships in July. This is a regional qualifier, the only regional qualifier being held here in North America, and we're here to cover it. Now, as you can see, the chair next to me is empty. There's nobody physically at the desk with me today. However, we have solved this problem, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to introduce you to my co-caster for the day. This is Victor. Victor, say hi to the world.
Hello.
Well, they can't hear me. Why can they not hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. And I'm so happy to be here. It's great being here.
All right. Okay. There we go. All right. I'm sure they can hear me now. Okay, good. Yes, I'm looking at it. It's literally coming. Chat's like, they can't hear you. Okay, all right. I'm getting nervous over here. You're making me worried. All right. Well, listen, guys.
I think we're fine.
We are good. So listen, here's I gotta turn these lights down. They're a little too bright. The players' meeting is about to begin. So we have a little bit of time, Victor, that you and I can just sort of chat about what sorts of things we might be seeing in the field today. Now, since the player meeting has begun, we have the ability to go in here. I'm gonna pull some things here. Let's do, what is our final? Okay, well actually we're still missing deck list. That shocks the crap out of me. Currently, we're showing 640 players, but only 624 deck lists. So it's going to be a few minutes before I can get actual data on what the field looks like today.
Right.
However, we can talk about the kinds of things we would expect to see, right? Like, let's be honest.
Since the last few weeks, expecting things is even weird right now. The meta has never been this wide open. We had an Akbar win a PQ. I mean, the sky is open and the gods are smiling. You know, we can do whatever we like now. You can win with anything almost. The deck pool is big enough to build a good deck. Well, you can't win with anything. We still haven't got a hunter deck or anything like that. But you can build a deck that works out of a lot of things right now, almost anything. And that makes the meta really, really hard to predict at this point.
It's 100% to the point where, you know, the kind of notes that I threw together were basically like, we've got some of the old standbys, right? You're gonna see Sabine, right? You're obviously gonna see Sabine. You're gonna see, well, you know, Han 1, the yellow Han, Audacious Smuggler out of set 1. Those are I would consider a meta staple at this point. You're gonna see Quinlan for the same reason. He's just consistently good at what he does. Then you've got a whole bunch of people that I think are right on the edge of breaking into that. We are a staple, right? We know we're gonna see a lot of Kira today, for sure.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I'm in Europe, as you might have been able to tell from my accent, and over here, Quinlan wasn't as big as he was in the US ever, but I'd say it's. The share of Quinlans lately have gone down quite considerably, and Han was never as big either.
Interesting.
And he's been dropping like a stone. You don't get even close to as many Hans these days as you used to. I think most of the really, really major Han players are all US based. So I think we will still get to see a lot of Hans today, but in the last weekends, over here in Europe, we haven't seen that much Han activity actually. Actually, even Han, the young Han, has been more popular than the set 1 Han. So,
definitely a leader on the rise is Han 2 out of Shadows of the Galaxy for sure.
For sure. Yeah, that deck, like we saw the Sabine DV take down the regional in Lille. And and that sort of put the red-green heroism with Data Vault as the base on the map for a lot of people, I think, and the play style that entices is interesting. Like, so I think that's That's one of the reasons why you see the rise of the young Han, because he can play that sort of game, and also you could see the Ko Dameron of the Bothan Network take down the PQ the other week with Young Han as well, Data Vault. So I think that's a stock that's on the march. So you can see that probably in this tournament as well. I think that's a deck that's easy to pick up for a lot of people, and it makes a lot of sense to a lot of people.
Yep, that one's a good one. We've even seen people come in with Sabine Data Vault, which is surprising to me. We're gonna
Yeah,
there's a number of, Data Vault in general is just everywhere. I'll be honest, I expect by the time we start running numbers later, Data Vault's going to be probably 40% of the field. It's going to be a massive chunk of the field here today.
yeah, it definitely. I think that Vault is going to see the kind of coverage that you'd used to see Talking Town get earlier in the meta. I think that's also to be expected. Like a meta has this sort of cycle to it, where in the beginning you can see a lot of aggression coming in. Like you have these aggressive decks dominating early on in the meta, and then once that is established, you can see more mid-range and control decks come in to sort of counter that. And I think that's where we're at in the cycle right now, and Data Vault fits perfectly into that kind of strategy.
I agree. Think talking through other leaders that are going to make 100% make an appearance, a splash today in the field. We're going to see Ray, right? I feel like a lot of folks have kind of grabbed onto Ray, either pairing her with Data Vault. There are still some diehard Ray Tarkentown players in the field. I know I met a couple of them here during the countdown, chatting me up. So that's going to be a thing. We know we're still going to see Anakin.
Sure.
Anakin remains very strong leader in the right hands. It seems like a very select subgroup of players have kind of latched onto Anakin in the sense of, like, this is my guy, right? I'm going to find a way to make this guy work. And we've even there's the joke going around about just take a bad leader and slap Data Vault on it, and it's great now. We've seen people trying Anakin Data Vault, right? Like, it seems like there's no leader that the people aren't trying with Data Vault these days just to see what happens.
Yeah, for sure. And I think if you're looking to play Anakin, like a lot of people like to play him just because that they like the lore of it. Like that's a character they'll latch on to.
Fair.
So I think that's a character we'll always see play as long as it's legal. So that's not that weird. It hasn't had the results. Why? Neither in set 3 nor in this new set yet. We have some wins to Anakin, but it's not making a huge splash just yet. But that's a leader that you'll see always.
Yep.
As much as you also always see Luke and Vader, because people just like that.
I was going to say the other thing that I think we're going to see bubbling through the field today is you're going to see both variants of Vader, right? You're going to see the new Vader out of JTL, Green Vader in the TIE swarms that deck seems to frequently focus in on, most commonly with yellow, but I've seen people try that with other colors as well.
Blue as well is really strong.
Because
it's not as strong as the yellow, but
I don't think it is. I think the yellow is probably the strongest version of that deck.
Yeah.
But because
I think actually yellow is right in a very good spot right now. The pilot Vader from set 4 with yellow has taken down. It has seen some results. It did take down the Stockholm PQ. It's done well in some major tournaments.
It's done very well
last few weekends. I think that's because it has a really good matchup into some of the things that people are expecting to see a lot of because of the swarm nature of it. And I think that's probably the strongest we've seen the swarm decks be at this point.
Yep.
I don't think any other swarm decks can really present that much of a problem for counterplay. That deck is very much just posing sort of a problem to the opponent. It's going to do its own thing. It's going to present this problem, and it's up to the opponent to answer that. Otherwise, it's just going to win.
Yep.
It's really well positioned at this point, I think.
I agree.
So I expect to see that.
We're gonna see that one in the field today, and I think I can almost guarantee, as you pointed out, we're gonna see the old version of Vader right out of set 1 and his starter deck buddy Luke, because people are absolutely here. Of course, as a reminder, this is I think the last tournament prior to the Galactic Championships that they'll be doing the Winner Showcase, right? The top the top positioned leaders in the top 64. If you are the top player of that leader, they're going to hand you when they're. We saw this in Denver, right? When the time comes for them to read out the final standings, they're going to hand you a showcase. Of that particular leader, if you're the top,
they haven't actually treated them yet. So
except the Vader and the Luke.
They're going to hand you the note that you're going to get one.
Right. Now, the other showcases they will have on site because they did in Denver. In fact, when we covered the regional qualifier last month at the beginning of April, we had a Han 1 player on the stream late in the day playing just the regular old, rare Han leader. He was the top Han for the day, and when we had him on in the playoffs, he had his brand new showcase right there on the table. So that's going to be a thing, and people are absolutely going to be showcase chasing here today. There's going to be some people here today that don't even care if they win the whole thing. Their job is to try and win either a showcase or those particular ones because of how rare they are. So that's going to be really interesting to see.
For sure.
I have a note on some kind of on the bubble leaders, like guys that might make a splash. I want to go back and talk about that Akbar deck. You had mentioned it briefly that won a PQ in Italy in the hands of the same gentleman that we saw playing on stream in Lille with that goofy trench deck, right? So talk to me a little more about that. I don't know that we're going to see it, but if it's out there, I'm going to see if I can get it on camera at least once.
So we just made a deck tech on that with DJ on our channel. So I haven't really presented myself. I'm Victor from the Nordic Takedown, and we have a YouTube channel as well. And we just did my crew teammates made a really good deck tech with DJ on that deck. So if you're interested in hearing from the horse's mouth, so to speak, what that deck is about, it's all on our channel.
Definitely go check that out.
I think that's the sort of deck that, you're not showcase hunting with that deck because the showcase isn't worth that much anyway. So if you're bringing it, it's because you believe in it and you love playing it. And it is super fun to play. It's just one of those really, really fun decks to play. Will we see any in the top 64? Yeah, I don't know. It's not easy to pilot, and you got to dodge some bad matchups.
I think it has some really bad matchups you got to get lucky to avoid.
Yeah, and it's possible. It can do really well in the hands of a really seasoned and good player, but as I don't think most people have been working on that deck as much as he has, I'm not expecting anyone to have been on that train already. And if you've just got like a week or two to pick it up, maybe not, right?
Yeah, I agree. I think that's I talked to some people who had been messing around with it, and the consensus was the idea of it was fascinating. It was very clearly something that you were going to have to spend some time in and get the reps in to kind of wrap your brain around. And at the same time, it was not easy to play. Like you needed to know kind of what you were doing and where you were going with that thing.
I think so as well. Yep. I mean, it is a very different deck in playstyle because of his abilities, sort of upside down sound to it. So you need to be able to know the lines when and where I'm using the ability in which way, because it sort of can be used in two different ways. And that's I think that's you have to have the reps. You have to play test with it. So I don't think that's something that will easily just pick up and play. That's not a sort of deck it is.
Chad is saying Chad is expressing some jealousy about the board game collection you've got going on behind you there. Well done. Well done. Right. You have evoked the appropriate gamer jealousy.
Well, that's my mission here. I'm done.
Excellent. Stream over. We're done, folks.
All right.
The other kind of two bubble decks go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say the other two kind of bubble decks that I want to mention real briefly. Chat mentioned Palpatine. He wasn't on my list. He probably should have been, because there's still a select group of people that really, really love that deck and how it functions. They're very dedicated because it's not an easy deck to play almost no matter what color you pair it with. So you might see some Emperor. I'm talking about Emperor Palpatine, not Chancellor Palpatine. I don't think anybody's ever really figured out Chancellor Palpatine.
To be honest, I think actually Chancellor Palpatine at this point in the matter has slightly bigger bigger chance of getting through, because I think that the original Set One Palpatine
Mm-hmm.
is pretty much dead in the water because of the extremely poor matchup into some of the most popular decks right now.
It's interesting.
It
There's
has,
definitely going to be people in chat that disagree with you. So
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, I know. Well, I think it's pretty much dead in the water against most versions of Sabine right now.
Okay.
Even if the matchup did improve, it
It
did improve
fair enough.
with Colossus, but it's still not good enough.
Okay.
Nowhere near good enough.
Give me
And
30.
Sabine is
Keep going. I'm going to take my
too.
headset off and I'll be right back.
Right, sure. I'll just keep going. So I think the version of Palpatine that had the better matchup into Sabine was the yellow version, and that version got a really poor treatment when they banned the TDR. So I think Vader is sorry, Palpatine is in a slightly worse spot than you have seen it the last few metas. So I don't think it's going to perform that well, but I think it's going to have a share of the meta. It's going to be there, and if you manage to dodge the Sabines and the other really fast decks, maybe you could do it. I mean, that's a sweet showcase to get, if nothing else.
Which one are we talking about?
Um,
Sorry.
yeah, the Palpatine. I just kept
Oh,
going.
that
Back
is
to
a
Palpatine.
beautiful showcase. I would love to
That's
own
a
one of those.
beautiful showcase.
It's a
Yeah.
beautiful
So
showcase.
if you're showcase hunting, for sure,
Yeah.
that's probably good. Yeah.
Two more things I want to
We do
mention.
have
Go.
we do have a few other decks that have been sort of around and about, and that you might see today. Bosk has been around for a bunch of sets now, and if we're looking into the hard control, I do think Bosk is probably the hard control deck that has the best matchup into Sabine. And that alone puts it in a decent spot, but it's so hard to pilot. It's so hard to pilot correctly, and it's so taxing to play that sort of deck that I think that's a disadvantage. I think we could see Boss Green or Boss Blue do well today, but I'm not expecting it to be a huge share of any meta. I think it will overperform, because those that bring it will be good at it, and it does have a pretty decent spot in the meta right now, much better than some people would give it credit for. And also, I think we could be seeing some Gar Saxon. That's a deck that I've seen a lot of people gravitate to,
I love that
and
deck.
yeah, I think like a lot of people thought that was going to be a good counter to Django early on in the
It
meta.
was
So
fairly
a lot of
strong
people
against
worked on
Django,
that deck.
but I think its problems
Yeah,
came
I
into
mean,
some of the other matchups.
yeah, right. Yeah. So a lot of people worked on that deck, and I think some of them are still going to be on that deck. It's still a good deck. It's just not
Mm-hmm.
top tier. It's not like S tier. It's just below that. In the hands of the right player, it can do really well, I think. And so we could see some Gas doing really well today. Also, another deck that was tested a lot early on in the meta was the new Boba Pilot Boba deck, and
It
I think that
disappeared.
deck, it's a lot of fun to play, and it's
Yeah.
it's the most pure burn deck we have in the game and ever had in the game. So people that love the play style of burn decks from other games might gravitate towards that, and it can do well. I just don't think it's a top tier deck as well. I think it's just below. It's bubbling under there, and in the hands of the right player, if you get a little bit lucky with your matchups, you can probably do quite all right with that deck. I don't think that's what's going to take this down today, but
I
it can probably perform quite all right.
I think that's something that's worth talking about, right? Because a lot of folks
Mm,
have never played in really large events like this, right? Maybe you've been to a PQ that had 120 people, but when you put
mm,
there's 600 right now. We're down. We've had some drops here. They're trying to get the balance right. We're down a little under 630 players, but in a
right.
field that
Yeah.
large, the variance is
Hmm.
so high of what you're going to run into. You
Yeah,
know
for sure.
it's very difficult to predict the everything you're going to see. You obviously, whatever you play,
Mhm.
whatever you choose to play, you have to go in with a game plan for the things that you're expecting to see, at the top end. As you get down to assuming you win, your first 4 games. Okay, so now as the field starts to narrow, the undefeated field starts to narrow, you're expecting to run into certain things. But those first
Right, yeah.
4 rounds are the wild, wild west. You could see
Yeah.
literally anything because of the nature of the event and the size of the field. And so that, I think, sometimes
Absolutely.
really tests people. You find players, sometimes really strong players, come to these big events and they struggle occasionally in those early rounds because they run into something that's just so completely off the wall that that's just like, how do I play this? I don't know. So it's very, very interesting. I love the early rounds in an event like this because the chaos appeals to me. It's fun.
Yeah, no, yeah, for sure. I couldn't agree more. Also, I just want to mention a couple of decks that I'm very interested in seeing whether or not they have evolved anything for this, because there've been some innovation been going on.
Mm-hmm.
Han 4, the new Han Solo,
Yes.
there's been teching with that, and I've seen it around for the last weeks.
Yep.
And we did see it in the Chicago PQ, which I was part of streaming, and we've seen it in a couple of other places. It's a really aggressive deck, and it follows kind of a similar game plan to some of the DV decks that we've seen, like the Sabine DV and the Harm 2 DV deck. That it's actually a rush deck. It's trying to rush you down, but it's using the bigger HP pool to be able to outrush decks that could probably be considered to be faster in the amount of damage it could make, but since it has to do so much more damage, it's actually being faster in the end. So that's a deck that could be really interesting. And also, we've seen Leia, set 1 Leia with Lake Country as well. And that's also a deck that I'm really keen to see if we've seen any innovation on that deck at this point. Also, I'm always a little bit curious to see whether or not we're going to see any of the double blue heroism decks pop up. I've been interested in that all the way since last set when we looked at the blue B1 deck that was doing really well in the Nordic PQs.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a style of play that I think appeals to a lot of players. It's sort of a wall deck kind of thing. It was played as Obi-Wan then, but you could probably build a really good version of it in Land of Calrissian, the new Land of Calrissian, and I think there's a decent version of it in Yoda, and I think Rey can play it really well, and that's where we saw it first, like the Rey double blue that Stevie Getz from KTOD was working on a lot in set 2, I think. Yeah.
Yep.
So I think those are all viable decks that I'm really interested to see whether or not they've taken a leap forward or not.
Okay. Well, they've made pairings for round 1. It looks like we're going into round 1 with 627 players. I'm seeing might be 626, something along those lines. We're just barely under the cap for extra round of Swiss. So we will not be having 9 rounds of Swiss. Today we'll be capped at 8. 620. I'm going to go ahead and mark it as 627, but I may update that later. So we'll see. But I've gone ahead and picked a couple of matches for us. They have not pushed those pairings out, so we will see where this goes.
Right.
We will have, once I get, let's see, I need to see, can I pull? No.
Yeah. No, I mean, while you're working on that, I'll be working on like my wish list. Keep working on that wish list
Actually,
that I've got for the event.
One thing I want to do before we get too far, right?
All right, go ahead.
Because I told the Star City guys I would do this. By the way, guys, shout out to Star City Games for being such amazing hosts when we show up to cast these events, right? I show up on Friday. They're in here doing setup. They let me come in and set up on Friday to get most of my physical setup done. They're super awesome people, super helpful. So I told them I would do this. I got to show off some things. So they gave us some swag. For starters, I have the now there are 2 of them. Matt here is working as my mouse pad for the weekend. This is quite lovely. So that's a nice one. Yes, I bought the VIP package because I wanted that, Matt. But he came by with my bag of participation stuff. It's because it's a regional. You have this beautiful Admiral Piet soft crate, and when you open it up, the little token box on the inside has the executor artwork on it, which is really cool. So this is really nice. The promo card, of course, for the regional is our buddy Palpatine. The camera's not going to pick him up very well. I cannot emphasize enough, guys, if you get the chance to make it to a sector or regional, the little participation promo cards are gorgeous. They have the same foiling and embossing treatment that the foil prestiges do out of set 4. So like they've got a little bit of embossing to them. The cards just pop right off. They look really, really cool. The participation mat, I believe, is the executor. Let's pull this guy out. I actually haven't looked at this one yet. You've probably seen one of these because they handed these out in Lille. But yeah, there's the participation mat, right? I promised them I would show this stuff. I actually really love the art on this one. I'm less of a fan of the fact that it's got giant letters on it. And then the last thing is you get some really cool all the way down here. You get a lanyard, which is really nice. A little kind of multicolored lanyard here from a regional qualifier. Very nice. It's a thing. So yeah, and then you get this beautiful bag that's actually got Rey on it. I got to bring her over here so you can see her. I actually have my sector qualifier bag that's got Kylo on it, so that's kind of with me. That's kind of neat. There we go. So there we go. We did all of that, and now we just got to we've got to get onto this. So let's see. I'm gonna give us a couple minutes here. I'm going to put up the away screen momentarily while I walk over and get player information from the guys as they move them to our stream table. Okay, so we'll be back in probably like 60 seconds. Maybe 2 minutes, but it won't be long, guys, and then we're going to get this underway. Do you want to keep talking, Victor, or do you want me to put up the away screen?
Put up the screen, man.
Okay, awesome. We're going to be back, guys, in just a minute with your round 1 action. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for round one of Swiss here at the Star Wars Unlimited Regional Qualifier here in Minneapolis, Minnesota. I am Wes, co-hosted with my buddy Victor, all the way from, where are you from, Victor? I don't think we covered that part.
I'm from Sweden. Yeah, no, we haven't. I'm from Sweden, all the way across the pond in Europe. And I'm with the Nordic Takedown podcast,
Outstanding.
which is the main way to get swooing in Scandinavia.
Outstanding. All right, I need to make one quick change to this. I need to turn off. Ooh, hang on a minute. I need to come to here.
Yeah, I ain't going nowhere.
No, you're good. I've got to make a. Where is it?
So I'll let you know that we will be bringing you table number 9.
Yes.
And we're going to see a game of some of these leaders we were talking about before the break. So we're going to see a matchup of Han 2 Data Vault against new Boba Data Vault, which is an interesting pairing I haven't actually seen. So that's a deck I'm really interested in seeing what it is. The pilots of these decks would be Bryce Stevenson, or am I messing those names up now? Bryce Stevenson piloting Han 2, and then we've got Stephen Boatwright piloting the Boba 4.
Brilliant. Yep.
Data
Okay,
Vault.
now we're good. All right, I'm going to bring it over now.
All
Okay.
right.
Yep, and let's do this. Yep, there's your matchup, ladies and gentlemen, right there. Steve and Bryce. Okay, they are turned way down. I'm going to turn them up a little bit.
Oh yeah, we're going to have a little bit of table sound actually.
Yes.
Leaking into you so that you can maybe pick up such things as what they call on cards and cards that call for a call. So maybe we'll be able to pick up what they're saying without them having to write it down on
turn their
notes.
bass up a little bit. It's very quiet for some reason.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they haven't got started yet. I think they've drawn opening hands, it looks like. A little quick note. You can see a timer in the right corner there. That timer is the timer for the round in the room. But for the streaming tables, they will actually have a few extra minutes. So when time runs out on the timer you see on your screen, there will still be a couple of minutes more for them to go.
Indeed.
So we have the handshake there.
Yep,
which
we are ready to go.
They're
They're gonna get kicked off here, and it is time to begin this game.
We get the TIE bomber quickly there, and the new ordered TIE there coming in for Bryce. So that's the 04 bomber. That's not Sabine's masterpiece, I don't think, or
yes,
is it?
Oh
yeah, it is Sabine's masterpiece.
Actually, you know what? I used the wrong one. That's a prestige masterpiece. My
yeah,
apologies, ladies and gentlemen.
So it got me a little bit confused. I thought
that's
it was
the card
new
you
order.
should have seen. My apologies. That was a mistake on my part.
Cool. So I think they're pulling a little bit of a quick attack there with the TIE bomber. So it deals 4 indirect damage and then another piece of indirect damage with the Boba ability there.
Okay, blue leader going to come in for a little bit of ambush action there.
Right, trying to take out the bomber before it gets wrecked there. And I couldn't really tell what. I think it was a open fire.
Straight into an open fire, yes, sir.
So the blue leader will be able to get rid of that TIE bomber first thing this action because Bryce did take initiative there quite quickly. And I think it's like I talked about. This is a burn deck, the Boba deck. So it's really when it gets its things on, it can be extremely quick because you're gonna have to put a lot of it of your damage onto base, especially early when you don't have any units with large HP pools on there. Also, this is a little bit of a counter to the Han ability because Han ability will put damage on his own units, which means it's even harder for him to direct some of that indirect damage to his own units.
Bryce is going to have to play this match probably a little differently than he might otherwise.
Right, yeah.
Just because he's going to have to constantly be thinking about, okay, what indirect is going to be coming in, how am I going to manage that, et cetera, et cetera.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's
so you see there the fire spray taking out the Resistance Squadron A-Wing. Ooh,
Yeah,
the
and he
Hammerhead.
put all of yeah, all right. Yeah, getting rid of the fire spray immediately there with the hammerhead. That's good. But he did have to put damage on the hammerhead as he used hand ability there.
Yep.
He should have tapped some resources there, I
Yep.
think.
Should have tapped his
He might
resources
have
there.
forgot to.
Definitely see a
Yeah,
lot of that not happening sometimes, but that's all right.
yeah. So now the blue leader could just go to base. I think that Steve is just trying to race at this point. He's well ahead on damage, and he doesn't need to have a board to be able to make damage to base. This is the playstyle of a burn deck, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
You don't necessarily use board presence as your main tool of getting damage.
All right. Well, let's see here. Round 6 resource turn should be Boba's big coming out party. Hammerhead's going to go ahead and knock off blue leader, but Boba doesn't have any place to deploy for his pilot ability. We'll have to see what. Right, yeah. Okay, we got a Raider coming in here. That's going to clean out the Hammerhead.
Raider coming in. Yeah. And also be a very good target for Boba to deploy on. It's a stable body.
It will be a very good one.
He would be using the Boba ability, of course, because of the damage doesn't have to be indirect damage to use Boba. It just has to be
damage,
non-battle damage.
Yeah, so has to be not battle damage, and then Boba can just be like, here, take an indirect because I say so. All right, so Boba's going to deploy.
And that's deploy and another 4 damage.
Yep, send his 4 to Han.
Yeah, which means that Han has only 1 HP left at this point, so he cannot be a repository for any of that indirect damage later on in the rounds. So Steve gets to claim here. That's important because he can't allow Poe Dameron to go off. That could just easily nuke Boba off of the radar.
Needs to get at least 1 attack out of Boba before Poe comes in. And, we're ambushing. We're ambushing something. Oh, we're going to I love this play.
Vader into that. Yeah, it's a really good play. And that's the Vader pilot, the legendary pilot, and but it obviously can deploy on ground as well. It's a pretty hefty unit in size, so it can take care of.
We're going to ambush him in to clear the Poe so that Poe cannot clean out the Raider. How I'm going to answer with a home 1.
So that's a really good play from Bryce. That's exactly what he's looking for here. A really big body in space. Being able to pull Sabine's Masterpiece back there is also really nice. I assume that Steve will just knock the Masterpiece away now, or possibly he's just going to base also. Because
I was going to say, if I've got 8, I'd just go straight to the face and be done with it.
Well, I mean, he is racing, so that's obviously the main game plan. But having a lot of units on the hand side, all with raid, is a problem for a deck that's trying to race. You want to take care of any units that can restore the base. So I think keeping the board, Bryce's board, small is actually high priority at this point than usually. But of course, the Raider is pretty big now, so striking base with it is also a very viable option.
Yeah. Bryce down to 5 HP here before he tries to kick in any restore or anything. 27. 6. I'm 1 off.
Bryce has got at least 3 restore on board right now, so that's pretty good.
Yes,
and he has a huge pile of resources here to spend as he needs.
He's definitely not out of this.
Yeah, he's not even close to out of this. I think that being at 25 resources is not high enough for Steve to be comfortable by any means. So, and Sabine's Masterpiece. I should have probably attacked with Sabine's Masterpiece first so they could get that XP onto it, but for some reason he did not. Not sure why.
8 for a
Devastator. Would have been a better play. Yeah, because of the Devastator, then he could have killed the Masterpiece with the Devastator trigger instead, if it had attacked before, and he'd still have the home 1 up.
Bryce staring down.
I'm not sure why he was so. Yeah, he's just scooping.
Yeah, I'll say Bryce staring down 2 really large space units there. I just don't think he's got any of their options. I don't think he's got a way out, at least not a good way out anyway.
I think he did. If he would have attacked with the masterpiece first, he could have seen what was going to be played, and he'd have a board still, and he could have adjusted to the Avenger being played there. I think that being so eager to hit with the home one there was a mistake.
Okay.
That's at least the way I think I'd have played.
All right. Well,
a little bit.
Go ahead.
You don't want to make the big decisions when there's so many open resources and when you don't know what's coming and what was going on. You want to keep, since the Raider had already attacked, you want to keep your options open. There's no hurry to attack it.
Okay. All right. Well, guys, listen, while these guys sideboard, I've got some ads we're going to be playing over the course of the day. So let me go run one of these ad rolls for you. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Welcome in, everyone. Thanks for being here. One of the most common questions I get is, how can I support what you're doing with live event coverage of Star Wars Unlimited? Luckily, there are lots of ways, and not all of them actually cost anything. For starters, if you're tuned in on YouTube, throw the live stream a like and subscribe to the channel. A couple of simple clicks, and you'll have helped YouTube's algorithm put more of my Star Wars Unlimited content in front of people who might be interested. If you're tuned in on Twitch, simply throw me a follow. Both of these things won't cost you a cent and actually help a lot more than you think. If you're an Amazon Prime member, you might be able to support me on Twitch with only a few clicks. Once you've linked your Amazon account to Twitch, check the QR code on the screen for help doing that. You can use your Prime subscription to me on Twitch. It's already included in your Amazon Prime membership and costs you nothing additional out of pocket. Similarly, over on YouTube, you can use the Super Chat functionality. Just click the little dollar bill looking icon on the bottom right corner of the screen below the chat window. This is sort of like a tip, right? You can choose a dollar amount on a little scrolling bar and it highlights your chat message simultaneously. If you're interested in helping ensure these kinds of high quality Star Wars Unlimited tournament streams continue well into the future, I would also ask you to check out my Patreon over at patreon.com/craptor. QR code on the screen will take you there. I have 4 tiers of support that each come with various benefits, up to and including the embroidered polo shirts you see the team and I wearing on the stream when we cover events. For the cost of only a single booster pack per month, you can support these kinds of productions and get some really fun perks along the way. Whether you choose to pitch in and help keep us on the air or not, thanks for being here. We love Star Wars Unlimited, we love the community, and we look forward to showcasing more of both in the future.
All right, guys, welcome back. Game 2 will be underway in just a moment. Sideboarding looks complete. These guys are shuffling up and getting ready to go here. So, Victor, you were talking about, Steve was racing, and it felt, in the end, it obviously worked for him. Part of me thinks that that's the right idea for Boba in this situation, because the indirect damage, very frequently you present your opponent with bad options about how it gets managed. Either they have to distribute on the boards and risk their units, or put it on the base, which ultimately is where you want it anyway as the indirect player. So I feel like I really like how Steve navigated that matchup, and I got to say, this is the first time I think I've ever seen anybody pair this Boba with Data Vault, which is one of the reasons I kind of wanted to see this match. There's so much indirect damage in yellow. We're commonly seeing this Boba paired with yellow for cards like Radiant 7 or Torpedo Barrage. But this green pairing gave him access to things like Timely Intervention or something. Which is like, that was a huge play, being able to get rid of the Poe and still get another attack out of his beefed up Raider with his leader on it.
Exactly, yeah. I think this is a really interesting deck. I would have not expected to see Devastator there, and that just closed out the game, being able to remove the. I even made a mistake there. I was thinking for a moment that it was the blue Avenger, and it obviously was not. It was the red Avenger.
Yeah, that was Devastator.
The Devastator, yeah. So I was confused there, and given that it was the Devastator, it really didn't matter what Bryce did. So my rant about his misplay was completely characterizing the play there.
Chat talking about how the only green card we saw was Timely Intervention, but we did see a Traitorous as well, a fairly impactful Traitorous in my opinion.
Yeah.
All right, game
Very
2
much
underway
so.
here, guys. Let's start. Let's do the thing.
So we've got a Sabine unit here, and I think that's good because she's got 3 HP. And
Yeah.
at this early stage of the game, I think Bryce don't want to use the ability. He wants to play units. He can't race the Boba deck, at least not early on. So he needs to play units with big HP pools. So he's hopefully mulliganed or something for, Cassian and play him at 3 just to get 5 extra HP out there to be able to soak the indirect damage that is bound to come down.
Cassian would be a really good early play for this Han deck. And one of the things that's sitting across from this, we kind of talked about it, right? This Boba deck like this, you almost can't use Han's ability, or you have to be very selective about where you do decide to use it.
Yeah, we saw an open fire there to take care of the Sabine, and then pinging base with the Boba ability. So this is exactly what he wants to do. Even though he's using ability now, he's both blocking off space, as he's also in the same time getting 4 HP because he's used to have the 6 HP on the right hope there. But 4 HP is still not a lot, and it's going to be able to help him a lot here. Maybe if he'd had a Cassian or something, you could have argued that you want to play that before you play the Bright Hope. Even better play here would have been the Sandara Peacekeepers, also 5 HP pool and restore on it. But I'm not sure if he's running it. That's the kind of card that you sometimes see out of these hand 2 Data Vault decks, but not always. So he's using the blue leader ambush on the ground there. He should put 2 experience on that one.
Yeah, I was going to say, he needs the experience tokens. They've got him over there. There we go.
So there you go. And it should be 2 of those, yeah.
Yep.
That's correct. It's still 4 damage on it because he used Han ability.
Yes, exactly.
Again, he's using Han ability over and over again here. So he's not getting as much HP pool onto the
right, but I'll say this. He's doing a really good job of keeping Steve's board clean. Now, Steve does not seem to have drawn very well in the early going here. I mean, all we've seen out of his hand is an SLT and, I think it's just the SLT. Like, he had an open fire, the only 2 cards he's played. But we are going to come in with a Raider here, and that's going to start to help.
The blue leader out of the board, yeah. So and it will be able to clear the Bright Hope with 1 strike next turn. And he flips her. So he doesn't even have to wait because I've missed that. We were already on flip turn here.
Yep. Boba ramp with that SLT. Yeah,
exactly. That's another good reason to play Boba into green, because flipping at 6 is a little bit late, but if you can ramp, obviously that gets somewhat mitigated.
Chad also pointing out something else about this Boba deck, SLT. You could sometimes use Boba's ability to throw that indirect at yourself to kill your own technician, which is kind of a nice little thing. Yeah.
Could definitely do that as well if you need to. If you're playing a space deck and you can't get any units on the ground to crash it into.
Well, so far,
Delphi.
Yep, Delphi came in. Han pushed 5 in.
And that's a good play there. It's got a really big health pool, so it can absorb some of that indirect damage that might be coming. And also Han is completely clean at this point. So right now, Bryce has 6 HP to work with, and that's a really good position. I think Bryce is in a lot better position now than he was in last game.
Another timely out of the hand here, as we're going to ambush in a Raider. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
It's gonna...
Taking out the Delphi there and getting 2 damage to base from the ability. No Boba ping this time, of course, because
Boba's deployed.
Yeah. And Bryce really, really needs to see a Poe at this point. That's very important. Instead, he gets that's a really good unit for him right now.
The Guerrilla attack pod
that seems to me to have been a sideboard card. And it's probably really good because it kind of turns any indirect damage to his advantage at this point. This is a big booby where you do want it. You want to put the damage on it.
I was having dinner last night during the KTOD meetup with some guys from Edmonton who were here today. One of whom had won his recent PQ on this version of Han with ECL. And I asked him, so have you made the SWAT data vault like everybody else? And he said, yeah, I have. And we were talking about this exact card, the Guerrilla Attack Pod, about how good it is in Han, talking about how he said, I reached a point where I don't necessarily mind, if I've got that card in hand and I'm going up against Kira, he comes in as Super Laser Blast me, fine, I can literally play this card out and still hit him that turn with it. Which is a really nice card.
Yeah, no, I think the attack pawn has, especially in Han, where you can self-damage it, it has a lot of legs. There are several matchups where I can see it be really good. Might be something smuggled here. Timely. Interesting.
A timely of our own coming from the right-hand side of the board. What are we ambushing in? A Sabine's Masterpiece.
Sabine's Masterpiece. That's really nice. He's only got red units on the board right now, so he's only getting a ping on the attack there, and then he's crashing it into the open radar, which is, he needs to get those things off of the board. Yeah.
Does feel a little bit like a desperation play, but it is unfortunately the best he's got right now.
Yeah, he has to. It's not good. The Raider, that's the thing with the Raider, isn't it? It's giving you a bad proposition no matter what, but you kind of have to take it out. This is the correct line of play, I think. And we got the Fire Spray there. But this is what we talked about. Now he gets to put the indirect damage onto the attack pod. He's a lot behind on the base race.
No, see what happened? Did you see what happened there? Steve chose himself for the indirect damage specifically to avoid giving Bryce the opportunity to put it on the pod.
Exactly, and that makes some sense because Bryce hasn't got that many space units that can take care of big things like the Raider, and the Fire Sprays is certainly not the main priority for Bryce to take care of. It's just a small one. So Bryce scoops it there. Yeah, he just can't handle the Raider there. It's just too big and doing too much damage. So, yeah, game 2 also goes to Steve. A really interesting deck. I'm curious to see how it stacks up into this meta, though, because I can't really tell from what we saw here what kind of top end he's got beyond the Devastator we saw last game. So it's going to be interesting to see how this deck stacks up into something like Kira, or something with a lot of healing going on, or something really quick like a really fast deck like a regular Sabine, or even Sabine Yellow, or something that can go really fast.
Indeed. All right, well, a solid win for Steve here. I'm realizing now I forgot to introduce the players at the start of the match. I'll have to do a better job of that going forward in future rounds. Yeah, yes, you did, but I have screens for that with a little lower thirds that show everybody where they're from and all this sort of thing, and I just failed, so that's okay. It's not a problem.
Well, that'll be on for the next round then.
Exactly. All right, well, we'll come back to the caster desk here for a minute. We've got plenty of time in this round. There's 30 minutes on the official timer. So what we're going to do here, guys, I'm gonna step away and check on some things. It's a busy time here. Being in the event is always, for me, is better, but it is definitely a busier time than trying to cast remotely. So it means we're going to have a little bit of downtime. It does, however, give me the opportunity to pump up the other streams that we have here active today. I am not the only one streaming this event. Huh? Oh, okay, they're bringing us somebody?
Definitely.
Yeah, all the way over? What? Okay, all right, so they're going to bring us somebody to put them on the table. We'll figure it out here in a minute. So cool. I'm guessing we'll have at least 5 minutes or so? At least? Okay. Mm-hmm. Well, they say they're going to bring us somebody to put them on the table. I'm not sure who we're going to get.
While you wait for that, you can always check out our friend streams. So Loopy and Rebel Traitor are streaming on both the Take the Initiative and the Late Night Gaming channels. And you should check that out. Those streams are going to be super cool. And you also got McClunky Gaming today, and they're streaming both on Twitch and on their YouTube channel.
Yes, they are.
McClunky Gaming and Late Night Gaming, as well as Take the Initiative. All of those streams are really, really nice. And like, we're not competing. We're just working together, all of us.
Okay, just thank you. All right, so we are getting somebody new. This is awesome. This is what I love. So I'm gonna. This is gonna sound like a nitpick. When we got to Denver, right, I was picking matches, and they would put people on the table for me, and when the match was over, we were done. And literally, I think it was almost the end of day 2 when one of the guys was like, "Hey, do you want us to bring somebody else over?" I was like, "That's an option." Table 7? Okay, all right. Let's figure out who's on table 7. And I was like, "That's an option?" Apparently, yes, that was an option. This is going to be entertaining. All right, so here's what I'm going to do, guys. Give me 60 seconds. I'm going to have to do what I normally do. Since I've got new players, I've got to walk over real briefly, get names and locations, and then we're going to come back and bring you whatever, which looks like what probably will be, I'm guessing will be probably at least game 2, if not game 3 of this next match. So give me like 2 minutes, and we'll be right back, okay? Victor, stretch your legs if you need to. I'm going to set this up. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm good here.
Okay, be right back.
See you in a bit.
Desk real briefly. Oop, nope. I did it wrong. All right, let's come back to the caster desk real briefly. All right, guys, we're going to game 3 of a match. This is a match between Han2 and Old School Vader. Real briefly here. I'm not going to have... Yep. Let's just come over here. There we go. So, there's your matchup. We are in game 3.
So you're just on the same kind of deck. We don't know that it's exactly the same deck, but it's a similar idea anyway. We're already on.
There we go.
On our so we've got prepare for take. No, sorry. Timely reinforcements.
Nope. That's prepare for takeoff. It only costs 2. Timely reinforcement costs 5. So that's
all right. Yeah. Okay. So prepare for takeoff.
Yep. Vader going for takeoff
he's
here.
Bringing out the Black Sun fighter, the Sentinel in space, and some other space unit. I couldn't really tell what that was. It was a little bit quick for me.
Looked like he's got a relentless in his hand.
Yeah. So we get the Mon Mothma play from Han Solo there, Joshua. So he's also tutoring some cards here, and he got I thought that was a Poe
That
Dameron,
was a Poe Dameron,
which
yes,
is
sir.
an excellent. Yeah, that's a really good unit in the Han 2 decks. That's just super cool to be able to use Han ability but get no downside at all from it.
Yep. All right, so let's see where we go
Looks
here.
like we're
Starting
going
off
to
with an
get
SLT on the
some,
right.
Vader is ramping there with a DJ Super Laser Technician there, and we get the Poe Dameron coming out here, and it brings its own ship and takes no damage from it. So
Does
that's
indeed.
really, yeah. So that's really a 4/5 in space for 3, which is just crazy. Like those cards should have downsides to them if you get to get them that cheap. So the laser technician just moving into Mothma there, not because she's any kind of a threat, but because it wants to ramp.
Yep, wants to get rid of her. And
Vader
then a
is
resupply.
ramping even more there with a resupply. So we're already double ramped with Vader here. And I think he can afford to do this because there is only the Poe swinging in for 4 here. So he's not behind on damage in any significant way. He also managed to get a TIE fighter out there as well. So
well, not only that, but
is,
he's got one more that he can still use with the Vader ping. He's got one last resource,
right.
And there it is.
Exactly.
So
yeah,
he's going to use it to
is.
kill the blue leader that came in from the other side of the board.
Yeah. Exactly. So yeah,
Strong
this
card.
is actually looking really good for Vader, I think. I don't think Yoshua's got what he needs to be able to handle a double ramped Vader
Yeah.
here.
If
It's just going to be really hard for him.
If I'm Ethan, I feel really good about my board position. This is Vader's flip turn and the Han's flip turn, which is just crazy when you think about it. But that's where we are. Oh, no, he took it back.
Those leaders are not on the same power level.
Okay, so Mon Mothma goes in for 1, then Vader
Joshua had initiative there. He moved in with Mon Mothma to base, and Ethan just flips Vader out there because Han obviously has no actual removal in the deck. Well, at least I haven't seen the deck list, but I assume he doesn't run any kind of removal in his deck.
So there's an overall in Barrage. That tends to work as fairly effective removal.
Oh, that's removal in the Vader deck. You'll
definitely
have removal, but I don't think Han runs any removal. Maybe he might have strike true thing, but I've never seen that in the Han deck.
It's been interesting, right? Because one of the conversations that I was having with people yesterday, and I've heard people talk about this. You heard the KTOD guys talk about this earlier this week, right? Playing cards like Fell the Dragon in Han 2 Data Vault.
Or
even silly stuff like that, which sounds ridiculous. But in practice,
you might have to.
It might be. I mean, that could be really spicy ad and get a lot of value out of it.
Yeah, you could definitely run something like that out of aspect. It's Elder Dragon for 6, removing something that you really need to remove. It could be a thing, but I think it's a little bit late for that. The thing that he needs to get 7 to be able to play a new Home 1, and that's really the only unit in the hand deck right now that is the first unit in the hand deck that is big enough to be able to compete with what Ethan's going to bring out right now. And I think he's going to be too much behind once he gets there. So I don't think this game... I think this game is already over, actually.
Okay. So he brought in a blue leader there and sent it to ground to ambush out the Vader and get rid of him. But Vader still put 12 into the base before he went away. That's a pretty solid... I mean, I'm not unhappy with that result if I'm Ethan.
No, exactly. And he's not spent any resources yet. And that there, so he's just keep ramping here.
I mean, his top end could have Devastators in it. Like, that would be a really nice card.
It could definitely have that. It could have both of the Devastators, really, and also Crate Dragons, probably. So I just assume that's the Devastator, the red one. And yeah. Did he resource that Devastator, though? That almost looked like he did. That would have been weird.
No, he's got it right there in his hand.
He did not.
He's got it right there in his hand.
Good,
and you're about to see it right there.
taking care of Han Solo and also putting 1 damage, I think, to base. Well, I mean, this turn, Joshua could bring out Home 1, and next turn, he could bring out a Crate Dragon if he runs them.
See,
but
there it is.
That's a fell.
There's the
that
fell.
was the fell there earlier.
He didn't have it earlier.
Joshua was indeed running.
He didn't have it earlier, but he had
and
it
I
then.
think that's exactly what he needs to be doing right here. But he's very much behind on base race, and Vader, is so far ahead on resources. I just don't see Joshua catching up here.
Yep.
Not sure how.
It's going to be tough, right? Because he's falling
behind.
If he
can pull a crate now.
The timing would be good for one right here. He's got the resources now for it with Han's ability.
He's got initiative, so he's playing first. So a crate here could stabilize. But if he hasn't got that, I don't see what's in the ether. Yeah, there is. This is very important. This is very, very important for Joshua to remain in this game.
Ethan now possibly 2 swings from being out of this game. He's only got 19 HP left, and the crate represents a couple of possibilities at lethal damage here, but he does have Joshua under 10 health remaining here. 25 damage on.
Yeah, exactly. So 2 strikes with what's on the board now will do it for both sides. But Ethan hasn't spent 1 single resource yet.
Ethan's got it all, but he also doesn't have a great hand, right? He's got a dagger tie in there. No. Looks like he's got a recruit. Yeah. He doesn't have a tremendously good hand here. I think he's going to take at least 1 smack from this crate no matter what he comes up with.
Probably. But again, if he can just... Okay, so he's going to play it. And
he's going to he's salvaging the Devastator.
Salvaging the Devastator, which is going to cost him 8 damage to the Devastator just to get those 4 damage on base. But that brings it so that he has lethal.
Okay, he does go in 4. Yeah, but that gets him in range of lethal. Yep. So he's got to take a whole bunch of damage here.
It's a hard play, but did Joshua put the damage on base?
Yeah, Josh put all of that on base. So it's now 22 on. The crate doesn't hit hard enough.
He does not have lethal.
No, he doesn't.
And Ethan does.
Yeah, Ethan, that was, I think, one of the reasons Ethan was taking the extra time there to run the math to make sure that, okay, if I take 8 from doing this, because salvage costs 0, right? Salvage has no cost.
Yeah. So he's only paying damage for the Devastator.
Correct. So he's paying the damage for the Devastator. And then he goes 4 to base, and then now he's got the possibility
of lethal with both units. Both of those units are lethal.
Yeah, because there's only 3 HP left there. I miscounted.
Yeah. Well, he's got 20.
He's got 30 damage on his base. Yeah.
So he needs to 3 more damage only. So either of those units gets to swing, Ethan wins, and Joshua can't. If he has a buff, if he's got an Adelphi, he wins.
If the Adelphi would do it, doesn't look like he has it, or he probably would have windmill slammed it already.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like
I don't think there's anything else I can imagine being in Joshua's deck that saves him here.
No, he's going to play home 1, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I think it's going to come in a little late here.
What could he be? No, I mean he needs to heal.
No, we're going to timely something. Okay, he's going to ambush in the home 1, but it literally doesn't.
All right, then he gets the heal.
He's going to get.
So
hang on, I got to put it back up again.
Which puts him out of range for. He's not going to be in range for the.
So he actually gets 3 restore out of his play because of the way the timing works.
Yeah, exactly. So he does actually work this out. Now Ethan does not have lethal. He's 1 off, and the crate is also 1 off. So claiming will probably win Ethan the game.
Yeah, I think Ethan still has to claim here. I think it was a good play by Joshua to bring in the
Joshua needs to claim again, because if he strikes with the crate, he loses, because then Ethan gets claims.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think Joshua's hosed either way.
Needs to claim.
Joshua does claim,
and he needs to draw an Adelphi. It's the same situation as last time, or an answer to the carrier. Sorry, I forgot the name. The resupply carrier.
What's the question? What are you trying to think of?
The ship in Ethan's space lane. It's the resupply
Carrier.
I,
Ooh, that was a good pull for Joshua.
There's also an answer. This will also
This
answer
is a good pull.
Yeah, but it's not enough because he's 4. He heals 3, and then the resupply carrier gets him to 33. No,
no, 32.
Should,
he has 1
wasn't
HP.
he at 31?
No, he was at 31, and then he healed 3. No, he was
3.
And then he healed 3.
So that should have been lethal. It strikes for 4.
Yes.
The resupply carrier strikes for 4.
Right. No.
So
Hold on. 31, and then he heals 3. He goes to 28. So he has 5 health remaining, and then he takes 4 damage.
Oh yeah.
He has 1 HP left on his base.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at.
But
Ethan
looking
through his hand, trying to figure out how he's going to get this last damage. It's been vexing him for several turns now. Can't quite get over the finish line.
He can't play anything because of the crate. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think, because you're right. As soon as he plays a card, now why wouldn't claiming there have worked? If he claims, the crate swings.
If Ethan claims there, he wins. I don't know why Ethan just doesn't claim that.
I'm actually not positive who wins this game.
I think Ethan should have just claimed that and win next turn. But he didn't.
I think. What I think happened? I'm actually not positive. I'm not positive who actually won this game.
What did Joshua claim? Because if Joshua claimed, he wins.
Yeah, it's tough to figure that out.
He didn't.
It's tough to figure that out without hearing everything. So here's what I'm going to do, guys.
No, that's probably what happened. Yeah, so the resupply carrier swung to base, going up to 32, sorry, and then Joshua just claims.
Josh had already claimed.
Joshua just claims. Joshua just claims, and then Ethan is dead next round because Joshua swings with the Walker and heals enough to get out of range.
He stays ahead and then swings the crate.
With the crate.
Yeah, that is.
So that's what happened there.
Yeah, I think in the end, you're right. I think Khan walks away with that one. But man, what a close match.
That was really, really close. I never saw Joshua coming back from that, but then he managed to stall out just enough to get the crate down and stabilize. And that was it. That's all she wrote.
All right, well, let's come back here for real briefly, guys. There's about 10 minutes left in this round, so we are actually going to take a break now. I don't think it's realistic for us to expect for them to get another match for us at this stage. So give us a few minutes. Get up, stretch your legs, grab a cup of coffee, whatever it is, whatever floats your boat, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes-ish, and we'll start looking at pairings for round 2. Guys, see you back in just a minute.
Yeah. Have a good one.
Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. One of the many unique features of this game is the variety provided by each of the individual aspects. These 6 aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. They are vigilance, command, aggression, cunning, heroism, and villainy. Start deck building with the benefits provided by each aspect. All decks require 1 leader and 1 base. Your leader and base decide the aspects that you will focus on for deck building. Decks can be built with cards from any aspect, but there is a steep cost to straying from the aspects of your leader and base. Playing in-aspect cards will allow you to spend only resources equal to the printed card cost. Playing out-of-aspect cards will cost an additional 2 resources per aspect, not shown on your leader or base cards. While you are rewarded for focusing on certain aspects, deck building in Star Wars Unlimited provides the opportunity to mix and match however you choose, allowing for truly unlimited possibilities. Build strategies around your favorite aspects and become the best in the galaxy. Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. Aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. Let's focus on aggression. Attack relentlessly and deal out tons of damage with the aggression aspect. Keep your allies attacking, even if it hurts. Give your units powerful weapons with which to cut down your enemies. Demolish your opponent's base at any cost, striking early to ensure their defeat. When you fight for a cause, no defenses can stand in your way. Deal with an opposing threat with your formidable might. Overwhelm your foes and head for the enemy base. Make the best choices to continue the onslaught. Stay on the offensive with aggression aspect cards and become the best in the galaxy.
What's up, everyone? Raptor here with a quick reminder about upcoming Star Wars Unlimited tournament coverage right here on the channel. The first Saturday in June, that's Saturday, June 7th, we'll be providing live coverage of the Planetary Qualifier at Dragon's Lair here in Houston, Texas. We're targeting an 11 a.m. or 1600 UTC start that day. A link to the YouTube event can be found in the video description or by following the link in the QR code on your screen right now. 1 week later, on Saturday, June 14th, we'll be up in Austin, Texas with live coverage of the Planetary Qualifier at the Dragon's Lair location up there. That will also be an 11 a.m. or 1600 UTC start. If you're watching on YouTube, again, the link to the scheduled stream can be found in the video description or by following the QR code you're looking at on your screen at this exact moment. With the Galactic Championships inching ever closer, I hope you will join us for more live coverage of competitive Star Wars Unlimited events. All right, welcome back, everybody. Round 2 will begin, actually has begun for most of the field. The streaming tables are sitting down and shuffling. While I get things set up for the overlays, Victor's gonna chat with you for a minute. Victor, our matchup is gonna be another Vader Data Vault, old school Vader, versus Boba 4 from the new set. But this time it's a yellow.
Yeah. So this is probably a much more what do you call it? A standard version of what you would see from Boba 4. But still, the game plan is pretty much the same that what we saw in the last game we had. It's a burn deck that's trying to get a lot of that indirect damage onto the base, and Vader is probably going to do a lot of what we saw as well: ramp and get big things out and try to hurt you. Like it can do. And also once you got those big things out, you got overwhelming barrage to take care of things. And yeah, so we actually get to see a little bit about the hands there. Eugene, I think it's called, is playing Vader, and he had a ramp in hand there, and that's probably what he was looking for in his opening hand. Whilst Kevin playing the Boba there was taking a mulligan, it looks like, so he was not happy with what he saw.
All right, so we got the game view up, and they are basically ready. Again, guys, remember the timer in the bottom right is the official round timer. I do actually have it synced this time. That is correct. But the stream tables get a few more minutes, so just keep that in mind. We have that available, but it's not the official timer.
Yeah. No. So it'll give you a good idea of what we're looking at, but it won't actually tell you exactly where we're at. It will tell you when all the other tables finish, though. So if that's of some sort of interest. So we're on. We're actually playing now, I think.
Yep, they're drawing, they've resourced, and we've basically told them go on ahead and let's get this underway.
Yeah, and I think we've got initiative on Eugene's side, and he's playing a
gonna come with a Salacious Crumb. Yep.
Salacious Crumb.
Answered by TIE Bomber.
Yeah, that's the unit that Boba wants to see in his opening hand, so both of them got something they like, I think. Invader can use his ping for the other resource to get 1 damage on both the base and the unit. So, yeah, I think these are decent starts for both these players. Having heal available to him is probably quite good for Eugene. Also, Crumb doesn't mind taking up to 2 damage since he's bouncing up and down all the time. So that's a pretty good starting unit against this sort of deck, I think. I think Eugene's probably happy with this. So now he's going to get 4 indirect. He's putting 2 on them on Crumb there and putting 2 on base, and he's going to get an extra from the Boba ability there.
Couple of notes, guys, as we head here into round 2. I've got the our little scrolling ticker update at the bottom of the screen. That is a new feature. I have to give a huge shout out to Jonathan Fisher, who was a big instrumental part in helping me figure out how to code all of this stuff. And essentially at the moment, it's just going to scroll through and give you the number of participants and show you the top played leaders in the field. But over the course of the day, we will eventually start adding standings to it as well. So that will be coming later on. Right now, everybody's either 0 or 1 or 1-0. The standings are not interesting. But there will come a point later on where we're going to want to show that information, and we will do so.
For sure. So the game is progressing here slowly, but still. We've got already 5 damage on the Vader base, and that's from hitting with the I'm actually not sure.
So what happened was Kevin came in with a torpedo barrage. He took 1 of them on the super laser tech, and then threw the rest on the base.
Yep. But like we said, Eugene is probably not too unhappy with this. He
got the ramp he wanted.
He got to ramp there, and he's even got a good sentinel out now.
Spicy with the precise shot, or excuse me, the shoot down.
Yeah. Also, that splashes onto base then as well.
Yep. He put 3 more on the base because of that.
Yeah, and he can trigger Boba off of it as well. So Salacious up to hand here, healing 1. Not sure. Yeah, okay. So yeah, he's just taking the indirect now. I think Kevin is got to be happy with this though, because Vader has not got anything big out. Salacious obviously bouncing back and forth, and then the TIE bomber.
Oh,
All right, taking
that's
care
rude.
of the Salacious.
That's rude. Who force chokes
Yeah.
a Kowakian monkey lizard, ladies and gentlemen? That is just rude and obnoxious. I don't
Yeah.
understand. Now, I'll say this.
Well,
One of the things that I like about the way Kevin's playing this match so far, granted, Eugene has not played anything large, but like the fact that all of his units keep getting knocked off the board means that all of this indirect damage is ending up on Eugene's base. Like he's got nowhere else to put it because there's no units on the board to do anything about it.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I think it's a very valid play to force choke the monkey there.
Oh, it makes total sense.
So obviously he's giving Eugene a card,
6 for a
which
resupply
might not
carrier.
be too good. So Vader is just keep ramping here, and this means Vader gets to flip this turn, and that could be
Yep.
really, really
This
big.
will be Vader's coming out party, and Boba now a little behind.
Yep. I'm not sure if Kevin's got enough damage on the base there with only 11 to actually be able to race from this spot. But no good to me there. It's buying him some time, I guess.
Now, Vader can be a decent soak for all this indirect here, right? It can totally happen.
For sure.
Right? The
For
Guerrilla
sure.
Soldier's going to come in and force Eugene to probably put some of that damage on Vader, or the resupply carrier, which also works.
Yeah.
Got to keep it off the base to keep
yeah,
the
he
soldier
can't-
from readying.
Exactly. He can't take 5 to base there. So he's got to
Yep.
to put it on Vader and the resupply.
I think
It
if I'm
appears
Eugene
that he
here, I just
wanted all of
claim.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he changed it to Vader, all of it.
Yep.
Don't know whether or not that's. I don't think that's a huge difference, but he's afraid of the IG-88, the IG-2000s and the ping units from Boba that could then just kill the resupply when they're played. So it makes sense to keep it, have 2 health left.
Eugene's still working on resourcing decisions. There he's all set as we head into the 6th resource round for Boba. Kevin has the opportunity to bring Boba out this round. That's going to, if you can put a little more ping damage into Vader, that could be really impactful. Like he could trade the Guerrilla Soldier and then flip Boba out, possibly. And now he's got to put a vehicle down now because the resupply carrier's left Boba with no vehicles to flip onto for his direct damage ability.
Yep.
But the torpedo barrage is
Yep.
going to make this the math on this real gnarly for Eugene.
Yeah. He could put it on Vader, and it looks like he's
Put
doing so.
2, 3 on Vader. 4 on Vader.
Maybe even
1 on
he'll
base.
take all 5. No, 1 on base. All right.
Just 1
yeah.
on base. But
He,
man,
he
I don't like this play because it means the Guerrilla Soldier can come in and clean him. Oh, okay. Never mind. It works now.
Yeah.
Now it works. He had
Yeah.
a plan.
Yeah. And let's see Vader ability, what he is able to bring out. A Cromb and something small would be nice here.
Just about
Not
anything's
sure
useful. A
what's
TIE
up.
bomber of his own would be
Yeah.
a nice pickup. I actually really like the TIE bomber in
Nice.
Vader's in like a Vader deck because that indirect damage plus Vader's ping often leaves people with bad options. But that is a really good find here, coming in with a Phase 3 Dark Trooper, simple 3/3 Sentinel on the ground arena. But that will be a nice way to keep Vader safe, hopefully.
Yeah.
Oh, the
And we've
third
already
torpedo
seen-
barrage.
Ooh,
Oh,
more
brutal.
torpedoes.
The draws
So
for Kevin. Ouch.
Yeah, and he's running out of health on his units here, so he'll put 2 on the Sentinel because even though Kevin is apparently running some ground units in this deck, we've seen that, but he's not overly focused on
Yeah,
ground.
Kevin
anyway.
has to
So-
flip out to ground and clear out this Sentinel. He's got to do it.
Yeah.
It's not optimal
So
by any
big.
stretch, but he doesn't have a choice.
No, he doesn't have anything to flip onto, and not flipping. I don't think that's an option either. At
No,
this
he's
point.
got
Of
it. He's
course,
got
it's
to.
looking-
He
Yeah,
can't go
it's
into next
looking
round with an
really
empty board.
easy to distribute those 4 damage since they're 2 units with only 3 units with only 2 HP left. But yeah, he can't afford to wait, I don't think. So yeah, that's probably his only.
All right, Eugene on the
Only
button
one.
here. He's sitting on 2 OBs, a Vader pilot. I can't make out a Yularen. and a reinforcement walker.
Yeah.
His hand is absolutely gas. It's just a question of
Yeah,
what is he
and
going to do here.
he's
He's going for the
OB,
OB.
of course.
Yeah, he's going
He's
for the
going
OB.
to go on the brush
The
for
answer is
sure here.
always OB, isn't it?
Yeah, almost. So also making that resupply carrier slightly bigger is not a bad idea, because he is of course afraid of the units that might end up in space from
6
Kevin
has
here.
got to be a Raider.
So having
Ooh, a War Jug.
oh no, oh, a war jug. That's really
Interesting.
nice here. That's really nice here.
Deal 1
And
damage.
this is why, yeah,
Oh, and
except
he
this
cleans
is
out his
why
leader Vader. Oof.
Eugene did keep 2 health on most of his units.
Mhm.
So because there are a lot of these pinging units in the Boba decks, so that's why he put didn't put more than he kept 2 health on each of them.
Well,
but I mean,
gotta say, if I'm Eugene, I'm really thinking about pushing some base damage here. Like he could put 11 in, and that would get him.
Yeah.
That would make a big dent in how far he is behind. Starting in with 5
Right.
there from Vader on the ground.
And then the pilot was, well, I thought he was going to use there.
Yeah, he does go
then
Vader pilot in the air.
That makes a lot of sense. That makes that resupply carrier a little
Huge.
healthier,
Makes
and
it, it
also
swings for 9
it's
now.
big. Yep.
Plus
really
he can
big,
ping the
and
War Jug.
right, yeah, making it within reach of the Vader on
Yep.
ground there. So that's good.
A big turn
That's
for
really
Eugene
good
there.
for
Made
him.
up a lot of ground in just a couple of swings, going to 10
He
resources.
did.
So now we could be
Yeah.
looking at even things as big as Devastator if he's got that in his deck.
Sure. Sure. I would assume he's got at least the green Devastator, but perhaps even the red Devastator. We saw that from the other Vader deck.
I would be surprised if he doesn't have at least some of both. That was going to be 3, 4, 5, 6 to base.
Yep.
Is that right? Am my math right on that one? 19?
I think that's right.
19. That's correct.
Yeah, because he's got 3 damage units, so he's got +3 there.
7 in
And
from
he's
the
just-
resupply carrier.
Yep. And pinging the Yog, another ping for it.
It's going to freeze Vader and
frozen.
Carbonite.
Yeah, yeah. So I would have thought he would have started with the OB, but he's looking to see what Kevin was playing there to be able to do something off of to take care of whatever he is playing. So he kept that brush. He obviously doesn't consider the Warjog a big enough threat to OB it away. And
Lauren's
yeah,
going to help make up a little bit of ground here. We're going to open fire.
Yeah.
The resupply carrier.
Taking care of resupply, yeah. So yeah, I think it's smart by Eugene to
Reinforcement
not
walker.
go
There it is.
commit. Yeah, exactly. To not commit too early here. He played that really well and focus on the heal. He gets 4 heal off of that between Yularen and the walker itself.
Yep.
So I think that's really smart. And
Which he
then
does do.
Obviously the walker has a huge HP pool to be able to soak a lot of that indirect damage that might be
I
coming.
think he forgot to heal the 1 point for playing the walker. Right? Yularen lets him heal just for playing it.
Yeah, I
Walker's
think
gonna
he
get
forgot
frozen
as well.
now.
He should have healed 4 and he only healed 3 there, I think. So
Okay, gonna
open fire,
the
take
War
care
Jug.
of the Juggernaut.
Frozen's on the
and
wrong side
now
of the board there.
Yeah, it's looking real dicey for Kevin here. He's only
Yep.
got 1 unit. That's an IG 2000, pinging 1 to everything. But yeah, like
One more
it's basically
indirect.
only the Lauren that's pinged there, so it really didn't matter that much. The other 2 are frozen in Carbonite anyway.
Yeah, Eugene not unable to swing with the reinforcement walker, but he's got more in his hand. There's a Black Sun Starfighter coming into the high orbitals. Looks like Kevin has claimed, and then we're going to OB on Yularen just to clean up IG and leave Kevin with a completely empty board. And then Yularen's going to swing in for 4.
Get to swing. Yeah, also get to swing with it. So I think that's really smart play again by Eugene, just prioritizing the board state, even though he's already ahead. He keeps prioritizing the board
I'm a
state.
little surprised he didn't. I mean, maybe he didn't have the resources there. It might have been smart for him to try and ping with Vader there, just to get him within range of one action. Put him in check basically. Daring Raid's going to clean up Yularen, but even now, if he can play a villain card and swing with the fighter. Actually, he has to do swing with the fighter, and then play a villain card, and then Vader ping wins in the game.
Yep. So he's probably got this. I'd say.
I think he probably does,
so
and there it is. He's got it now.
Yeah.
Yep, there
That's
it is.
enough.
All right.
That was
Game one of the books.
Sort of a clinic in the importance of board state in these kinds of matchups. A deck like Boba isn't too focused on board state. It's just trying to burn you down, but it still needs to have some of the units that allows it to do that. So Eugene being able to prioritize keeping Kevin's board clean, it won him the game.
Well, it is sideboard time here in Minneapolis, ladies and gentlemen. Real briefly, and because, again, I was scrambling, we didn't get to introduce the players. Of course, on your left, you have Eugene. Eugene is here from Lakeville, Minnesota, not terribly far outside of town. On the right-hand side of your screen, that is Kevin, here from Jamesville, Wisconsin. In the meantime, guys, let's step away real quickly because, as you're probably going to get used to over the course of the day, it's ad roll time. We'll be back in about 60 seconds or so.
What's up, everyone? Raptor here with a quick reminder about upcoming Star Wars Unlimited tournament coverage right here on the channel. The first Saturday in June, that's Saturday, June 7th, we'll be providing live coverage of the Planetary Qualifier at Dragon's Lair here in Houston, Texas. We're targeting an 11 a.m. or 1600 UTC start that day. A link to the YouTube event can be found in the video description or by following the link in the QR code on your screen right now. 1 week later, on Saturday, June 14th, we'll be up in Austin, Texas with live coverage of the Planetary Qualifier at the Dragon's Lair location up there. That will also be an 11 a.m. or 1600 UTC start. If you're watching on YouTube, again, the link to the scheduled stream can be found in the video description or by following the QR code you're looking at on your screen at this exact moment. With the Galactic Championships inching ever closer, I hope you will join us for more live coverage of competitive Star Wars Unlimited events.
Stream stopped.
Oh, of the, are you looking at the, hang on a minute, guys. Victor's telling me he's having issues here. We're back. What part of the stream has stopped? Okay, I was like, OBS says I'm good. Don't panic me like that, man. All right, here, guys. Game 2 underway shortly. There's your matchup, Vader and Boba. And we'll take a peek at what these guys have decided to do. Now, of course, remember, guys, while on the back end we have access to everyone's deck lists and sideboard lists, we will not be sharing that information during Swiss play because that's not information the players at the table have. Therefore, it's not information that the streamers should have or should be telling you because anybody could come watch this VOD before day 2 tomorrow and have information about their players, their opponent's deck that they shouldn't have. So, we'll start, when we get to the top 8, that'll change. We can talk about deck lists and sideboards and all kinds of crazy stuff. But until then, unfortunately, all that is under wraps.
Right, yeah. I'm not even looking.
I'm not looking either. I make a habit not to look. That way I can't accidentally mention something that I saw because I haven't seen it. So it makes it easy.
Exactly. So, not having looked, I have only my best guess. That's what has been brought in here, and I can only imagine that the Boba player must have been siding in more faster cards, I'd guess, because he needs to be running a lot faster than what he did.
Well, he started off fairly quick, it felt like. I've also felt like his draw was not amazing. Like, the Torpedo Barrages are a great card, but you don't want to see all of them that early, right? That's a great mid-game card, but not an amazing card if you're playing it early in the game. And this does not bode well for Kevin, already grabbing initiative here.
Yeah.
Or no, he has initiative.
No.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, he starts.
He should have started with
initiative,
unless he voluntarily gave it up, which is possible.
Yeah. But he seems not to have played anything anyway. So yeah, he did claim that.
Looks like he came up with nothing.
Yeah. Did he mulligan? I wasn't paying attention.
I'm honestly not positive. He may have. All right, I've got a Jump Master coming in here on the right.
Yeah. I don't know why he would want to run Sentinels against this deck, Space Sentinels against this Vader deck. But if that's the only card he's got at 3 resources, why not?
I mean,
So
great. I think it's a well-timed resupply from Eugene,
yeah,
realizing there's
yeah, very much so.
not a lot going on
Very
there,
much so.
and Salacious
Yeah.
Crumb cackles madly and slaps the base because that's the sound
Yeah.
you make when you attack with Salacious Crumb.
Right. Right. And also, I mean, Salacious Crumb, it's just ready to go. Jump up to hand, be played again. Enable the Vader pings, all that jazz.
Chat saying that Kevin did indeed mulligan, so just terrible draw there for the second round. The fire spray is a nice pull. That's a big one for him here.
Exactly, that's much better. And also, being alone in the space lane like this might actually enable him to flip Boba eventually. Having that jump master might prove really good.
I was going to say, you talked about the Sentinel. I think this is why. Right now with the Sentinel in the space arena, it gives Boba a little more comfort that he might, open fire notwithstanding, he might have the opportunity to flip onto his ride, but open fire takes care of that.
Yeah, I mean, the way Eugene kept the space lane empty last turn was not necessarily by playing that many space units. It was overwhelming barrages and open fires that helped him, and Sentinels aren't going to help him with that. But of course, it's a four health unit, so it's a little bit stickier than some of the smaller ones, I guess. It's probably not the opening Kevin was looking for. And also, like, having Yularen out with Salacious Crumb here, it's got to feel good for Eugene here. There's only 1 damage on his face. He's actually ahead on damage.
Yeah, if I say Fett fire spray just swings in for 4 here, and he spreads the indirect damage around a little bit because it was 4 to base and 3 indirect, and so he spread it around, and now Yularen's going to swing in.
Yep.
Kevin comes in with a bomber.
Yeah, now he's building up that board.
He needs to keep more than 1 space unit out so that Fett has a place to go when the time comes.
Yeah.
So far, he's doing a better job of it.
But now we get a Vader flip here.
Yep. The resupply carrier gives Vader the ability to come onto the board this turn as we're going to open fire that same resupply carrier.
Yep. Vader flips.
I will hit your base for 5 and hit Fett's spike.
Yeah,
Kevin claims. Yep, Vader swings in.
Yep.
Puts 2 on the fire
sense.
spray.
Right.
And 1 more from Salacious Crumb.
Yeah, he has no resources, so he'd rather keep Salacious on the board.
Putting that damage on the wrong base.
No unit.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
There we go. Now it's correct.
So,
apologies.
Right, yeah, all right. Didn't even notice. But the way it's looking right now, it's very hard for Kevin to come back here.
Well,
he's only got 5 damage on that base.
The ground arena is tough, right? You want to try to use Boba's flip to kind of control the ground arena as best you can, but man, he's going to struggle with that. Now, this War Jug is going to help because look at all the things that are going to die, right? A whole bunch of things are going to die here.
And this is why Eugene kept 2 health on all of his units last game. He was somewhat overconfident here, I guess, putting some more. But no, sorry, none of that damage was actually from Eugene choosing to put it there. There was open fire was doing the 4 to the resupply. And I guess he did put the other ones on Crumb and Yularen.
Must have. I'm not sure the resupply carrier should have died there, but Crumb and Yularen would have absolutely bought it.
Yeah. You're right. The resupply carrier has 6 health, hasn't it?
8 for the Emperor. Got a big old Emperor Palpatine coming in here.
Yep. Cleaning out the TIE Bomber.
Now, this is going to be bad because it's going to give him the opportunity to clean out the space arena.
Yeah.
The advantage is that Boba can still Boba can still deploy out if he wants with his game text into that War Jug, but that may not be a great a great thing because the War Jug, of course,
Yeah,
not able to attack this turn.
exactly. And also, he
Nope, he's going to
doesn't.
go for
Well,
it.
he is doing it.
He's going to go for
He's
it.
going for it. Yeah,
See where
but
he
he's
puts the
not
damage.
going to be able to kill anything with.
Chat reminding me
with the
resupply
damage.
only has 5 HP. For some reason, I thought it had 6. My apologies.
Yeah, me too.
He's going to put it all
So
on.
it was all
Going to
great.
put it all on the
It
big
was all
man
great.
and say,
Yeah.
look, if you want to attack into me, we can all die together. We can James Holden this if we want.
I think I would have put at least one of those on the path there just to amp the
War Jug.
yeah. But I think Kevin might not be in this game.
I mean,
to a
it's going to
certain
be
degree.
this is going to be he's a huge uphill battle here, right? He's only got
Yeah,
5 damage
yeah.
in Eugene's base, and Eugene's done a masterful job of cleaning his units out at the right time with the right cards. The little bit of early ramp is all Vader needs. It's interesting. This Vader Data Vault deck was something that we started to see kind of come together shortly before the Richmond Sector Qualifier. That is a daring
Right,
raid
yeah.
for sure. And George Hudson played that deck and won himself a Vader Showcase there. But it's a deck that I think, that Data Vault, that extra 3 health, Vader Green's been a great pairing since the beginning of the game, and the extra health is a huge boon to a leader that deploys as late as Vader does on 7 resources.
For sure. I know Loopy is not broadcasting maybe yet,
Okay.
but he definitely made a really, really good deck tech on the Vader leader and the Vader Green, how it plays and what you can do with that deck. He's put a lot of hours into that video. If you're interested in learning about this deck, that's definitely the place to start.
Woo-hoo! The spicy planetary bombardment.
Yeah. Without the Devastator in play, he doesn't get to choose where to put it, and he has no capital ship, so it's only 8.
Okay.
But
Doesn't even split there.
only 8. Yeah, only 8 isn't something you often say though.
Yeah, only a casual 8 damage. Just here, casually take
Exactly.
8 damage. Yes, you get to decide where it goes. Enjoy. Oh, the Fang
Exactly.
Fighter's going to take care of Bobo before the Jug can swing in. That hurts so
And
bad.
And that should have been a sideboard card, I assume.
I'm almost guaranteeing that was a
sort of-
sideboard card.
Yep. But definitely a good play here, making that War Jug a lot smaller. It's not really
Still
much
hits
of a threat
for
over right
5 now. Yeah, he's just going to clean out Palpatine. He's like, I can't let
Hmm.
that sit around with only 8 HP left.
now. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I can't.
I think when you're in Kevin's position here, it's really hard to keep your head straight and play cleanly because you're under the blade, so to speak, and you're already down a game, and it's looking so bleak. It's really hard to keep from tilting is the word you would use in many other card games.
I have heard that word many times, but yes, getting
Yeah.
on tilt, as they say sometimes.
And I
Kev-
think that's somewhat what we're seeing here. He's not playing poorly,
No.
but he doesn't seem to be looking for a way to win as much
Well,
as
it
he's
feels he's been playing. He's kind of been on the back foot, right? And I think some of that comes from, again, the way Eugene's deck is built with the early ramp allows him to get, the bigger units out, and the bigger units put more early pressure. So then you start to fall behind in resources and in life, and it just all in. It starts to add up, and it's like suddenly you look up in the mid game and go, how do I get back into this, right? And it's not that you have
Yeah.
done anything wrong. It's that your opponent's deck has done exactly what it was designed to do, and
Yeah.
that's the challenge. How do you figure this out?
Yeah, and I think like Kevin's face is telling the whole story here.
Yes.
I really love the setup here with the face cams. He's been struggling
Yeah.
to keep a straight face.
I was having this
throughout.
conversation with people last night. One of my local players that's worked several events with me. He worked the Denver stream with me. He loves he calls them stress cams, right? He goes I love them because you can look at somebody and you can just tell immediately if they have a play or not. Whatever that play is. Do they have a play, right? And he goes you can just see it in their face when they don't.
Yeah,
And he's not wrong.
No, yeah, he is definitely not wrong. I mean, it's actually looking up for Kevin right now, and
Yeah, but
he's
it's not for
still
long
looking
because watch
like
what's
he's
about to hit the board
losing.
for Eugene's side. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
that's brutal.
yeah, yeah,
Palpatine number 2.
yeah. That's just answer after answer.
Yeah, and this is
Kevin can only claim.
the worst part of playing into a Vader deck like this. That villain red green has so much good high end Devastator, Palpatine, both Devastators. Truthfully, even Relentless is a good high end card in certain matchups, and it's just you've got so many tools. It's a question of how do you fit them all in the deck, right?
Yep. Eugene actually misplayed a little bit there. He had 2 open resources, and he could have Vader pinged after Kevin claimed there.
Yeah, he
To
probably could have.
put, he could have, since he played the pop. So he just forgot to do that and went straight on passing.
Only
That
1
would have been,
HP left for Kevin here.
and that would have been lethal if he would have played.
Well, he can do
used
it now.
the
If he doesn't,
Vader ping.
that's just the thing.
He
Like
can
Kevin,
do it
yeah,
now.
there's the shake. Like it's
Yeah,
either maybe he missed it last turn, but he can also just do it now. So there's no,
exactly.
yeah, exactly.
And I think Kevin lost this game on the mulligan, obviously, because he had such a terrible hand. But
Definitely, his hand
he
did not do him any favors.
definitely did not. And I think like fighting that kind of uphill battle is really tough to come back from. I hope for his sake that he's able to refocus it for the next round and yeah, untilt. I think he
Well,
said
and I think
that's a good word.
man, maybe I'm a sucker. I'm going to come back to the caster screen for a minute because that match is over, obviously. Maybe I'm a sucker, Victor, but I got to say, did you play Destiny? Were you a Destiny player?
I only briefly played Destiny for the first 2 sets.
Okay.
I really did not like the dice mechanics.
Understandable. When they added indirect damage to Destiny, and it was several sets in the game, fairly late in the game's life, it was not, I don't say it was not a well-received mechanic. I'll say it was a not well-understood mechanic. I think a lot of people looked at it and went, man, I kind of don't get this. But after they had a couple sets to develop it, it was a full-fledged force in the meta and a very, very strong mechanic, a very good one that you could build decks around and routinely win games off of. I don't think we're there quite yet with indirect damage in Star Wars Unlimited. But, man, you look at a deck, you look at the leader Boba and the support cards that he has around him, it feels like it won't take much, right? Like there's just a couple of maybe pieces to slot into that, and we're going to be looking at a monster someday.
I couldn't agree more. This is a mechanic that is present in so many games, and I think players that come from other card games have a little bit of an advantage because they know what the mechanic is, what the sort of the ceiling is for this kind of mechanics, and that's also probably why we see a lot of people testing it right now, even though it might not be there yet. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, listen, round 2 is done. We are going to step away for a few minutes. If something interesting comes up that I can come back to the desk and do, I will do that. Otherwise, guys, you've probably got time to hit the head, stretch your legs, get a cup of coffee, whatever. Definitely check out the other streams. Late Night Gaming is definitely up and running. The McClunky guys have been up and running since round 1. So definitely go check those out. You might find, I'm trying to see, is there anybody on the McClunky table? The McClunky table looks like it just finished, and I think Loopy's table is done. So there may not actually be any streamed games at the present, but that's okay. We'll all be back shortly. So take a break, and we'll see you guys back in just a few minutes.
Bye-bye.
Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. Aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. Let's focus on heroism and villainy. Choosing heroism will give you access to those fighting to make the galaxy a better place, while choosing villainy will direct you toward those who want to keep everything in order, no matter the cost. Swoop into the fight, or swarm your opponents. Support your fellow rebels, or hold down the fort. Find your way out of a bind, or continue to feed the war machine. Heroism or villainy. Choose a side and strive to be the best in the galaxy. Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. Aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. Let's focus on cunning. Use clever tricks to keep your opponents off balance with the cunning aspect. Get more use out of resources by taking down your enemies. Or collect even greater bounties by doing it with your own hands. Ambush your enemies with a surprise attack. Use a quick buck to get ahead of your opponent. Or gather additional resources for a bigger push. Attempt to make a final counterattack. Freeze enemy units in carbonite. Disrupt your opponent's plans before they happen. Make your own luck by outsmarting your opponent with the exact tools you need. At times, you need to be cunning to become the best in the galaxy.
Welcome in, everyone. Thanks for being here. One of the most common questions I get is, how can I support what you're doing with live event coverage of Star Wars Unlimited? Luckily, there are lots of ways, and not all of them actually cost anything. For starters, if you're tuned in on YouTube, throw the live stream a like and subscribe to the channel. A couple of simple clicks, and you'll have helped YouTube's algorithm put more of my Star Wars Unlimited content in front of people who might be interested. If you're tuned in on Twitch, simply throw me a follow. Both of these things won't cost you a cent and actually help a lot more than you think. If you're an Amazon Prime member, you might be able to support me on Twitch with only a few clicks. Once you've linked your Amazon account to Twitch, check the QR code on the screen for help doing that. You can use your Prime subscription to me on Twitch. It's already included in your Amazon Prime membership and costs you nothing additional out of pocket. Similarly, over on YouTube, you can use the Super Chat functionality. Just click the little dollar bill looking icon on the bottom right corner of the screen below the chat window. This is sort of like a tip, right? You can choose a dollar amount on a little scrolling bar and it highlights your chat message simultaneously. If you're interested in helping ensure these kinds of high quality Star Wars Unlimited tournament streams continue well into the future, I would also ask you to check out my Patreon over at patreon.com/craptor. QR code on the screen will take you there. I have 4 tiers of support that each come with various benefits, up to and including the embroidered polo shirts you see the team and I wearing on the stream when we cover events. For the cost of only a single booster pack per month, you can support these kinds of productions and get some really fun perks along the way. Whether you choose to pitch in and help keep us on the air or not, thanks for being here. We love Star Wars Unlimited, we love the community, and we look forward to showcasing more of both in the future.
Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. Aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. Let's focus on command. Marshal powerful units to overwhelm your foes with the command aspect. Strengthen your units with the might of the Imperial War Machine. Or join the fight to show them how it's done. Gather your squadron. Direct your other rebels to fight together. Or be an example to them in leading the charge. Be an asset on or off the field of combat. Stockpile your resources. Leverage your superior numbers and spring a trap on your enemies. Bolster your forces and build an army that your opponents cannot defeat. Take command of the battlefield and become the best in the galaxy.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It is round 3 of Swiss action here at the Star Wars Unlimited Regional Qualifier here in Minneapolis, Minnesota. We're going to be bringing you an interesting match here in just a moment. In fact, the setup's already ready. Why don't we go over there and just show everybody what that looks like? Ha-ha! Let's see. I need to come over to this screen, and we can show you. Oh, the round timer already started. Do that. Okay, here we go.
Stop it. All right. To keep track of when
I know there's a
choosing.
lot going on. There's your matchup, ladies and gentlemen. On the left-hand side of your screen, we're going to be showing you Sabine ECL. On the right-hand side of your screen, Cad Bane Lake Country. Believe it or not. That is going to be just absolutely fascinating.
You won it.
No, this is a deck that actually Yoda Killer Carlos was doing the deck tech on like a month ago or something, and I haven't seen it actually in action, but it was a really good deck tech that he made for it. And Cad, like Yoda Killer's always been all in on Cad Bane, so whenever he's got something going with Cad Bane, it's probably good. Unfortunately for Carlos, he didn't bring the deck. Kyle did, and Kyle is 2-0 with it, whereas Carlos is not 2-0.
Yep, on the left-hand side of your screen there, that was Abraham from Chicago. And on the right, we have Kyle, part of the Triple C, the Colorado Cantina crew. And we are going to be underway here in just a moment. The timer on the bottom right, reminder everybody, not quite correct. The official timer is actually about 3 minutes ahead of that one. That timer is probably a little closer to what these guys would actually be given over the course of the game. Stream tables get a little extra time.
These are really nice.
I got to say, Victor,
like,
I'm jealous of Kyle's showcase. The CAD showcase, is absolutely gorgeous. It's one of the ones I wish I owned, but I don't.
Yeah. Carl seems happy with his opening hand. He has already resourced. Abraham did.
Gonna take the mulligan.
Seems like he's going for a mulligan. Yeah.
So let's talk about this for a minute, right? Now, Yellow Villain feels like one of the
how long you been in Chicago?
few aspect combinations that have enough strong cards that Lake Country is a viable option. Would you agree with that sentiment?
I do agree with that sentiment, and I think like the way Cad Bane works, he just you can go so strong into the underworld theme, and I don't know. I haven't looked at Carl's deck, but I know that Carlos's deck that he worked on is going hard on the underworld trait and playing now there's 2 of them and all those things. So
I'd love to see some of that action.
Just wants the just wants the yellow cards anyway.
What I love about this, right? We've had all the community at large, right? The meta, the competitive meta of the game has been talking about the rise of Data Vault in the last, over the course of this set. More and more people playing bases now that have more than 30 health, as we start with the Sabine ping here. But Lake Country,
which is correct,
right? But the quote-unquote penalty for that, of course, being that you play a few extra cards. But here, Cad can hone in on Villain Cunning and get 4 extra health at no real penalty.
No, exactly. He's only playing yellow cards anyway, almost. The red cards were never really big in the CAD deck, and you see Sabine here giving up the advantage of having by pinging because of just habit. When you play CAD, you're so used to it being CAD Tarkingtown, so he started with a ping, which is the correct play into Tarkingtown, but I don't think you need to do that into Lake Country.
I'm inclined to agree. I think that is a very risky play when you start a game upside down on health by 9 points. That feels like you gotta have balls of solid steel to be pinging it that early.
Yep, and now Carl is already punishing him for it by playing the Guerrilla Soldiers.
I love
so
this
where are you
card.
going to put that damage? Where are you going to put the damage? You're going to kill Sabine? No, you can't.
I mean, you shouldn't, but it feels awful. The Guerrilla Soldier is such a good card because it just forces your opponent to make terrible choices. It's like, especially this early in the game, it's like, do you want bad choice A or bad choice B?
Exactly. And if Abraham would have not pinged and had initiative here, he could have attacked with Sabine before they came down, and then he could easily kill Sabine at this point. So, yeah. Guerrilla Soldier is up. And
That's
of
the thing,
course
is that
now
Sabine
Abraham
could have.
can trade.
Yeah, Sabine
Yeah,
could have
and he
traded
just-
with that guy already, but yeah, there we go. Could have saved himself a little bit of base damage. And we're going to go 2
Yeah.
more there out of the spacer.
Yeah. And this is awful for Sabine. Sabine needs to
Yeah.
be in the lead here.
She needs to be leading, and she
she's
is
so
not.
far behind.
100% not
All
leading
right,
right
blue
now.
leader. Blue leader is going to take some of that tempo
No,
back.
no, sir. That is red 5.
Oh, that's red 5. Okay, so that's also really good, though. That's such a strong card out of Sabine nowadays. It's a deck that, it's a card that's seen much more play since the Sabine DV took down Lil, and everyone's been messing around with that list that was heavily going into this red 5, and I've seen the red 5s make appearances in the ECL versions as well.
It's such a good card, right? Like, it's always been a good card. It just seems like it took people a little while to kind of, figure it out, like latch onto it and realize how good it really was.
I think with 4 HP in the Tarkin Town meta, it was a liability. But now that Tarkin Town is nowhere near as ubiquitous, it's not as much of a liability.
I would agree.
In fact, it's actually quite big. Like 4 HP, very few things kills a 4 HP thing right now.
Kyle comes in. Kyle comes in there
yeah.
with a Jabba and pulls a Bamboozle out of his deck, and a yellow hero card, but he can play it for free because of the way that Bamboozle's game text works. And Abraham, if you guys have not noticed, is sitting on a Luke Pilot in his hand. It was probably considering it, but cannot consider it now, knowing that Bamboozle is there.
Yeah,
Ooh,
and Kyle just needs to show that card
Man,
to have that effect.
This is bold.
So, yeah. This is brutal. Kyle is off to such a good start here.
Yeah.
And I think Abraham was just not knowing what he was up against. Judging from the ping early and what's going on right now, I think Abraham has prepped into CAD Red, but he does not know what CAD Lake Country does.
I mean, I'll be honest, I don't know that I would necessarily know how to navigate this matchup either, but here we are, right?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And yeah, Sabine flips with nothing substantial. And notice now, also, Bamboozle is also keeping Abraham from playing any big upgrades on Sabine as well.
Having a Bamboozle into a Sabine flip turn, sitting across from her, just feels amazing. You got that nice warm feeling around your backside because you're not going to see, especially like you pointed out, knowing your opponent, knowing that you're holding it, he's not even going to attempt to play a Darksaber.
Well, I mean, Kyle could, for all we know, just resource it. And it will still do the same effect.
Exactly, but just the threat of it, the fact that you've gone out the mind game of knowing that your opponent is holding a card that could blow you out is just crazy.
Yep. And I mean, having seen this in game 1, Abraham is very likely to side out at least any Darksabers or such, if he's running any of that, or General Blades, which means that Kyle could potentially just side out the Bamboozles if he likes.
So
he's already done the work.
Yeah, we got a 4-LOM ambush there into Sabine to go along with a CAD ping. The CAD ping, of course, went to the TIE fighter, so Sabine didn't get smashed right off the board right away. But Abraham's still behind in the race, 11 HP down. He's coming in with a Rebel Assault here, which is a good pull for him. He desperately needs to make up the damage.
And he can ping base for an extra, and I think that's what he's doing here because he can't
so you're coming in with looks like 8-9 total. Did I count that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 19 on? Yes, that's correct. Okay.
Yep.
And then Jabba's going to finish off Sabine.
Yep. And exactly. Jabba could just finish Sabine off. And then you see Luke played to the ground because he's useless as a
with the Bamboozle. You can't, knowing that your opponent pulled it, man. You just can't take the risk.
No, exactly.
Now the Rebel Assault, huge play there because look at the ground Abraham made up. Now there's only a 2 HP difference. A minute ago that difference was 11. So Abraham not out of this yet by a long shot.
No, for sure. Sabine has that ability to just explode out of nowhere. He hasn't used UCL yet, so Wrecker is online.
Or Poe.
When you get to 6 resources here. So there's so many ways that Sabine can just explode damage onto your base. But he's only done 15 damage at this point.
He's still got a long way to go.
He's got a long way to go. Long way to go. I mean, even at 30, it's a lot less easy. Like Sabine likes to see Talking
Well,
Towns and
think
other
exactly
ECLs.
right. Think about it, right? Without the extra 4 HP on Lake Country, this is a 13-15 game. That if you're Sabine,
Mhm.
that feels still achievable. But 13-19 begins to, in your brain. You start to go, man, how's this? Am I gonna pull this off? Like I don't know.
Exactly.
This is rough.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so
mean, Talking Town was a 50-50 matchup at some points for Sabine,
Mhm.
but I think Lake Country is definitely not
Okay.
that easy.
So Sabine's tie is going to swing in, buff herself, so it's going to be a 4 hit to Abraham's
ping
base,
something as well.
and then the ping. I'm not sure where the ping went. Ping may have gone to base too.
To
Maybe.
the
Did I
base.
miss it? Okay.
Yeah, so that's a 5
hit.
then.
There we go.
And
Yes, they do have it
then
marked as a 5 hit. My apologies. And then 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
There we go.
And 3 from the wing as well.
Yep.
So 23, still got 11 left.
And just
Go.
like that, Sabine's in the
Bring-
lead.
Yep. But McClunky taking out Sabine's masterpiece,
Mhm.
and he's still got what 6 resources open.
Yeah,
Five?
Abraham hasn't spent a penny yet.
Yeah, and he this is flip turn for CAD.
It certainly
so
should
yeah.
be. Looks like we are going to smuggle out. We're going to timely. We're going to timely something. Probably. What do you think? A K2 here? He's only got 4 resources to spend.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, K2. That's really good though.
That's very
Because he
good.
gets to
He gets-
overwhelm for 2, and he gets to deal 3 damage to base from the K2 ability. So that's really nice.
Am I reading that right? 28 damage on? Yes.
Yeah.
There we go.
28 damage.
Only 6 HP left for Kyle. These last 2 turns for Abraham have been just absolutely brutal.
Yep. That's what Sabine can do. That's what Sabine can do. Relentless pursuit, capturing and getting a shield, and now the board is clear. But Abraham still hasn't used Wrecker. Sorry, ECL, but Wrecker.
Yes.
So that's still on the board. But CAD having a shield.
CAD's a big butt with
is
set with a shield. That
really
feels really good.
Yeah, I mean he really likes to have that shield now because of the threat of Wrecker. But if Abraham draws a couple of 4 courses, I think he's got 1 in hand and just 1 more of that, and he's good.
I was going to say, he definitely has at least 1 4 calls in it, and he's also sitting on another K2. He still hasn't used ECL. He's going to resource the K2, which makes sense because it's not going to do him much good against that. Well, he's thinking about it.
I think that's Poe in his hand, which could take care of CAD.
He does have a
Poe
Poe.
in one. Yeah, that's Poe.
Yeah, he could just
So-
trade with CAD with the Poe. It feels a little bad to burn the card and the leader and the base to do it, but he could do it.
And he's actually resourcing the 3rd card there, which, no, it's thinking about it. If he wants to take out CAD, he needs to keep all cards in hand.
Yeah. He's having a dilemma here. I think he realizes if he wants to get max value out of Poe, he probably can't resource this turn.
Yeah. Because that's a 4 course, a Poe, and a K2, right?
Yes, I'm
Right.
pretty confident that's what he's holding.
The only reason he would even consider resourcing here, because he's already at 6 resources, is if he's got timely in his resource
row. And there probably is 1 down there, I would bet. Although he did
He's
smuggle, he already smuggled
played
1 out
one,
earlier. He does
And
decide to
you
resource.
often only run 2. Most Sabine decks only run 2 of them.
That's interesting.
So-
It's an interesting choice because it's going to limit his options as to what he can do here with Poe.
Yep. Certainly, he cannot take out Cad Bane in 1 strike with Poe now.
So we're going to 4
So
calls,
he's
baby.
going for 4 course instead. Yeah. I think he's looking for a Wrecker, and he's not finding
So we're
it.
both going 4 in.
Yeah.
And then the Sabine ping cleans it up. There it was.
Yeah.
Game 1 going
Yeah,
to
so
Abraham.
Kyle, yes,
He climbed that
can see that.
mountain.
Yeah.
He did 34 damage to Kyle's base before
Yeah.
he took 25. I'm impressed, my friend. I'm impressed.
Yeah, that was really, really nice play from Abraham. He kept his head straight on there because he was not coasting this one
No.
by a mile.
No.
He had to keep everything straight there, but he got everything down. Cool. Really
All
cool.
right.
So
You can go ahead.
Sideboarding here is really interesting.
Yep, it is sideboard time here in Minneapolis, and while these two gentlemen go to work, we're going to do what we always do between games 1 and 2. We're going to show you a quick ad roll. Be back in a couple of minutes.
Welcome in, everyone. Thanks for being here. One of the most common questions I get is, how can I support what you're doing with live event coverage of Star Wars Unlimited? Luckily, there are lots of ways, and not all of them actually cost anything. For starters, if you're tuned in on YouTube, throw the live stream a like and subscribe to the channel. A couple of simple clicks, and you'll have helped YouTube's algorithm put more of my Star Wars Unlimited content in front of people who might be interested. If you're tuned in on Twitch, simply throw me a follow. Both of these things won't cost you a cent and actually help a lot more than you think. If you're an Amazon Prime member, you might be able to support me on Twitch with only a few clicks. Once you've linked your Amazon account to Twitch, check the QR code on the screen for help doing that. You can use your Prime subscription to me on Twitch. It's already included in your Amazon Prime membership and costs you nothing additional out of pocket. Similarly, over on YouTube, you can use the Super Chat functionality. Just click the little dollar bill looking icon on the bottom right corner of the screen below the chat window. This is sort of like a tip, right? You can choose a dollar amount on a little scrolling bar and it highlights your chat message simultaneously. If you're interested in helping ensure these kinds of high quality Star Wars Unlimited tournament streams continue well into the future, I would also ask you to check out my Patreon over at patreon.com/craptor. QR code on the screen will take you there. I have 4 tiers of support that each come with various benefits, up to and including the embroidered polo shirts you see the team and I wearing on the stream when we cover events. For the cost of only a single booster pack per month, you can support these kinds of productions and get some really fun perks along the way. Whether you choose to pitch in and help keep us on the air or not, thanks for being here. We love Star Wars Unlimited, we love the community, and we look forward to showcasing more of both in the future.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It is round 3 of Swiss here in Minneapolis, and sideboarding is basically done. So let's come back to here real quick. We'll just refresh everybody's memory. That's the matchup you're looking at right there on the left-hand side. The traditional old Sabine ECL, Victor in game 1. On the right, Kyle with the new sauce, perhaps, Cad Bane Lake Country.
I'm so generous today, I know.
And yeah, we did see some cards that you might think would be sideboard cards, really, in Carl's main deck. He had Bamboozles. He was running Bamboozles in his main deck.
You know what, though? I'm not going to lie. I think you nailed it, right? Just the very act of showing your opponent that you have access to the card, i.e. it's in my list somewhere, it completely changes the mental math of how they approach things like Luke Pilot, things like Darksaber in this matchup.
I think our good luck cuts it.
Right. And I mean, if I'm Abraham at this point, I'm siding my Darksabers or General Blades out.
Yep, get rid of them.
Because it's too much of a liability.
Yep, it's a liability. Get rid of it.
Yeah. We didn't see any shoeies out of Abraham as well, so that might be the case that he's not running those, and that means he's probably only keeping Lukes in the deck, and he's probably keeping Lukes because they're good as units.
They're just good ground units to begin with, so if nothing else, it's a solid card. Both players take the mulligan here, and both players ready.
Abraham, does he have an opening play in there? I can't really make out. He's resourcing Wrecker there.
Abraham begins the game on the button as Kyle would have had Kyle got the option, right? Losing game 1. He hands initiative back to Abraham because, of course, Cad doesn't want to play first unless he has to.
No. And
but
Abraham
the Sabine ping there forces him to play first. I think this is one of the ways that he does it, right? So Kyle now has the option here. He can pass, which looks like exactly what he did.
Okay, I'm going to claim.
Okay. Interesting.
And that's a green squadron. Kyle doesn't have an opening play.
Did he mulligan? Possible. He did mulligan. Both players took a mulligan there.
All right. So, yeah. I did see a Forloom in Carl's hand there.
Ooh, and he does have now there are 2 of them. All right, Houndstooth.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Houndstooth. That's cool. It's a good unit. Yeah. 4/3. It only trades. So Abraham, if he would like to, he could trade here, but that's not his game plan at all. He wants to go base as fast as he can, of course.
5 to base, along with the pings.
Yep.
The gap is
Trying to
closing.
catch up. Yep. And yeah, this is like standard fare for Sabine. Two drop that hits for 3 into a
Okay.
fleet lieutenant. Then Forloom takes out the fleet lieutenant
And the Cad Pink clears the
Green
field.
Squadron. Oh, sorry. Yeah, the A wing.
Yep. Forlom ambushes in, and the Cad Ping clears the A-wing. So a nice play there for Kyle, getting the 2-for-1 value out of Forlom.
Yep.
Sabine Ping.
And looking a lot more stable already. Hitting for 4 with that Hans Tooth. It's a really fast unit, actually.
Yeah, a 4-3 for 4 that's got that little kind of first strike ability is really interesting. It's sorry, 4-3 for 3. I feel like Houndstooth is one of those cards that just doesn't get enough love sometimes.
Yeah. The low HP is a liability, of course, but if you're racing, you know,
we're
nice.
ECLing. It's going to be a K2SO trade.
Right. Yeah.
So we're going to go ahead and use the base.
We saw this last game as well. It's really nice. You get this time he's overwhelming for 3. So,
over 1 for 3 and explode for 3. It's going to be a total of 6 more damage onto Kyle's base.
Unfortunately, though, he's not building board here.
No.
He only got Sabine on the board right now.
Yeah. And Sabine, as good as
we
she
did
is,
see now there's 2 of them in Kyle's hand.
Yes,
so
we did.
Could play something really big at this point.
Or he could
got
double stack it and just get something cheap. Right? Like, I mean, if you could, now there are 2 of them out like a Zuckus or something, that would feel really sexy. Just to get it for cheap and then put more units out around him. Get a Forlom in and get rid of her again.
That works. That
double
works
Forlom
fine.
takes care of it, along with the Cad Ping.
Yep. And he's still got things like, we can only assume, but he's probably playing things like Cad Bane in the stack. If this is indeed something like the Yoda Killer version, he's probably running Fennec Shand in the stack as well.
I don't know about that, but I say the top end Cad probably has to be there. Like, I don't know why you wouldn't. It's one of the few yellow villain, really strong top end cards that there is.
Exactly, yeah, for sure. And it's so good into so many different kinds of matches. It saves you in many situations. It can handle so many things, the threats.
Goes 4 to base with Houndstooth.
Yeah. I'd be stressed about that Poe, though, if I was Kyle.
Yeah.
So Abraham claims, and that's a problem in my book. I think Kyle needed to claim there to be able to handle.
Well, Abraham can go 6 to base and still clean Forlom up by just discarding a single card out of his hand.
Exactly, yeah.
So that's going to feel bad when it happens.
Indeed, and I don't know that Kyle can afford that. I think he needed, and the Poe stays as well.
Yeah,
survives that trade.
Yeah, well, it's not even trading. If the Poe goes to base, which is exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, 6 to base, and he might not even put the 2 to Forlom.
I mean,
he does.
He ditched a Rebel Assault, which at the moment makes sense because he doesn't have anything to use it with, so he gets far more value out of it keeping the board clear.
Exactly. Yeah, and that brings him to 23, which is it's starting to get within reach for Sabine. Has so much reach. There's so many things in the Sabine deck that just gets you there.
Indeed.
So 10 HP. It's not totally over it by any means.
Here we are.
It's really dicey.
10 all here in game 2. Both players with 10 HP remaining. Let's see who can get over that hump first.
Yeah, and like Kyle has not got initiative, and that's
gonna go Sabine Ping in. Both players now at 9. Cad enters the board. He's thinking about it.
Now there are 2 of them.
I guess
there. Oh my goodness!
Yeah,
there we go.
There we go. He needs to take care of the Poe somehow, some way.
So he's gonna. Now there are 2 of them to cap with Big Boy Cad. What I love about this, it allows him to play this card above curve, like early, right? And now it forces him to do something with the Wrecker. So there's got to be an answer here coming in. So there's Cad. He's just gonna play Wrecker straight out of hand. Now, doesn't look like he's blowing anything up.
Good game. Man, this is the tense one. Yeah, right. I love it.
What happened there?
So I think what happened is he had a blaster in his row.
I'm happy now. Everything else is detail.
So he could flip Cad and swing for 6. I'm not sure where the other 3 were going to
Oh.
come from.
Yeah.
I think.
No, I think Abraham just conceded that point.
Yeah.
Because Cad could then swing into Wrecker, kill Wrecker, and then he's got.
He doesn't have to kill Wrecker. I mean, if I'm Kyle, I probably just go to base, like get it over with, right? And then that way, if you have no answer for the space unit, then you're done.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's done anyway. Either way, Abraham conceded.
Oh, I see. He has a blaster. Oh, I see. So Kyle's point. The chat's pointing this out. Kyle claimed, and then with a blaster in the row, he swings for 9 on his first action next round. So the game's over. There it is.
Yeah.
There it is. There it is. All right.
That's what happened. Yeah.
One apiece.
That's
Going to game 3.
Really
Let's
cool.
do this. Let's do this.
Yeah. We did not see one single upgrade off of Abraham, and we did not see the bamboozle off of Kyle. So there could have been some sideboarding shenanigans.
Some
going
fun
on
little mind games going on here. I love it.
Yep.
What about you?
So that's a part of card games that I love the most, I think.
It feels like it. I've gotten it 3 out of the 4 PQs I've bubbled, 2 of which were 9th place.
The strategery is fun of building the decks and figuring out how to pilot them. The mind game side of it, the how you get inside your opponent's head, that is something that I have not ever mastered in 30 years of playing CCGs. Let me tell you, straight up.
You could just hear Kyle there talking about his record in playing. So Kyle is somewhat known to us. Of course,
yes.
A bit coming off of the Cantina crew. Colorado Cantina crew. So he's bubbled in 3 out of 4 PQs that he played in. So he's really scared of the 9th play because that's been somewhat of a subscription of his.
You know, chat pointing out Abraham's aggression there with the Sabine ping on that last round left him vulnerable to that play that Kyle made, right? With 9 health remaining, the CAD unit plus the blaster does it. Now, at the same time, Abraham doesn't know that Kyle has a way to put that card out, right? Because he played that CAD ahead of the curve, right? He only had 6 resources showing, and he's got that card out.
Yeah.
All right, Kyle begins the game on the button with a Greedo.
And this is nice because now he's putting Abraham in a very interesting spot. He might have more 1-cost units. Why is he using CAD ability?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Because he wants Abraham to play and not fear the ping. That's the only reason I can think of.
I think that I'm betting that in my opinion, he's probably sitting on a McClunky in his hand.
Yep. So he's doing this.
The early ECL. Interesting.
Just to avoid the McClunky. So the only thing I can think of is that Kyle is trying to bait Abraham to do a play so that he can McClunky it.
The mind games. So much fun.
Yeah.
Oh, man. The early now you have to wonder though if the early ECL won't come back to bite Abraham later in the game. I mean, if you're Kyle, I'll be honest, if I'm Kyle and I traded a 1-cost unit to get my opponent to burn ECL, I feel pretty good about that.
Excuse me.
Yeah, and it's also very risky. Now I don't think Kyle triggered the ability, but it could have been an event on top of his deck, and then. There's 2 damage to. 3 damage to.
He did not trigger the death blow thing there. All right, Houndstooth coming back in the high orbitals.
Yep. And there's no fear now because ECL's already used. So nothing really cheap can just trade for nothing into the Houndstooth. And Carl's just going to claim here.
And good.
And Houndstooth will be able to first strike off of Sabine's. No, he can't.
Not unless the tie swings in first. Honestly, I think if I'm Kyle, I'm playing Houndstooth just because it's a great, solid early space threat for this deck. And if you get to use the game text, then great. But it's probably not why you play the card.
No. But Kyle can't just swing with Sabine's masterpiece now. He has to wait until Houndstooth has.
Or he can just trade with it if he wants. All right, what's Bazine got cooking here?
knock
Oop.
Poe out of your hand, and you draw a new card.
There's a wrecker and a couple of things. What did he make him do? Oh, the Poe. He discarded the Poe there.
Yeah.
Yep. Without ECL, though, Poe is much less of a threat. But I get why you go for that card, because it's the first really big unit that Abraham could play that will be a huge problem for him.
Let's go. Yep, that's gonna hurt.
So
That
Rebel
is going to
Assault
hurt.
here is
Kyle
really
is
good,
correct. That
really
is going to
strong.
hurt.
Yeah, it's really
Should
strong.
be 8 to base.
Sabine's Masterpiece is going to swing
Ooh, it's
for
going to be
5.
it's going to be well, it's going to be 3. So it's going to be a question. He can't buff it, but he can add the 1 ping damage onto the base if he wants, because he's got
Oh, you
the
can
red
buff
unit.
it.
He doesn't have a green unit, right? The masterpiece
Yeah,
requires a
correct.
green unit to add the experience token, but with the red
Oh,
unit,
yeah, okay.
he gets the free ping.
I gotcha. I thought you meant the buff from the Rebel Assault.
Right, no, he gets that. So basically, he's going to
Yeah.
get 4 out of the TIE fighter, and then a one damage ping that he can either throw to base or unit.
That sounds good.
We'll do the ping for the red here.
I'll add 1
Okay,
more
so he's
on
going to
the back.
trade with the Houndstooth and send the ping to base,
We'll take that out.
Take
Yep.
out the
and then
and then 1 back.
murder,
Take out
and then
Bazine.
murder Bazine and send the extra damage to base with Sabine. There you
Yep.
go.
All right.
That makes sense.
No, that's actually that's a really well engineered play of that. It keeps the board clear, which I still question. Like, if you're Sabine, you want to be racing. It doesn't feel so good right now. But let's see.
Yeah. But I think a lot of times Sabine needs to be very cautious about, like, game state's so important for Sabine. I don't think you should race unless you have the ability to get to a game state where you can win from. So game state is really important for Sabine.
Good to go.
Sundari Peacekeeper could be big. That restore is really huge in the right Sabine deck. And we get 3 more
Correct.
damage onto
Yep.
Cad's base. So just
So
like that,
crafting,
Abraham navigating this match really well. We're basically back to even, 22 on the left, 23 on the right.
Yeah.
All right. I am ready to go.
The crafted doesn't look like much, but being shielded and being a perfect target for all the pumps in yellow deck, like
Surprise
this one,
strikes gets
it
rid
can
of
take
Sabine.
care of so many things.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, I would have gone for the Sundari.
I think I would have gone for the
would've gone
Sundari
for-
as well. I think the restore is a much bigger threat, but Kyle obviously has a
Yep.
different plan, so we'll see what he does.
He might. It's got 3 open resources. So the Sundari just swings here.
I mean,
Could take out the.
Okay,
it's
crapping
going to
down.
get rid of the smuggler
he's taking the
and
crap,
restore 2.
Right.
I gotta
I
say,
think this is the smart play.
it is. If you're playing, think about how good it must feel to play Sabine in a deck that you have restore in, because now you can use her leader ability almost with impunity. That just feels really good.
Exactly. Yeah, I always play Sundari in my bean
Oh,
decks.
that's such a great unit.
Yeah.
All right, we're spending 4. I'm guessing for a 4 lob. Nope. What's he doing? Are we timely?
Okay.
No, there's nothing to ambush.
Stuff Cassian.
Could be Cassian.
It is.
Yep.
Smuggle out of
Okay.
Cassian,
For 5 in there.
and then 3 more.
Yeah,
Anything else?
so he's getting there.
He's got a
Slowly, but
notable lead now. Kyle's deck not seeming to
Look
feed
that
him
board state.
the card that he needs right now.
Yeah, no, and Abraham's got the board state, and really solid board state here. 2 big units, and Sabine that can't even be attacked at this point. This is pretty good for him.
That's true.
Another crafty.
Cat is a generous guy.
So yeah, the ping is pretty much irrelevant at this kind of board state. He's just going to put 1. I'd be putting that on the Cassian, but it doesn't really matter.
This is Cad's flip
And
turn,
then-
and then he's
Yep.
gonna use the ping and trade out with the crafty.
3 instead for Boba Fett after that.
Okay, old school Boba coming in.
Yeah. This is though. I think this is looking real good for Abraham.
I mean, if I'm Abraham, I'm feeling really good about this. Like, he's played such a
Yeah.
great match. Game 1, kind of navigating it, as you pointed out, perhaps not necessarily having a great bead on how he should be navigating the match. Dropped a very close game 2, but in a really commanding position here in
I have
game
1
3.
resource, that's correct.
Yeah. Of course, Cad flip turn. but also Kyle is tapped out for resources while Abraham is still open, and I think he's got a Poe in hand or something. No, a Wrecker. He's got a Wrecker in hand, so you can just remove that Boba unit if you like.
Anytime he feels like. You can just be like, nah, I just killed your guy. I just blew him up.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead and pay 1. We'll play McClunky. We'll kill that and pull Boba back to hand.
Okay. He's realizing the threat of the restore now, I think, but maybe a little too late or just not able to come up with a good answer for it. Cassian still hasn't swung in yet, and it is Cad's flip turn.
They're all over here and they're all tapped.
Yep. I think they're just dirtling for actions right now.
It feels that way. It feels like Kyle's trying to get Abraham to spend something. Just spend anything before I flip my leader, right? No, he's just like, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it.
I mean, Kyle's just got a flipped here. And
I think he does.
He's got to know that there could be a Wrecker here.
Yeah, I mean.
Of course, the Wrecker won't kill him.
Kyle's,
but there could be a Poe with a timely because he's got 6 resources. So that's probably what's scaring Kyle at this
Kyle's
point.
looking at the bottom of the barrel here, though. He's got 10 health left. He's got to do something. He's got to do something decisive.
Yep.
I think, did he claim
Certainly. Did he?
I'm not sure.
Correct. 2 with raid 2. He's got a big butt, though.
Oh, he's too scared of the
Yeah, I know, right? He's going to be mad at me after this one anyway.
of the timely play then.
Yeah, Wrecker, all right.
Yeah, just playing it without any triggering the ability. It's just a huge, but
I think maybe
he
Kyle
only
passed.
passed.
Yeah, I guess he just passed.
Yeah. That's makes much more sense because of Abraham having 6 open resources. Abraham can't just claim, so Kyle can pass pretty safely.
Sorry, I'm trying to look at my discard.
Oops.
Look good to you.
Yeah, looking at the discard. What's going through Kyle's mind here?
How the hell do I get out of this? I mean, when you're 14 health down to Sabine, like there is no good play. Unless you're sitting on a Devastator in your hand and the board is clear. Like I don't understand, what you might have.
No. And he goes to base.
I am a little surprised by that with Abraham showing lethal on the board. Like, literally, each of his units swings and the game's over.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Kyle needs a Hail Mary here. He needs a CAD unit.
He really does need something like that.
Yeah, and he can only play it if he's drawn no, there's 2 of them, right? Because he's only
at 6 resources. Yep, 7 to base.
I'm going to pay 1, 2, 3.
Looks like we're smuggling a blaster. Yep.
Right, yeah.
Cad's gun will shoot Cassian.
Yep, he's got to kill Cassian here just to prevent the lethal blow. Oh wait, my base count is off. He has 4 health left, not 3.
How many do you have?
I have 2.
And also, Abraham could just claim.
Well,
There's nothing for 3 resources that lets Kyle clear that.
I think you're probably correct, but if you're Abraham, you're hedging your bets, and I think I like this play a lot. Which is, hey, let's just push him as low as possible. He could also smuggle out another Cassian.
I don't want to psych myself.
Yeah. There's so many ways he can win this.
At this point, he's on. Once Sabine gets you under 5, there's about 7 different ways. Yeah, Kyle knows this is over. Yeah. There's 7 different ways this can come out.
And when I smuggled the blaster,
and there was a Cassian in hand there.
Yeah, he had one.
Or in the road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. Sabine still strong. Still looking good.
It is. Yep. We did get a nice showcase of the CAD Lake Country, though. I think this deck is super fun. It might not be tier 1, but it's certainly a really cool deck.
I gotta say, I love the idea of it. Right, I love CAD as a character in the universe. I really would love to be able to figure out how to make that deck work for me at some point in the near future. All right, guys. Well, listen. Back to the desk here for a few minutes. We've got about 15 minutes left The official timer says about 12 and a half. But by the time the straggler games close up, everybody finishes reporting, we repair, yada, 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 you've probably got about 15 to 20 minutes. So we're going to take a break, and then we'll be right back shortly with round 4. That will be our last round together today, Victor, but I do appreciate you hanging out with me.
All right, see you in a bit.
Awesome. We'll see you guys in a minute.
Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. One of the many unique features of this game is the variety provided by each of the individual aspects. These 6 aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. They are vigilance, command, aggression, cunning, heroism, and villainy. Start deck building with the benefits provided by each aspect. All decks require 1 leader and 1 base. Your leader and base decide the aspects that you will focus on for deck building. Decks can be built with cards from any aspect, but there is a steep cost to straying from the aspects of your leader and base. Playing in-aspect cards will allow you to spend only resources equal to the printed card cost. Playing out-of-aspect cards will cost an additional 2 resources per aspect, not shown on your leader or base cards. While you are rewarded for focusing on certain aspects, deck building in Star Wars Unlimited provides the opportunity to mix and match however you choose, allowing for truly unlimited possibilities. Build strategies around your favorite aspects and become the best in the galaxy. Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. Aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. Let's focus on vigilance. Defend your base and protect your allies with the vigilance aspect. Leverage the survivability of your troops to destroy your enemies. And further your own aspirations by keeping your base healthy. Heal up your side of the board. Your allies will follow your lead to defend for you, until the walking carpet himself stops your opponent in their tracks. Strengthen yourself to protect those around you. Make necessary sacrifices to support your friends. Protect yourself by removing whatever threat your opponent can muster. Construct the perfect defense, and your opponent cannot defeat you. Be vigilant in the fight and become the best in the galaxy.
What's up, everyone? Raptor here with a quick reminder about upcoming Star Wars Unlimited tournament coverage right here on the channel. The first Saturday in June, that's Saturday, June 7th, we'll be providing live coverage of the Planetary Qualifier at Dragon's Lair here in Houston, Texas. We're targeting an 11 a.m. or 1600 UTC start that day. A link to the YouTube event can be found in the video description or by following the link in the QR code on your screen right now. 1 week later, on Saturday, June 14th, we'll be up in Austin, Texas with live coverage of the Planetary Qualifier at the Dragon's Lair location up there. That will also be an 11 a.m. or 1600 UTC start. If you're watching on YouTube, again, the link to the scheduled stream can be found in the video description or by following the QR code you're looking at on your screen at this exact moment. With the Galactic Championships inching ever closer, I hope you will join us for more live coverage of competitive Star Wars Unlimited events.
Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. Aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. Let's focus on aggression. Attack relentlessly and deal out tons of damage with the aggression aspect. Keep your allies attacking, even if it hurts. Give your units powerful weapons with which to cut down your enemies. Demolish your opponent's base at any cost, striking early to ensure their defeat. When you fight for a cause, no defenses can stand in your way. Deal with an opposing threat with your formidable might. Overwhelm your foes and head for the enemy base. Make the best choices to continue the onslaught. Stay on the offensive with aggression aspect cards and become the best in the galaxy.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's round 4 of Swiss here in Minneapolis, the Star Wars Unlimited Regional Qualifier. This will be Victor's last match with us today. Very sad, but it's been a lot of fun having you here, my friend.
Indeed, indeed.
All right.
It's actually quite nice to only have to do 4 in a row. I've been doing 4 sets of 9 often, and
Indeed.
that's quite awesome.
Indeed. All right, here we go. Let's get into this match. Come over here and show you guys what we've got cooking. This will be your round 3 match. A little Bothan Network on Bothan Network action on the left-hand side of your screen. Let me come over here and show you guys the right thing. This is, oh, that's not the right one. Get out of there. There it is. There's Jeff.
We
Turn
got
that off.
your man, Jeff Creasy.
Indeed.
Wait, don't kill me. He's one of the Bothans that often do commentary like this, and I've had the pleasure to comment games with him a couple of times.
All right. On the right-hand side of your screen, that is Chris from Pemberton Township, New Jersey. I actually asked him where he's from. He goes, New Jersey. I was like, yeah, I need a town name. He goes, I don't live. I was like, you have a township? He goes, so we faked something. So that's close enough. He's from New Jersey. All right, let's come back to the match screen. Bam. All right, guys, here is your matchup. New Vader and Yellow versus Quinlan Tarkentown. Let's turn these guys loose and see where we land.
All right, cool. Thank you. All right.
So I think these are 2 much more well-established decks than what we've seen previously on stream. So obviously Quinlan Tarkentown is very much
already the
well-established.
spice with the droid Starfighter? What?
Yeah.
Oh, and he daring rated it right away. This
Yeah,
is such a
that's
weird
cool.
matchup
And-
already.
But this is good. Like, Chris needed that answer. He can't allow Jeff to start building up the droids because that will get out of hand really quickly.
Interesting. Interesting opening hand right away from these 2 gentlemen. Okay, I've got to start the timer. My apologies. Our timer is a little off, so it's there, but don't follow it.
And that's a red 5
Red
from
5.
Crit. Yeah, so that's going to be quite useful, mainly because it's got a lot of health.
Yes.
And can actually deal with some other units, because most of Jeff's units will not be able to take much damage anyway, so the ability might not come into play that much. Oh, that is a beautiful token unit from Jeff.
And that is pretty, isn't it?
One.
I don't know, but it's gorgeous.
It is gorgeous.
Yep.
Yep.
The TIE Fighter shenanigans begin on the left-hand side of your board, ladies and gentlemen. Already
Yeah.
a very
already
crowded
starting.
space arena. Check this out. I've got to fix those camera views. That's pissing me off. I fixed the mat. I haven't fixed the views. I'll work on that later. All right, he
Yep,
shoves
yep.
the TIE Fighter
Now-
into red 5 to beat it up.
Yeah, I mean, it'll take a bunch of Jeff's units to be able to deal with.
Why is it exhausted?
The full
He attacked the base and
outfit.
we didn't put tokens down. Is that what happened for the first action? I bet it is.
Sorry?
Oh no, he attacked
yeah,
the TIE
maybe.
Fighter. He just attacked
Yeah,
the
he's
TIE
got
Fighter.
a TIE Fighter from last round.
I got it. I got it.
And now he's attacking base for 3 with the P Fighter, and that will allow him to make another TIE Fighter.
Kira coming in on the right.
Right.
Yep.
Kira stopping him from playing the
The Sanctioner shuttle.
capture shuttle,
Mm-hmm.
and then the TIE token can take out Rev 5 before it can
Before
do
he
more
can
harm.
come right back onto the
And
board.
he can get another one on the board. This is very much the way Jeff wants the match to go. I think he's been able to
No good to me dead.
stay ahead both on damage. Yeah, no good to me get dead is nice there, and he seems to have a good hand there as well.
You've got to
so
feel
yeah.
you've got to feel pretty good about where you're at so far if you're Jeff, in the sense of, the
Right,
Vader
yeah.
deck wants to be pushing starfighters out and getting that
Yeah.
reliable free token every round, and so far he's absolutely been able to do it, and has put 5
For sure.
damage. He put 5 damage in already, which feels really good. Quinlan hasn't been able to use his ability at all. There's been no pings at all.
No force throws.
No force throws yet. You have
Yeah.
to believe it's coming sooner or later.
Right, yeah.
First blood here
Um,
finally from Chris on the right-hand side of your screen. Gets his first base damage here. I got to get them to
Yep.
use tokens.
Yeah, there weren't many dice here.
Yeah, yeah.
You can,
And I think
I'll use the
the way it looks for Jeff right now,
Okay.
he's able to push more damage on every turn than Chris so far, and given that he's got a bigger base already, that's really problematic for Chris, and he has not been able to control Jeff at all, and in what Jeff's trying to do yet. So this is a little bit of jousting for this round. Jeff just wants to be able to attack something with his fighter there, so that he knows that he can make another token. And now finally they spend some resources. Chris plays smuggles out Cassian there, and pings the P fighter.
Finally getting a ping out of it. Hasn't happened
Yeah.
yet this game, but does get one in there.
Yeah, finally. And
Vader going to go ahead and
just
make
makes
his token.
another token.
The
Yeah.
swarm continues, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, those cool TIE fighters. They have different
Those
art
are
on them. I
freaking
love
nice.
it.
Yeah, those
Okay.
are really nice.
We're going to Tarkin Town
And
out the
then
P-38.
Tarkin Town. Yeah, and also using Tarkin Town on a P fighter is not what you want to do.
Yeah, it only had one health left. That felt terrible.
Yeah. But what else can he do? He needs to get that fighter off the ground, but it's replaced by another one, and Jeff will be able to keep the train going of more and more tokens. Of course, Chris is presenting a lot more damage on the board than what Jeff has, but we get a pilot there. I didn't see
Token
what
train
pilot that
continues.
was. I guess
It's the
Victor.
one of the victors, whichever victor it is that makes the token. I'm going to guess it's this
Yeah.
one. Let's see. Did I get it right? I did. Haha. Victor 2 creates the
Yep,
token.
it did. Yep. It's just a +1/+1, but it made another token. Jeff is still behind on damage, but he's not behind on damage, but he doesn't present as much damage.
We're
on
very
the board
much in
right
a
now.
you stay in your lane, I stay in mine situation here at the moment.
Yep. And what do you think? Is Chris just trying to race here?
I mean, it feels like it. Maybe he's got more damage showing. You have to believe that Vader's. I mean, this is Vader's flip turn. Obviously, he wants to come out and make his tokens. Vader, of course, wants to flip onto that clone squadron card that just turns him into a massive juggernaut. But don't see one of those on the board right now. And Jeff obviously doesn't want to flip Vader onto a exhausted unit. Wants to flip him onto a ready unit if possible.
Yeah, but he also wants to stall, I think, for actions here. He doesn't want to spend resources. He doesn't want to, show his hand, so to speak, yet.
Yep.
And he's only got 2 cards in hand now. So
Well, one of them
if Chris...
looks like it might be that clone squadron card. I couldn't quite make it out.
Me neither. It could be. And if Chris got a force throw here, that could be problematic, but... Yeah, what's he gonna hurt? On the other hand, he can kill a token, I guess.
Everybody's just beating up. We just racing Ricky Bobby. That's kind of all we're at right now. There's a Victor leader. Now this is going to make the token swarm a real problem.
Yeah. Yep. And they're all a lot bigger now.
Ooh.
So that's pinging, but it's got an extra health.
It's got an extra health now. He
all
waited one action too long.
Yeah, he did.
What happened there?
He removes it.
What did he play?
Removed it with a waylay.
Aha! Thank you.
I think that was waylay anyway. But
no, because he discarded it.
Oh.
I didn't see. I missed what got played there, and I can't see it in his discard pile. There's the waylay for the Victor leader. That kills the TIE fighter.
Victor Yep. And then the TIE token dies.
Yep.
Vader flips onto another one.
Feels bad, but is not a terrible play. Still makes more.
Yeah, no.
And the Victor leader next turn will be huge. That's 6 to base.
Yep. And this is exactly the game plan of the Vader deck. It just gets to the flip turn and then presents an absolutely horrendous proposition for the opposing player.
So if you're Chris, you have to have an answer for this right now. Like whatever it is, as soon as Jeff goes, Vader ends the game.
Yeah. I mean, Jeff can win with pretty much any of the cards in his hand there.
Yeah.
Or just if he gets to strike with Vader, Because
fact,
he only needs 5 more damage.
It looks like he resourced
And-
no, he didn't resource anything. Interesting.
There you go.
He's got a
thank
barrage
you.
in hand there. And
Okay.
yeah,
Chat
just
was
scoops.
Chat was pointing out what happened to the Falcon was the escort, the green escort
Oh.
ship out of set 4. That's a 4-1 ambush,
yeah.
which is
Yeah,
this guy.
basically a space-only
Yes.
open fire, but with a body, so he can stick to the board if you play
Indeed.
it. without
All right,
damage.
ladies and gentlemen. Well, while these two fun guys go do their sideboard things, it is ad time. We'll be back in about 60 seconds or so.
The character was really good.
What's up, everyone? Raptor here with a quick reminder about upcoming Star Wars Unlimited tournament coverage right here on the channel. The first Saturday in June, that's Saturday, June 7th, we'll be providing live coverage of the Planetary Qualifier at Dragon's Lair here in Houston, Texas. We're targeting an 11 a.m. or 1600 UTC start that day. A link to the YouTube event can be found in the video description or by following the link in the QR code on your screen right now. 1 week later, on Saturday, June 14th, we'll be up in Austin, Texas with live coverage of the Planetary Qualifier at the Dragon's Lair location up there. That will also be an 11 a.m. or 1600 UTC start. If you're watching on YouTube, again, the link to the scheduled stream can be found in the video description or by following the QR code you're looking at on your screen at this exact moment. With the Galactic Championships inching ever closer, I hope you will join us for more live coverage of competitive Star Wars Unlimited events.
Remembering when I'm supposed to port out was the hard part.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are on our way to Game 2 here in Round 3. Are we in Round 4?
Going against you.
We're in Round 4, and I messed
We
up.
are around 4.
I forgot to manually
We
change
are
the round.
around 4.
That has been fixed. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen.
So they have sideboarded here. Like we talked about in the pre-game talk-up, or what you would call that, the Vader Yellow deck presents sort of a conundrum to your opponent. It's sort of a proposition. You have to answer me. The Vader deck is going to try and do its thing, no matter what. And it's up to you to have the answers for it. And you could see that pre-sideboard, Jeff did not have enough answers to actually deal with that. But he might have brought something interesting in post-sideboard so that he can actually meet up with this. This seems to be a Bothan Network collaboration deck, because a lot of the Bothans are on this deck. A lot of the Bothans that usually play other decks are actually on this. So you see Frank Myers is actually on this instead of
Frank's
Sabine,
playing.
and also,
You're talking about he's playing Vader today.
yeah. Frank Myers
Really?
playing Vader, as is Ian Klein. So a lot of Bothans that are famous for playing very different style of decks are actually on this deck today. So I can only assume it's a collaborative deck they've built together. It hasn't gone that well for most of them. A lot of them lost in the first round. Jeff is actually the only undefeated Bothan with this deck. Ryan Warner is also undefeated, I think. And I think maybe Chris Schutz is undefeated as well, but he's on Ray Data Vault, I
A
think. Or
Mining
Ray
Guild
Tarkington.
tie. Man, that's a card I never thought I'd see again after set 1, but it's actually one of my favorite cards out of set 1.
Yeah.
The
Right.
Mining Guild tie, I loved playing that card back in set 1.
Yeah, it did see a little bit of play in the late part of set 1,
I
didn't
played it. I played it in the old Boba Yellow build that I played just for my build because I liked being able to spend the resources that I stood back up to draw cards. I was a big fan of that.
Yeah, that makes sense. So we see the red 5 there, and I think that's pretty good from Chris. That's one of the better answers he's probably got in this deck. For
And
this.
the dagger
But,
tie
yeah.
cleans it up.
Yep, cleaned up by the tie deck. And Jeff is already at 3 units in space. 2 of them are viable to create new tokens. So Jeff is off to a good start here.
First decision with this deck, I think, makes
Of course, Chris does have a unit that he could put blasters on or something like that to be able to maybe keep pace with Jeff for a while.
That shielded L3 is such an annoying unit to fight against, and it's got such good game text on it against certain matchups. Like it's that good little hedge bet of, oh, you played Cad Bane, I'm just going to get my guy back. Go pound sand, right?
Right.
And I can smuggle it out of the
Exactly,
row, so I can play it, I can resource it if I don't think I need it, and it's still not gone. Like it's such a great card.
Yeah, very versatile. Definitely an easy card to include in your lists if you've got the room for it. So Kira, one of the breakout cards from the last set, one of the most impactful cards we saw.
Going with the shuttle again. Eager Escort and P-38 also in the hand.
Yep. So Jeff isn't really too bothered with the ground units, I don't think, at this point. He's just gonna keep doing what he's doing. And I think like the tie, the yellow tie there, I think that's actually a really cool inclusion against a deck like Quinlan, being able to draw cards.
It is interesting, isn't it? Because it gives him a little more utility as well, which I think has a ton of value. Again, you won't need it every matchup, but there are certain matchups, certain situations that you really will be glad that you're able to maybe turn extra resources into card advantage, because that's one of the other things that this deck does, this Vader yellow deck. Because you're playing so many cheap units, you are burning through cards in your hand. Like you're just playing them out like a crazy person.
Yep. No, yeah, it's a cool include, definitely.
I love it.
Chris seems to be trying to race here. That seems to be what he's trying to do.
Well, I don't think he can.
It
doesn't look like he can really compete in space. This is one of the weaknesses of this Quinlan deck in the builds that I am used to seeing. Is they pretty much only play some variant of the Falcon for like their entire space unit. That's it. It's like, well, we have a Falcon. Now he's got a Sanctioner shuttle of his own. Now, that is actually a little surprising to me, but I love the play.
Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. Obviously, the P fighter can just take it out next round, but he's stalling a little bit of. He's buying time.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's got to be buying time. Like, and he needs to be. We talked last game about how maybe the Tarkin Town, using the Tarkin Town on the P-38 feels terrible. Sure, it feels terrible, but it also feels like you need to be able to. You've got to be trying to control the number of space units your opponent can throw at you. By the way, Jeff just did use the draw card ability there on the mining tie.
He did. So that's why it's in the hand, and I think. It might be a sideboard card against these discard hand destruction decks, but it could just be a main deck thing as well.
It certainly isn't a bad main deck card, again, for a deck that's burning through as many cards as this one will. You're playing constantly ones and twos and threes just to make sure you get something to stick for Vader to flip onto, and that you always have something to be triggering his game text off of, right? Okay, we're going to Tarkin the P-38.
Yep. And yeah, he kind of has to, because that one could trade for just one strike into the shuttle there. Now it's certainly a less appealing proposition to throw two ships into it just to get back the dagger. I don't know that Jeff is going to be too keen on doing that, but he's ambushing that green. Yeah,
Eager
that
Escort.
4-1. Eager Escort, that's the name of it.
Yep.
Just getting the dagger back and creating another TIE Fighter token there. The discrepancy in how much damage they have to do right now is less pronounced right now, but I think it is still those four. That lead of 4 HP that Jeff's got might be enough. This is Vader flip turn.
Yep, this will be a big turn for Jeff. Vader's coming out party. It's a question of what he's going to do in advance of that. He wants to obviously trigger front side Vader before the flip. So he's going to swing in with one of the fighters.
He's actually only 1 damage off of lethal if he gets to flip and hit with everything he's got. So if he's got a daring raid, no, he doesn't play red cards, of course. If he's got anything that can just burn 1 extra damage to base, and he's playing a yellow deck, so of course he's got that.
You would assume, I mean, Surprise Strike, I would feel like would almost be an auto-include in this deck because anytime there's a TIE Fighter on the board, that's a threatening card. Like,
Yeah.
your opponent has to
Well,
allow
yeah.
for the fact that you may be able to just murder him.
Yeah. And if he plays a pilot or a Victor leader, so he gets that extra, he is presenting lethal, and Chris might not even know.
Well, we're both at 10 HP now. For a moment, Chris had his first lead of the match. He's going to destroy one of the TIE Fighters with a Waylay, which is terrible value, but, I mean, it feels like he's got to do something.
Yeah. He's got to do it.
Vader's going to put it right back.
It makes Vader be one more damage off of lethal.
So
And
three.
if you can take care of the Mining Guild tie now, then Vader has no open unit to flip onto.
3 ready resources here means that Chris could be holding another Waylay for Vader if he flips out onto that Mining Guild tie. We're going to Surprise Strike in and draw cards. I love this play. He's
It's
trying
really good,
to trying to get Chris to burn his resources.
And he since Christopher had 3 open, he couldn't very well flip Vader because there's too many things for
Too much risk
that
there,
Chris
I think.
could have that would burn him out.
Oh,
So
and he was sitting. That's expressly why.
Yeah.
That's expressly
Yeah.
why.
And he's going to
Vader goes to ground.
instead,
That's a bigger hit.
and that's big. So now he's just one off, right?
Yeah, he's one. Chris has 1 HP
No, he's-
remaining, and that's
yeah,
it.
he's
Literally
one-
just like that, just like clockwork.
Yeah.
Both players more or less just
Yeah.
staying in their own lane, and just like that, the match is over.
Yeah. No, that's the Vader game plan. You have to have an answer because there is no way you can keep up with it. Like there are very few decks that can race with the Vader deck.
Yeah.
The Vader deck does have some interaction in it, especially early interaction, to be able to get that tempo, even against something like Sabine that you would think could race with it. But I think the Vader deck has just enough interaction to be able to stall Sabine to the point where
Pick
the
one, I
Vader
don't care.
deck can actually race it.
Yep. Perfect. Yeah, just whichever one's finished first, move them over. All right, we're going to get one of the backup matches moved onto our table, so we're not going to be sitting here for another half hour with time to kill. So give us a few minutes, guys. We've got to get reset here, and we will be back with, I literally don't even know what match we're going to get, so you're going to have to give me a couple of minutes here while I walk over and do my my shenanigans where I stop and talk to people, and I've got a little clipboard here where I write everything down. So let me go talk to everybody and figure out who's moving onto the table, and we'll be back in probably about 3 to 4 minutes, I'm hoping, with something to show you guys here for the rest of the round. So give us a few minutes. All right, guys, just like that, we have literally the same match. It's going to be Game 3 of a Vader versus Quinlan that was playing on one of our backup tables. Some names that might be familiar to you if you are in the larger community. So let's take you guys over here to the main view. On the left-hand side of your screen, let's actually do the intro player. This is Logan from Ruston, Virginia, Northern Virginia. I used to live up there for a spell back in the day. And on the right-hand side of your screen, another Bothan. The Bothans are everywhere. This is Mickey D.
That's super interesting. That's super interesting, though. If indeed it is a collaborative deck that the Bothans have brought out, the Vader Yellow deck, and Mickey D still chose to go with the Quinlan deck, he is well versed into this matchup. He's been running this matchup a lot, probably. So having all of his teammates on this deck.
We had a short delay while one of the guys took a bio break, while Mac took a bio break. And I asked Logan, I said, so 1-1, right? I said, yeah. He goes, yeah. I said, who won game 1? He goes, he did. He drew all his space units.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, oh, okay. All right, that makes a difference. He goes, yeah. He goes, I won game 2, and his draws weren't as good. I was like, okay. So clearly there is an understanding of how this matchup should play out on both players' sides. We'll see if expectation matches reality as we look at game 3 here.
Yep. Yeah, no, yeah. Both of these players should be well versed into this matchup, and you can see Mickey actually had another green squadron A-wing in hand. I saw 2 of them, and so he's keeping that. And we see a Mining Guild TIE Fighter.
I love this card. I'm so glad people are playing this card. It makes me so excited. I'm such a nerd about these things. I have weird commons over the years that I fall in love with. And then when somebody else plays it in a big event like this, I'm like, I know, I love that card. People finally found it. Like,
yeah. So I bet Mickey. Oh, he's got the capture shuttle there in hand as well. So he's running quite a bit of space.
Well, he's got another A-wing in there as well. You can see that as well.
Yeah. That's the one he had in the opening hand, I think, and I think that's a Waylay in his hand as well. So Mickey seems to have been getting a pretty good opening hand for this matchup. Of course, it's still going to be tricky, I bet.
Oh, we'll see. It was funny talking to Logan again real briefly. He was like, we were talking about how easy, the rounds all keep going to time because there's so many people in the field. And I said, well, usually it'll clean up a little bit, right? It did, at least it did in Denver. I said, once the crowd starts to thin, there's less chances for people to go to time. And and he goes, I hope I have that problem on day 2. And I was like, well, good luck, man. Maybe you will.
Yeah. So Mickey's playing out his space units here.
Yeah, not what Logan wants to see early here. Can't be excited to see this.
Yeah, and this it's not too bad for Mickey because he's got 2 units to 2 units. He claims, I guess, now, which means that he can remove the Mining Guild TIE Fighter first thing next.
Well, it looks like Logan. Okay, looks like Logan started to play the Sanctioner shuttle, but changed his mind, went for the Eager E-wing.
Yep. So Mickey did indeed claim there. So he can clean out the Mining Guild here first thing, preventing Vader from being able to
Yep.
Make
That's what
a
he's going to
token
do.
this turn. So yeah, so he's trade straight out.
Yep. It's not even a trade. The TIE Fighter doesn't hit back hard enough. It's the right play.
Exactly. Great play, and even on defense, the A-wing is strong enough to handle a token. So yeah, it's pretty good for Mickey, and haven't even touched his resources yet. First order TIE coming out there for Logan, and TIE token just swings in.
Oh, Mickey keeps passing. I think he's waiting to see. He's trying to waste actions to see if. Oh yeah, he can't use Vader here. Oh, he can use Vader for no effect. He can do it within and actually nothing. But Mickey just keeps passing.
Which is a soft pass that makes Mickey's pass a little bit more dangerous. Logan has actually spent a resource, whereas Mickey has not. But for resources, the only thing that's interesting for Mickey to play on for resources is really the the Cura unit, and I didn't see it in the sound.
I think he would have done that already because it seems pretty clear whatever it is he wants to. He's trying to react to ping whatever Logan puts out. It's going to be a sanctioner shuttle.
Yeah, and I think he's got a waylay in hand, and that's what he's been keeping.
Could
So
be.
He could,
Well, we saw him have it earlier.
Yeah. So just
But
waylaying that sanctioner shuttle.
He's going to go with a shuttle of his own, but it doesn't get him anything. It does get the ping.
No. Yeah. Which is fine.
That
And
means
then
he can target it.
Pounds to get it back. Yeah, that's perfectly valid. 2 units to 2 units.
Well, and literally he got free heals on the A-wing because of it. The A-wing healed up from 2 damage to 0.
Yeah. Exactly. This is pretty good.
Really
and
well
it shows
played.
you how well versed in this matchup Mickey is.
Yeah, really well played.
Mm.
Well, Logan on the button here. Quinlan's flip turn coming in.
Yep.
It's big. It's costing 5, whatever it is. It's an OB on this junky TIE fighter. That feels terrible.
Yeah. Well, it's enough to clear out the
It's enough to get rid of the A-wing, which is the bigger threat.
Yeah. And it makes it so that he has to trade if he's going to go into the TIE fighter.
Chooses not to.
And that means, so he doesn't. He goes into the token instead and allows 1 TIE fighter token to come into play this turn then.
In which case it wouldn't be huge.
So what do you think Mac is saving his resources for now then?
It's a good question. I see sometimes people saving, they like to put a blaster on Quinlan on the flip turn.
Yeah.
I didn't see. We got a quick glimpse of his resources there. It didn't look like he had a blaster down there. That doesn't mean it wasn't there. I might have missed it. It was very, very quick.
Yeah. So Logan goes for 4 to base. I did see another A-wing in Mickey's hand there.
There's Quinlan.
Yeah.
There's not much else I can do.
I'm gonna play 2 guys. This will get pinged twice, so it'll die into turn, and then we'll go 3 to your base.
Yeah, that's really good play from Mick.
So he came in
with
his last A-wing, and then he brought in the fancy R2 from Twilight of the Republic there in the ground.
Yep.
Man.
Did he trigger when played on R2? I didn't see him do it.
I didn't see him do it, but I don't think he did. What's interesting about this, like this is exactly like if you're Logan, this feels terrible. You're going to Vader's flip 2 with an empty board. Like what are you gonna do here, man? This is rough.
Yeah, and Mickey's got space units that can deal with at least most things. It's the Victor tie, I guess. He can't really take care of right now.
He couldn't one-shot it, no.
With a ping, he can. Oh.
Oh no, that's a brilliant.
So
that's a brilliant play.
Gorilla Soldier,
Such a good card.
Brilliant.
Such a good card for him to have right now.
Yeah. That's 5 to base for 3. It's really, really strong.
Logan just keeps passing. It's like he's waiting for the. Logan feels paralyzed. This is just terrible.
Yeah. And Mickey can just swing with everything on ground because he has. I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to flip Vader onto ground?
No,
sure, go ahead.
I mean, you could, but
that's
certainly.
The best thing.
I'll be honest. If I'm Logan, I think I almost might have done it, but it certainly isn't a great idea. Mac's going to go ahead and take it, and literally you
one
just
time too much.
Yeah, you just keep passing, and you got nothing.
Yeah. And
brutal.
I think that's the correct way to go there. He's
Certainly
already played something this turn, something that actually did a lot, and Logan is just wasting time.
This is my point. Like, I really do feel like he should have just gone ahead and flipped out Vader to ground and done something, right? Like, there's
I agree.
The Quinn, like the units that Mac has on the ground are not massive threats. So it's not to Vader, like not in one turn. So you can at least do something with your leader, right? Get some value out of it, prevent some of this damage.
And I think that's what he's considering.
He's considering it.
Yeah, he's kind of have to.
I mean, unless we're looking at a surprise strike, he's not going to get one shot. Quinlan with a surprise strike could just knock him out, but that's the only thing out there that would do it. A blaster won't do it.
There's Plo Koon.
No, he wouldn't. Yeah, that's a fair point. He definitely has access to that if he wants it.
Go 3 to base.
Yeah.
I got you at 7.
So Mickey seems to be confident enough to start hitting with his base units here. Having Vader already flipped onto ground, it's much less dangerous. This is why he flipped Vader, of course.
Well, sure. But this is also why I would have done it last turn, presuming he had the card last turn. We don't know.
Yeah, exactly. He should have. Now he can clean out the open shuttle there and probably take out the A-wing as well.
He doesn't. He just cleans out Quinlan.
All right, yeah. Also decent. Bamboozle taps down Vader, and then there's a little shuttle there. The little shuttle that wanted to.
It just keeps getting worse. I got to say, this version of Quinlan that we're looking at right here, Mickey on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
This is the most space units I've ever seen a Quinlan unit play. Quinlan deck play.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. But again, if he's been playing with a Bothan team that's been testing a Vader yellow deck extensively the last few weeks, obviously he's made adaptations to his Quinlan deck for that. Given that there's also Han Green in the meta and Sabine that can go a lot in space, it makes a lot of sense for a Quinlan deck to up its space game.
6 HP left for Logan. I just don't see a way out of this here. He's in such a giant hole. The kinds of cards that he would need to come back from this deck he probably doesn't play. Logan seems to have drawn every barrage in his deck this game, but just didn't have a good unit to work with it. Putting Vader on the ground is doing him some favors in that sense, but man, where do you send this damage? You can clean out the ground arena, but you've got to clean up space.
Yeah, no, I don't think you bother with the ground here. Those two are quite small, and Vader can strike into at least one of them. So you take as much.
I'll be honest.
Right,
I probably would have killed the Falcon because I hate that card. Blaster on R2.
Yeah, that's a reason to actually do clean up the ground arena.
Yeah, there is that.
But,
and now the Falcon alone is lethal.
Yep.
If he doesn't have an answer for it here, this is why I think I would have cleaned it out, among other reasons.
He needs some buff for that.
He can capture it
and
then get it back, and it will,
then Daring Raid will make it. So, yeah.
Yep.
Mickey D takes the game here. So we just witnessed Jeff Creasy win the opposite of this, with his Vader deck and everything going Vader's way. But Mickey D obviously was much more prepared for this matchup with his Quinlan deck.
Indeed. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's all the coverage we're going to be able to give you for round 4 here, because there aren't any more backup matches. That's it. We done. We are done. And Victor, that's it for you for the day, for us here. Now, as I understand it, you're going to be working with Loopy in the afternoon and calling some games on his stream, yes?
Not today, but I will be with Loopy in the morning tomorrow, and possibly I'll join you if you need me later on tomorrow. But as it stands, I'll just be able to hang back and watch the stream now.
Awesome.
I just, as a last sign-off, please do look at our videos over at the Nordic Takedown. We've got quite a lot of nice, interesting videos for you if you're interested in deck text for some of the good meta decks right now.
I have to go check out that video on the Akbar deck just to say that I've watched it, because that deck I still cannot wrap my brain around that deck. I really can't.
I think it's a good idea to watch that video then. And the same with the Sabine DV Data Vault deck. We've got a really good deck tech on that one with the winner of the Lil RQ.
Awesome. Awesome.
But yeah, please check us out.
Will do. Ladies and gentlemen, Victor of the Nordic Takedown podcast, my co-caster for the morning, thank you so much. I appreciate you being here, and I look forward to seeing you again, hopefully at a future event. Hey, by the way, are you coming to Galactics? Are you going to be able to make it to Vegas in July?
I am.
You are.
I am.
Then I owe you. Then I owe you a drink.
To represent the team.
There you go. In front of all the people watching, I owe you a drink at a minimum for helping me out today. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I'd just love to see you then.
Awesome. Fantastic. Guys, we've got there's about 7 minutes on the round timer left, and I've got to get my next co-caster signed up. So give us a few minutes, and we'll be right back.
All right. Bye.
Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. Aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. Let's focus on heroism and villainy. Choosing heroism will give you access to those fighting to make the galaxy a better place, while choosing villainy will direct you toward those who want to keep everything in order, no matter the cost. Swoop into the fight, or swarm your opponents. Support your fellow rebels, or hold down the fort. Find your way out of a bind, or continue to feed the war machine. Heroism or villainy. Choose a side and strive to be the best in the galaxy. Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. Aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. Let's focus on command. Marshal powerful units to overwhelm your foes with the command aspect. Strengthen your units with the might of the Imperial War Machine. Or join the fight to show them how it's done. Gather your squadron. Direct your other rebels to fight together. Or be an example to them in leading the charge. Be an asset on or off the field of combat. Stockpile your resources. Leverage your superior numbers and spring a trap on your enemies. Bolster your forces and build an army that your opponents cannot defeat. Take command of the battlefield and become the best in the galaxy.
Welcome in, everyone. Thanks for being here. One of the most common questions I get is, how can I support what you're doing with live event coverage of Star Wars Unlimited? Luckily, there are lots of ways, and not all of them actually cost anything. For starters, if you're tuned in on YouTube, throw the live stream a like and subscribe to the channel. A couple of simple clicks, and you'll have helped YouTube's algorithm put more of my Star Wars Unlimited content in front of people who might be interested. If you're tuned in on Twitch, simply throw me a follow. Both of these things won't cost you a cent and actually help a lot more than you think. If you're an Amazon Prime member, you might be able to support me on Twitch with only a few clicks. Once you've linked your Amazon account to Twitch, check the QR code on the screen for help doing that. You can use your Prime subscription to me on Twitch. It's already included in your Amazon Prime membership and costs you nothing additional out of pocket. Similarly, over on YouTube, you can use the Super Chat functionality. Just click the little dollar bill looking icon on the bottom right corner of the screen below the chat window. This is sort of like a tip, right? You can choose a dollar amount on a little scrolling bar and it highlights your chat message simultaneously. If you're interested in helping ensure these kinds of high quality Star Wars Unlimited tournament streams continue well into the future, I would also ask you to check out my Patreon over at patreon.com/craptor. QR code on the screen will take you there. I have 4 tiers of support that each come with various benefits, up to and including the embroidered polo shirts you see the team and I wearing on the stream when we cover events. For the cost of only a single booster pack per month, you can support these kinds of productions and get some really fun perks along the way. Whether you choose to pitch in and help keep us on the air or not, thanks for being here. We love Star Wars Unlimited, we love the community, and we look forward to showcasing more of both in the future.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And, I hit the wrong button. Yep, that's not correct. I kind of spoiled the whole thing there. I failed at this. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the chair to my left is empty and has been all day. Sadly, I have no co-caster here in the room. Victor from the Nordic Takedown podcast, kind enough to work with me for the first 4 rounds of the day. But I have a magnificent replacement, ladies and gentlemen, that I would like to introduce you now. Let me bring him on the screen here. There he is. There is Mark from the Unlimited Power TCG podcast. How you doing, my friend?
Not too bad, thank you. How are you, Wes? I'm so impressed that your energy levels have not noticeably waned at all over the course of, the first 5 or 6 hours you've been on site so far?
Nope, that will not be a thing. I do not have this problem, sir. Energy level is something that I'm routinely told that I have issues with. Hang on a minute. I've got to get your volume is a little on the high side. All right, here we go. I've got to come in here and turn you down probably about there. Let's try that and see if that's a little better. I don't want to blow everybody's eardrums out.
Yep, sounds good to me. Testing.
Yes, that's much better. There we go. Okay, apologies for that. So listen, before we get too far into this, because we are still waiting for round 4 to finish and pairings to post, why don't you tell everybody watching about what you do with the Unlimited Power TCG podcast?
Certainly. So Unlimited Power TCG was started when a friend of mine who does a Warhammer Blood Angel YouTube channel said, let's do another YouTube channel on this Star Wars card game that's coming out. It's going to be really, really popular. Let's do it. So
what's one channel?
We did like...
What's better than one channel? 2 channels.
Yeah, exactly. So we started off wanting to do coverage on decks, coverage on tournaments, so all the usual stuff you'd expect a Star Wars Unlimited content creator channel to do. But from there, I kind of fell ass backwards into championing the UK organised play scene and event scene more than anything else, because what is going to help this game last and run as long as it possibly can to get as much use out of all the card that we've bought, all the things that we enjoy playing, is to make sure that people know what games are being played, what games are being run, keep the enthusiasm high for it.
Yes.
And yeah, to that end, I do episodes that showcase what events are happening in the UK in the coming few months, what notable events are happening in the Star Wars Unlimited calendar worldwide that will affect the UK, and report on events and tournaments and the meta that's developed.
Outstanding. Well, I love hearing all of that. That is fabulous. What I'm doing at this moment, we're still waiting on round pairings. Have you been able to watch some of the coverage so far? Have you seen anything that kind of made you go, ooh, that's interesting?
I've watched a few things so far. I did a brief stint helping Loopy out late night gaming in round 3, I think it was.
Okay.
I've been watching most of the streams through the rest of the day. It's interesting seeing Vader Yellow being more prominent than I thought it would, given that it's essentially what I would refer to as a gatekeeper deck. It's if you can handle a crapload of space units, then you can probably handle Vader Yellow. So people who are running that are banking on people not being able to handle an excessive amount of space stuff. So it being popular is a bit of a risk being taken in that regard. Other than that, you've got your usual Anakin blues that you'd expect. You've got the preponderance of Data Vault decks that you'd expect. CAD making a resurgence is very interesting, I feel. Yeah, there's definitely some good stuff going on.
CAD being the number 4 leader most played in the field today was not on my bingo card.
It's looking at the meta, at least what's been winning in the UK, approximately 2/3 of the decks are mid-range decks. Say about 25 out of 35 are mid-range decks. Then another 5 or 6 are aggro, and the remaining 3 or 4 are control decks. So it's very curious where we are there, and I'm interested to see once the analysis has been done whether or not this event shows a reaction to that, if people might have gone hard control or aggro to counter the hard control that people thought they might move to. But it looks from just seeing things so far that mid-range domination seems to be continuing.
I would agree. Mid-range seems to be kind of where the field has largely settled. You will find some control players here in the States. Like in my experience, just working events, calling events, watching events, control here is not as prevalent as it is across the pond. Not that it's not played at all. It's just that there aren't as many fans of it, and so it doesn't get the same love. It doesn't get the same attention, right?
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I personally hate it. I despise it because I don't want to be playing the game for and going to time every single game over the space of 7 or 8 hours. It will fry my brain. I can't cope.
Now, the other thing, and you make a great point, the other thing is that it's entirely possible that for an event that's going to span, dozens or more hours over multiple days, the idea of, hey, I'm going to play this crazy control deck and is not perhaps mentally where you want to be. Even if you like control and you enjoy it and you're good at it, you might kind of talk yourself out of it for like mental fatigue purposes.
Indeed. But there are some people who can do it, some people who have done
100%.
There are two notable control players in the UK. One chap called Howie, who's played Palpatine Blue solidly almost the entire lifetime of SWU. Then of Thork took OP Birmingham 200-ish player event running Bosk Blue.
Yes.
And the two of them played a mirror against each other. You've also got Yeho Serra, who runs a 62-card Raid Datavault deck. And oh man, there's some cracked people here. I'll tell you, it's crazy.
Well, the other thing, looking at the kind of the leader analysis, the most played leaders we have in the field today, I'm also a little surprised to not see more Ray. The Vader that we're seeing, we're seeing Yellow Vader, and I think it's arguably the first proper kind of swarm deck that the game has seen, in the sense of we had a set with all the token units, the droids and the clone troopers, but nobody really got a good handle or a good feel or really pulled one of those decks off well enough to make a big splash. But Vader Yellow, I feel like people have kind of worked through it and figured out some sauce, and man, that is a deck that you have to start planning for, I feel like, in the current state of the game.
Absolutely. What you were saying the last game with Victor that I caught, saying that any single 1/1 lone TIE fighter with a surprise strike could be potentially a game-winning threat.
Exactly
so
right.
You're absolutely right that the way the composition of the deck works out there is perfect. With the clones and the battle droids, it just didn't seem to work. I'm not entirely sure why. Although Unity of Purpose has given Mono Rex droid manufactory a bit of kick, which is amusing.
The first time I saw somebody,
you're not seeing it in the meta.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of people. A lot of people aren't brave enough to play Rex. I am not brave enough to play Rex. But the first time I saw somebody play that deck was actually at a PQ here in Mobile, Alabama, back in February, back in Set 3, before Unity of Purpose. And he did not win his match, but they won all 3 games, and they were not easy games for his opponent. So even in that era, like Double Green Rex is a deck that had some interesting lines of play to it that caught people off guard in the right situation. But it wasn't like I'm going to print clone troopers for days the way that Vader just makes TIE fighters out of thin air, and then those TIE fighters turn into either a terrifying swarm or giant units on the back of those goofy Clone Squadron cards that just get massive for all the units you have on the board.
Absolutely. I think I'm going to have to join you as well in watching the video on how Akbar works as another potential swarm-generating deck. Because that's so out there, and I don't quite understand that. I'm going to have to try and wrap my head around how the new Qui-Gon in Set 5 is going to work, because I don't
that's going to
really
be weird.
Understand how that's going to do something, but I'm sure it'll do something and somebody will figure it out if they haven't already.
As much fun as I have reading spoilers for Set 5, I have to keep reminding myself, it's like, you've got games to call without these cards. Don't get too involved. Like, like, don't let this mess you up, man. Read it and smile and then forget about it. Like,
yeah. How hard did you have to keep that reaction in check when you saw Darth Revan come out? If you even saw
that was so exciting. For me, it was exciting, right? I remember playing KOTOR 20 years ago. And my wife is a huge Star Wars The Old Republic player. Even today, I've actually streamed Star Wars The Old Republic on my Twitch channel before with her. And so when you see a card like Darth Malak, you're like, oh, now they're speaking my language.
Yeah, now it's on. It's all right,
guys,
we
listen.
can go anywhere from here.
All right, they've just pushed round pairings. I need to go pick a match and get some info. So, guys, give us about 3 to 5 minutes, and we're going to be right back with round 5 of the Minnesota Regional Qualifier here in Minneapolis. Okay, we'll be right back. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It is round 5 of Swiss action here at the Star Wars Unlimited Regional Qualifier in Minneapolis, Minnesota. We're about to be bringing you a match from, well, a couple of PQ winners here, ladies and gentlemen. Why don't we introduce them? Let's start off here. Player 1 on the left-hand side of your screen. Wow, that is too slow. There we go. That is Kevin from Lawrence, Kansas. He's going to be playing Han 2 Data Vault. Han, worth the risk. Red Han out of set 2. On the right-hand side of your screen, you might be familiar with, this is Ophir, better known as Woo over on YouTube, part of the KTOD group. He is on Kira Data Vault today. So that is going to be the matchup we're about to show you guys here on the stream.
Yes.
I am so taken just by all the shinies. I look at this and the first thing I see is I see the 2 showcases and then I see the Sabak card sleeve backs.
I love those sleeves. I love those sleeves that Kevin's got. When I was in Denver, somebody told me what that logo was from. It's one of the local teams, and I've forgotten what it is, and I apologize for whoever it is, but it is 100% a thing.
Yep, and we're going straight into
now,
whether or not they. Doesn't look like either of them want to mulligan.
They both have already mulliganed. So we are. While we were doing all of our intro crap, they went ahead and mulliganed, and that's kosher. I'd rather them save the time.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yep. Now Kevin was funny when
Han...
Go ahead.
No, go on.
I was saying Kevin was funny right when I walked over there. I was thanking them for playing on stream and getting all their info and everything. And he says,
yep.
He says, yeah, this is going to be rough for me. I said, why? He points at Ophir and he goes, because this is the man who's been coaching me. He coached me to my first PQ win.
I know all your secrets. And we've started off with
right?
Sabine and a Sentinel, as you would do, although Sabine's potentially going to take that out if it does get shielded, so it's unlikely that Kira would bother to do that at this point.
This will be the first time that I think we've had blue. I don't think we've had Vigilance on stream today at all until this round.
Okay.
Well, there's a lot of Kira in the field,
naturally,
right? She's the number 2 played leader in the field today. We just simply have not had a Kira deck on stream until this moment.
Kira can kill her own Super Laser Technician quite happily with her own ability.
Very easily.
You've got to imagine Kira being the late game play over Han, but given the fact he's playing Han 2, he's almost certainly loaded up with crates and goodness knows what else in order to be able to play early, so this could very well be the battle of the late game beasts.
All right, a little bit of ground trading as Ophir moves out into the resource lead with that Super Laser Tech going to his resource row. 3 damage to base coming in from Kevin. And Ophir on the button, but it's Kevin's action here. Going to cheapen out. Going to cheat out a Poe. I love it.
Always a threat. What's the Ophir going to do to answer that? He's got 5 resources.
It's a big ground threat
on the board.
For Kira.
He can flip Kira, which he does straight away. Has he got an OB in his hand? Almost certainly, but he's still playing a 60-card deck, so it's not a given.
It is not a given, but an OB would be a big hit here. It would be 6 damage, would clean Kevin's board up completely. And he does have it.
Yeah, there we go.
And then I'll hit you for 6.
That takes that board clear, and then a bunch of damage to... Oh, gosh.
Yep, 6 to base.
Straight away.
I remember
on Woo's board.
I was having this conversation with... it is Woo, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it is. I was having this conversation with some guys last night at the KTOD Hangout. They were from Edmonton, Canada. And we were talking through, the joys of playing against Kira. And I said all the time I spent playing Kylo taught me that you pretty much had to have an answer for Kira when she hit the board, or she's just an irritating problem.
Absolutely. All the way. Which goes back to what I was mentioning earlier about aggression being very tasty these days.
Fell the dragon right away to get rid of Reikian.
Can't have that hanging around, especially when you've got the chance of ambushing in. Obviously, in this one he didn't with Timely, but that becomes a very tasty Sentinel when you do. Han deploys to the board.
He's going to swing in, I'm sure. He can't smack Kira around. Oh, he is. He's going to make her a 7-1.
Ouch.
That feels
got
like
to have an answer to do the last point of damage.
Yeah, but he doesn't. He doesn't.
Not in this turn.
That feels like a huge risk. That's a gift to Ophir, it feels like.
Especially when he's already taken the initiative and is going to swing for 7 straight. Sorry, no, 7 straight away, yeah.
Maybe I'm crazy, but that just feels like a weird play. I'm not sure why he did that.
Fear is the only thing I can think of, unless he's got a plan. Maybe he's got a Daring Raid in his
hand.
hand.
I mean, 7 to
Han
base.
2 Data Vault doesn't play a lot of events.
7 to base is 100% what I would do right there, and that's exactly what Ophir does.
Straight away.
7 to 1. So that means
Yeah.
7-1. You know he's going to have to get rid of her this round.
Take that straight away. 3 into base from Hahn.
Well behind here, unfortunately, is in the early going of game 1 is Kevin. Maul's going to
feeling
clean
the
up
pressure.
Oh, Maul's going to clean up Hahn.
This is going to be exceptionally hard to pull back from.
Yeah.
At this point.
How much overwhelm? He had 4 damage on him.
Yeah.
So
that's 5 overwhelm.
5 overwhelm.
We got what? 6 resources open.
Get the hammerhead. Going to clean up Maul.
Shoots Maul for a bunch of damage.
Nope, wrong card.
Oh, that was. Oh, yeah, there we go.
No, that was incorrect. That was me pressing the wrong button. They're next to each other, and I hit the wrong button.
There, looks the same. It's a spaceship on a blue background.
It's
It's
a
red.
spaceship on a blue background. This is the correct card. There we go. And 7 more to base from Kira. This game is going to go. This game is bad.
I've seen that rebellious hammerhead more today than I have in the past 6 months.
It is
possibly even 12 months.
Such a good card in Han, and people have figured that out.
Oh yeah.
Kevin
Takes
really
it.
surprised me with attacking into Kira without having any way to get rid of her, and it's cost him 14 damage on his base.
And she's still on board as
She's
well.
still on the board. This is insane.
That's going to be game. It's got to be.
I mean, I don't know. What are we doing here? Okay, reinforcement walker. He's going to draw it. Doesn't need the heal right now.
No, it really doesn't. Not with that amount of damage differential between the 2 bases.
Kevin's going to scoop it up. I think he knows that's over. Yep.
Yeah, seems fair.
All right, game 1 going to Ophir here. That was super quick. We're not even 10 minutes into the
Yeah.
official timer, much less my little one that's running a few minutes behind.
So what answers can you have in Han 2 Data Vault to try and answer the Kira flip immediately? I mean, the obvious one's got to be an open fire. We see 2 of those being pulled out of the sideboard straight away for inclusion.
Yeah. I mean, that's certainly a good way to go. During sideboarding, what I like to do, I realize I should have mentioned this earlier because this is what I was doing with Victor. I've got little ads for the stream that I run in between game 1 and 2 to make sure I get them off. So we're going to do that. And, guys, we'll be back in, let's see, which ad am I running? Yep, I'll be back in about 2 minutes or so, guys.
Welcome in, everyone. Thanks for being here. One of the most common questions I get is, how can I support what you're doing with live event coverage of Star Wars Unlimited? Luckily, there are lots of ways, and not all of them actually cost anything. For starters, if you're tuned in on YouTube, throw the live stream a like and subscribe to the channel. A couple of simple clicks, and you'll have helped YouTube's algorithm put more of my Star Wars Unlimited content in front of people who might be interested. If you're tuned in on Twitch, simply throw me a follow. Both of these things won't cost you a cent and actually help a lot more than you think. If you're an Amazon Prime member, you might be able to support me on Twitch with only a few clicks. Once you've linked your Amazon account to Twitch, check the QR code on the screen for help doing that. You can use your Prime subscription to me on Twitch. It's already included in your Amazon Prime membership and costs you nothing additional out of pocket. Similarly, over on YouTube, you can use the Super Chat functionality. Just click the little dollar bill looking icon on the bottom right corner of the screen below the chat window. This is sort of like a tip, right? You can choose a dollar amount on a little scrolling bar and it highlights your chat message simultaneously. If you're interested in helping ensure these kinds of high quality Star Wars Unlimited tournament streams continue well into the future, I would also ask you to check out my Patreon over at patreon.com/craptor. QR code on the screen will take you there. I have 4 tiers of support that each come with various benefits, up to and including the embroidered polo shirts you see the team and I wearing on the stream when we cover events. For the cost of only a single booster pack per month, you can support these kinds of productions and get some really fun perks along the way. Whether you choose to pitch in and help keep us on the air or not, thanks for being here. We love Star Wars Unlimited, we love the community, and we look forward to showcasing more of both in the future.
And you guys put out some great stuff. Here we go. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate you guys sitting through my little ad rolls. Let's see here. Let's go back to the game because we are almost done with the sideboarding. Yep, they are shuffling and cutting.
You're going to think about what they might have sideboarded in to take care of their opponent's game plan and what they've seen. Kira's going to be putting in extra removal, I'd have thought, more than anything else, considering the Han 2 is going to go unit heavy, or does go unit heavy by its very nature.
Yeah, I'll say by just the nature of it, the deck just starts unit heavy. I have to wonder, you know, the trick with Hantu, in my opinion, is it's a question when you're sitting across from one. The question you have to ask yourself is, how high did they go? In the sense of, there's so many good top-end units in green and red. Where do they stop? Is he playing Crate Dragons? You probably assume that he is, but is he? Right?
And we know that Kira likes to ramp a lot, so there's a good chance we see a Chamsin Dulla probably in the Han deck. And the 5/4 on the ground is always a good stat line regardless.
Mm-hmm. There's a part of me that thinks you might even consider playing Cham in your main deck as a Hantu, right? Again, it's just that good a card.
Enough players and enough decks do ramp that it will be useful regardless as well of that. You're absolutely right.
All right, Kevin ready.
Wu's trying to decide what to resource.
Yeah, he's got a, and his opening hand is pretty good. I can't quite make out if he's got a good turn 1 play there. Doesn't look like it, but
there's definitely,
he doesn't necessarily need
sure
one
I
in
can see
that
a
deck.
power in there.
That's my point. Is he almost doesn't need one in that deck. He can just claim and move on, which looks like what's going to happen here.
Exactly what he's done. At least I assume he's claimed.
Yeah, I have to believe that. They haven't moved the token, but
yep, there's an OB in his hand. I can see that.
Yes, he is, and he's gonna take the early damage and just go straight for a resupply. Okay.
Fair enough. He wants to see what getting Kira out and OBing quickly can do, just like it did last game, doubling down on it. Neither deck's playing a massive amount of space. Blue leader's in here mainly for its ground interaction, but it helps as well.
There it was.
Yes. Straight away.
Yep, not messing around. That's one of the single best ways to just fire her off the deep end as soon as she shows up. That devastating
Gunship to clear out the battlefield, Marine.
Such a great card in Kira.
Oh yeah. Especially when you've got a little bit of damage lingering around here and there from what they've done.
Already game 2 off to a better start here for Kevin.
Yeah, 5 resources on Kevin. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Kevin's going to 5, and Wu's a little farther ahead. He's on 6.
I'm at 6.
Right. 6 resources on that sort of turn.
3 back.
You're not looking at a Maul or Vader just yet there on 7. Your 6 resources is always a little bit empty.
Yeah. We know he's still sitting on the OB, so that might be a thing. He doesn't have anything to play it off of, although if he gets desperate, he could.
OBing on the gunship with the grit resort it's just died, so I guess that's irrelevant.
What did he play? That's
that
a
was
salvage.
So he ambushed in a ship, probably ambushed in
he ambushed in the red, the
blue leader.
Okay, the blue leader to get rid of it. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I wish they'd actually pull the cards out, but I understand now that I can see the card. I understand it.
Yep.
He flipped
There's
Han,
a Poe in hand.
who immediately got power to the dark side.
Yeah.
These guys are
There's
playing.
a Poe in hand, there's a Chamsin Dulla in hand on Kevin's side.
Does have the Chams in there.
As well as what looks like another salvage.
Just in case you guys missed the sequence of events there, it looked like this into that.
One more than me.
Yep, you ramp.
Okay, so.
Oh, yeah.
Cham coming in.
Cham giving Kevin some free resources.
Actually, I think I've got initiative in the wrong place, don't I? No, I don't.
Gets walked straight over by Maul. Takes a good 5 damage in return, though. Only 1 health left on the Maul. Red 5 comes out. Keep control and pings. That will kill the Maul next turn. Although the Maul will probably get to swing first.
Yeah, Wu's on the button, so feels like that's going to be a
beautiful
thing.
card.
Which one? The red 5?
The red 5 and the dual card art it does with the Victor Leader as well.
Yeah, those are so gorgeous.
Such a sucker for the shiny cards.
6, 7, and then red 3 goes 3
damage
to base.
on attack to kill them all.
And kills them all.
Ambush.
The Architans becomes, wow, there we go. I love that card. It just does not get a lot of play.
The resource row. It saw absolutely nothing until JTL came out, and now suddenly you see it all over the place.
I've never seen it in Kira before. I'm used to seeing it in Piet, but I love seeing it in Kira. And then he just gets immediately Fell the Dragon.
Seems reasonable.
Talking to people last night, they were talking about Han having to play Fell the Dragon, and I did not understand the I was like, are you serious? And they're like, oh yeah, you totally have to. And now it feels like every Han 2 deck here today, like the overwhelming majority of them are running it.
I'll draw it.
I guess it gives them the surety they need. They otherwise lack. You've got no solid removal whatsoever outside of that in green and red, unless you start wanting to run capture cards, and even then, only temporary half measures.
Pike and another Fell.
Cham versus a Pike Sentinel. Pike Sentinel will kill Cham the moment he goes into it.
We're trading body blows, but nobody's really pushing damage through right now. Everybody's just fighting over the ground arena.
Yeah. It's only a matter of time, though, until we start seeing some really big spaceships on the Kira side.
Yes, I just miscounted the first time.
I mean, we know that he's going to have Avengers in there. Like, they have to be there. I don't know why you would bother without a top end. I mean, I guess the other question is he playing Annihilators? Like, Annihilators or Devastators? The top end of green-blue villain is so impactful and so huge, there's almost no limit to what it could be.
Tactically, I'd imagine the Relentless is probably your best first play, because then that starts, well, he's used 2 Fell the Dragons already.
Certainly would be a good call.
Don't have that many events left.
All these units just murdering each other. It's up to
straight
Kevin
trade
now.
there.
We're going to smuggle something. Has he got a Cassian down there? He was checking.
Or timely.
He's checking to see what he had hidden.
Got nothing to ambush if he does time me something in.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of resources.
He's going to play the attack pod.
Less than 15 damage on base. It doesn't come in ready.
Avenger
kills it.
There's Avenger.
Straight away. 5 open resources on Kevin's side. So you could play a 6-drop unit. You could play as Poe.
Yeah, but then Wu just claims in next round, just like, oh yay, I swing in and Poe dies. Like,
kills it straight away with the Avenger. Yeah, useless play.
Yeah, it feels like you've got to be able to put more than one thing on the board to get them to stick. This is where something like like Home 1 or whatever, being able to bring a unit along with it as a friend can be a real big help. He's going to sacrifice the EBD.
Makes sense. If he did have that second salvage in hand, then he could potentially bring something else back out. But Avenger being shielded is protection against anything. That
there's the Poe. So he had to sacrifice the EBD just to get the Poe to stick.
Yeah.
I'll drop.
Walker to draw cards because Wu doesn't need the healing.
Doesn't need the health
shape, or
right
form.
now. Really doesn't. Initiative change there.
20 damage versus 9.
Oh my goodness gracious! These late game power of the dark sides are just brutally good.
You can see it on Kevin's face right now, can't you? He knows.
He's just like
how this is going.
every single thing that I play, he's sitting on the counter for. It's just it's like getting kicked in the nuts repeatedly and over and often.
You're looking down an Avenger and a Reinforcement Walker. You got nothing on board and 13 health.
Yeah, like
the writing's on the wall.
Yeah, I think so. But when you watch Wu play this deck, like, it becomes very clear why players are on Kira, right? Because she tends to have so many answers for the things that she needs to have answers for, right? She's just so good at it.
Yep. It took me a while to figure it out initially and then understand how she was being chosen to face against Boba back in the day.
Oh, Reichian comes out and immediately gets power of the dark side. It just absolutely utter devastation here.
That's it.
Brutal.
You think you've got some hope left? Nah, mate. I'll take that hope.
No, we're just gonna
drink your tears.
It's gonna take your hope and grind it under our boot heel. Goodness gracious! Chat says who's playing with his food. I mean, yikes! That was rough. I feel bad for Kevin. I kind of do, man. I mean, I'm not convinced there's a whole lot you can do in that matchup. You almost start to wonder. Go ahead.
All 3 home ones
No, it's always going to be tricky. You're absolutely right. Kira's designed to control against these kind of decks, but in order to do so, you need to know the meta inside out. And if anyone knows that, Wu knows that.
You almost get the sense that some of these guys, like the KTOD guys that are here playing Kira, and there's more than one of them.
Oh yeah.
You know, one of the reasons they're on this deck is because they're looking at, again, you know, the Kiras in the field, the whether it's the Kira, I'm sorry, the Sabine, the Han, the kinds of things that they know they're going to run into, and they know that this deck is capable of handling those.
Yep.
That's
the question's going to be whether
brutal.
people predict you move into that sort of a meta switch and adapt appropriately, but making that call is always a gamble regardless.
Yeah, it really is. Well, listen, guys, here's what I expect to happen. We do have some backup matches over there. As soon as the judges are able, they're going to move a match onto our table. But for the moment, we have to take a break with an indeterminate away time. So give us a few minutes, and we will be back with probably a Game 2 or a Game 3 of a different match. But I don't know which match, and I don't know when. So, as they say in the UK, watch this space, and we'll be right back.
Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. One of the many unique features of this game is the variety provided by each of the individual aspects. These 6 aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. They are vigilance, command, aggression, cunning, heroism, and villainy. Start deck building with the benefits provided by each aspect. All decks require 1 leader and 1 base. Your leader and base decide the aspects that you will focus on for deck building. Decks can be built with cards from any aspect, but there is a steep cost to straying from the aspects of your leader and base. Playing in-aspect cards will allow you to spend only resources equal to the printed card cost. Playing out-of-aspect cards will cost an additional 2 resources per aspect, not shown on your leader or base cards. While you are rewarded for focusing on certain aspects, deck building in Star Wars Unlimited provides the opportunity to mix and match however you choose, allowing for truly unlimited possibilities. Build strategies around your favorite aspects and become the best in the galaxy. Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. Aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. Let's focus on aggression. Attack relentlessly and deal out tons of damage with the aggression aspect. Keep your allies attacking, even if it hurts. Give your units powerful weapons with which to cut down your enemies. Demolish your opponent's base at any cost, striking early to ensure their defeat. When you fight for a cause, no defenses can stand in your way. Deal with an opposing threat with your formidable might. Overwhelm your foes and head for the enemy base. Make the best choices to continue the onslaught. Stay on the offensive with aggression aspect cards and become the best in the galaxy.
What's up, everyone? Raptor here with a quick reminder about upcoming Star Wars Unlimited tournament coverage right here on the channel. The first Saturday in June, that's Saturday, June 7th, we'll be providing live coverage of the Planetary Qualifier at Dragon's Lair here in Houston, Texas. We're targeting an 11 a.m. or 1600 UTC start that day. A link to the YouTube event can be found in the video description or by following the link in the QR code on your screen right now. 1 week later, on Saturday, June 14th, we'll be up in Austin, Texas with live coverage of the Planetary Qualifier at the Dragon's Lair location up there. That will also be an 11 a.m. or 1600 UTC start. If you're watching on YouTube, again, the link to the scheduled stream can be found in the video description or by following the QR code you're looking at on your screen at this exact moment. With the Galactic Championships inching ever closer, I hope you will join us for more live coverage of competitive Star Wars Unlimited events.
Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. Aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. Let's focus on vigilance. Defend your base and protect your allies with the vigilance aspect. Leverage the survivability of your troops to destroy your enemies. And further your own aspirations by keeping your base healthy. Heal up your side of the board. Your allies will follow your lead to defend for you, until the walking carpet himself stops your opponent in their tracks. Strengthen yourself to protect those around you. Make necessary sacrifices to support your friends. Protect yourself by removing whatever threat your opponent can muster. Construct the perfect defense, and your opponent cannot defeat you. Be vigilant in the fight and become the best in the galaxy.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It is round 6 of Swiss here at the Minneapolis Regional Qualifier for Star Wars Unlimited. We have a special treat for you guys because we're going to be bringing you Michael Conroe versus Alex Blendon, 2 well-known names here in the States. So settle in for a masterclass in Star Wars Unlimited. So,
indeed, 2 undefeated players.
Indeed.
One running Ray DV and the other one running Han 1 Command 30.
Indeed. Here on the left-hand side of your screen, this is Michael, indeed, hailing from Fairfax. Runner-up in the Richmond SQ not terribly long ago. They've actually already begun the game, so why don't I go ahead and show you guys that, since they are not waiting for us. Alex, of course, on the right, and we'll introduce you guys to him in just a moment. Alex, one of the most well-known Han Green players in the States, certainly the first person I ever saw playing this deck, watching him on the various McClunky Gaming PQ streams starting late last year.
Opened up turn 1 playing a Falcon, going 3 to base straight away. Michael has deployed a 3PO, going for some card advantage with Ray in turn 1. Looking to draw some extra cards and some answers to answer whatever rush strategy Alex chooses to bring forward. Because Han 1 green can put some damage on you very fast.
Ray going for a resupply. Han going to smuggle out a tech.
Oh yeah. Not so much a priority to get rid of early, but when he's got resources under his belt, that's going to become exceptionally valuable very quickly. Start to play shenanigans with what gets killed, could get Spark of Rebellion out of the discard pile back into your resource row.
Ray going to use her shenanigans to give an experience to poor 3PO there, make him a little more resilient.
I can't say I've ever seen 3PO as a death machine, I must confess.
You know, I used to think that way about these droids, and then way back at the very first Planetary Qualifier I cast, I ran into Frank Myers, who was playing Sabine Green that day. And the beauty of him, at one point we looked up and R2-D2, the murder droid, had 2 General's Blades on him, and that was terrifying.
Did you ever watch the old Droids cartoon back in the 90s or anything like that?
I did not. But I have seen enough Rebels to know the idea of a war criminal murder droid is alive and well in Star Wars. Thank you, Chopper.
Oh, yes. Hopefully see it more.
That's the wrong Han.
My
apologies. I put in the wrong Han.
That is Han 4.
That is Han 4. That is the wrong Han. We need this Han. There we go.
Village people on the board. Tech runs into them, knocks the shield off.
God, I hate that card so much. I know exactly why it's good, and I still despise it.
Ambushing in the Han pilot, straight onto the ground to take out the village people.
I'm going to keep the Falcon running.
I assume we'll be seeing Han deployed to the ground arena momentarily.
Our round timer is way off. Let me work on this for a minute.
Ray having very little board presence at the moment. Alex doing really good guns, keeping on top of all of that.
Yeah, we've just got a 3PO, and Michael tried to get to the ground arena with a Sentinel and didn't get very far with it. It is Ray's flip turn here, and of course, Alex looks like he's on about 5 resources, so he can flip Han at his leisure this round if he so chooses. For the moment, we're going to start off by pumping 3PO and making him a 3/6.
There'll be a 3PO to be worried about. You can take out Tech with it quite happily now. You can take out the other Han with it quite happily now as well.
Alex trying to figure out, presumably, what his plan is for the Ray flip. Now, correct my memory, Ray is a 2/6 when she flips straight up, and then she doesn't. When she attacks in, she can go to 3/7. Is that right?
That sounds right. Yes.
Okay. Let's have a peek.
She doesn't have to put the experience on herself, but she does.
Yeah, she's not actually deploying. I'm just double checking the stats. Yes, it's 2/6. Okay.
Yeah.
So a surprise strike off of, well, that won't matter now. Han's going to go straight to base there for 4.
Yeah. Looking to race the damage in. He's got a bridge there.
13 on. I missed one. There we go.
It's only 3 health difference between the 2 bases, but it's still good. Falcon's running unchallenged in the space arena.
Been doing that all game.
come to 8 resources, he'll be running into the redemption fairly quickly, I'd expect.
Chad asking about resourcing to pay for the paying for the Falcon. The way it works, remember, when you use Han's ability, like Alex is doing right now, to place a temporary resource, you have to discard one. But the way the timing works, you're allowed to exhaust one resource to pay for the Falcon and then discard that resource. Okay, now we're deploying
with this
Ray.
one particular deck composition, you kind of get it for free. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it just kind of works out that way.
Ray's on the board, answered by Han deploying straight away.
I'll attack Han.
Ray with 7 health is a lot of health.
Ray's going to go in for... Ray's going to go in, buff herself to clear out Ambush Han. We're going to restore 3.
Takes 4 damage in return.
And takes 4 back. Man, I got to say, if I'm Alex, I'm tempted to just smack Ray in the face and get rid of her and get that restore off the board.
That restore... There you go.
I'm a little
read your mind.
Yep, I'm a little surprised that Michael was willing to settle for just 1 good restore hit, but he seemed okay with that, coming in with a Bright Hope.
Oh yeah.
No effect.
Not liking for Space Sentinels in the hero red-green. When you got that, you got Concord Dawn.
Now, because Han attacked, that put Alex's 7th resource into play. So he's coming into the game here with a U-wing reinforcement.
All right, it's done. I don't want to. It's all random anyways. What's it matter?
So he's going to go through here and pick out the best options.
Yep. Can't quite afford a home 1, but he can afford a lot of other little things.
He's going to go for Enfys to bounce the 3PO, and that's the play.
Oh yeah.
And that is set 3 Enfys Nest.
Also, getting rid of all the experience
that's going to be
that Michael has spent adding to 3PO throughout the game.
That's going to be a really good card against Ray. A really good card against Ray. Alex now firmly in control of the ground arena with 2 big chunky units down there. Bright Hope throwing up a stop sign in space to the Falcon. To see what Michael's plan for the ground is.
Good old Sonny.
But if Alex has got a hot shot or something in the resource row and manages to buff Enfist, she gets to bounce ever more powerful things.
Indeed. His plan is Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight, which takes care of Han. And then the blaster, the smuggled in blaster, takes care of Luke.
Yep.
Have you at, how much is that?
17. That's what I have.
Yep, that's correct.
Attacks for 7 to base and bounces Luke in the same action.
Right, she hits the base for 7 and puts Luke back in his hand.
Yep.
Okay.
Falcon starts eating away at the Bright Hope.
Yep. And then ambushes in with a blue leader to clear it out of the way.
We'll go to the next.
That's some board presence right there.
Michael's been on the button.
Damage on Data Vault.
Yeah, Michael's been on the button most of the game, but it just does not feel like it has made much of a difference here. Was there some restore in there somewhere that it worked? I had Alex's base health lower. He must have restored somewhere that I missed. I'm not sure how.
I don't think so.
Okay. Maybe I just miscounted. Wouldn't be the first time. Fell the Dragon coming in to take care of Enfys.
Possibly the cleanest way of doing it.
Nice and simple. But again, Alex still running rampant in the high orbitals.
Yeah, it's just stalling it, really, isn't it?
Another Bright Hope.
For 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Smuggle in.
Out. No, that's not an ambush.
Just smuggling it in.
Hand, isn't it?
So smuggle in Lando's Falcon, which is just a big old 5/5. So we're moving on again.
Yeah. Does he want to run the Falcon and blue leader into the Bright Hope to get rid of it and just do 5 to base with the other Falcon?
Alex feeling very in control here. And entrenched now on the Bright Hope.
Getting dug in.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to make it an incredibly irritating problem for Alex to solve.
He's got a waylay or something.
Waylay would be a brilliant way to solve it.
I mean, granted, he'd just replay it, but without the entrenched.
Getting rid of the entrenched alone would make it a little less terrifying.
Absolutely.
And Michael can also, he's got enough resources now, he can bring Han back into the ground arena this turn as well. It's another U-Wing.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Now I'm wondering if he has any of the occasional, like occasionally with like Han players, you'll see them sneak some crazy spice, like their own Lukes or Cad Bane or something like that into their decks, specifically for these U-Wing plays. You don't see it often, but you see it on occasion, just so they can surprise people. Doesn't look
I've
like.
heard stories of the famous Casino Han where
Oh,
you
yes.
wing
Oh, yes.
everything of all the crazy colours in.
Doesn't look like Alex has any of that spice. Certainly not on the 10 cards that he drew.
No.
Looks like he's going
I
to go
saw a Tech
Tech and Poe
and a
Dameron.
Poe.
All right, well, let's start with
Is
the
he gonna
Tech.
put
Tech is easy.
Poe on the spaceship, or just create an X-wing.
Gotta offer it, or the stream will be like, no trader.
And then Poe's going to go high and pilot Big Falcon, which is a legal play,
And then create
an
an
X-wing
X-wing
token.
yeah.
Correct.
Oh, that's a gorgeous token. I like that.
Those are pretty.
7, 8. Yep. 7, 8. 7, 8's a lot.
Everybody blinks, all the bling to these.
Mm-hmm. It's a 7/8 Falcon.
Which doesn't quite kill the Bright Hope, but
No, it doesn't.
Well, I'm gonna take a guess.
it's not dying to it either.
Because that would have just been.
I was I assumed, honestly, if you had it, you wouldn't even
Peck
start
gives
with
him so much flexibility with what's in his resource row that a Waylay's not outside the realms of possibility.
No, but he's not going to.
Earlier.
He's not going to get it this round, right? Both Alex is
No.
tapped out. Michael's still got 7 standing, and he's got a pretty decent hand. He's got at least 1 Luke.
Oh.
He's got 2 Lukes. in
Yeah,
that
we
hand.
know that he bounced the Luke back previously.
Yep, and he's got a backup. So he can absolutely make a play for the ground arena. He's going to play his own U-wing reinforcement.
Okay.
Let's see what he comes in with.
He's looking for some more Space Sentinels, some Concord Door.
Oh, there's his last Bright Hope in that pile, which means he's about to put it on the bottom of his deck.
Yeah.
He had a Mon
Maybe he plays
Mothma in
Mon
there,
Mothma
which would not
Yep.
be a bad pickup. Would allow him to grab something. He's
Look
got
for a home 1 or redemption or something else.
He's got 1 home 1 in that stack that he can't touch.
Yep.
Costs too much. Seasoned Fleet Admiral,
Sindari
Mon
gives him
Mothma,
some
and
restore
Sindari.
too.
Okay, so let me refresh me. What does the Seasoned Fleet Admiral do? Remind me here.
He gets experience when your
opponent draws 1 or
cards.
more cards during the action phase. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then of course Mon Mothma, and then we'll get to the Sindari piece.
But he's also a cheap, essentially 2/4 on the attack as well, though. So Caesar's got some value.
What's 7? Yeah. You hit for 5.
All right, he's going to smash Bright Hope for 7.
Yep. Sindari's going to sit there and hopefully get ignored for a while and do a bit of restoring.
Michael needs the restore desperately. He's way behind right now.
Mon will, I expect, get bounced back to Han after this. Bright Hope dies. But he's just, as you said, sent the 3rd one down to the bottom of his deck, so that's not going to happen.
No, not looking forward to that.
Is that 3 Lukes in his hand?
He had at least 2 already, so it's very possible there is a 3rd. It would not surprise me. But the problem is the space lanes are the problem, right?
Yeah. 4 units on
Okay.
board is...
So, playing Luke, knocking the Big Falcon down by 3 means it goes off the board.
Yep. Now he's got 5 restore on board if Alex allows them to live.
Mm-hmm.
Having said that, you've got the 7-cost Han, you've got the Enfys Nest that we've already seen. So he's certainly got answers to them in the deck, assuming he's running anything resembling a usual composition.
It's a huge lead for Alex here in game 1, but Michael seeming like maybe he's on the cusp of stabilizing. Hard to say right now. Certainly has a large ground presence, but has been well on the back foot in the space arena the entire match.
Just needs another Falcon in space, and that 10 damage is well within reach.
Mm-hmm. Another
One
piece.
surprise strike later.
Yeah, and Michael knows it too, and he also knows where his last Bright Hope is. He's seen it go by, so he would need, you know what he could, like a good pickup with like a regular. If he could come up with a Bright Hope, Big Boy Han would allow him to fish one of those Bright Hopes out of his discard pile. That'd be a great pickup if he could find one of those.
Certainly, or even salvage if he's got one.
Big Boy Han's going to clear
Han
some of
takes
that
out
out.
Sindori, which removes one of his sources of restore.
Mm-hmm. And then he's going to put 4 damage onto Han with Akbar.
Akbar fell out of favour for a good couple of sets, but made a solid comeback in this meta.
too.
Seasoned Fleet Admiral trades out to get rid of Big Boy Han. 2 more on base from Tech. I feel like Michael's got a claim. He does. He needs to get that swing in with Luke to get some restore back. And 2 more. 2 more from the X-Wing puts in an even 30 damage on Michael's base.
If there's a pump, this is going to be over so quickly. Well, that blue leader's got it on the unit.
Yes, you're at 23 at the start of the turn, right? Yeah. Hit you for 3 with that.
26.
2, 2. Yeah, it's 30. Yeah, yeah.
Yes, you were right.
No, I'm
Okay.
They're double checking. Everybody's math is checking out. So yeah, they're in the right place.
Yeah. Checking it with a judge nearby, adjudicating the match as well. So that's all good.
Shout out to the judge crew, by the way, for this event. They've been fabulous and really easy to work with.
Yes.
Big fans. All right, so we're clearing Tech with Luke and going to get some restore out of it.
I drew it. I was like,
He's shown a surprise strike, and that's
and that's it. Surprise strike on blue leader does the job. There it is, game 1.
Yeah.
Hard fought, but Michael never really able to get going in that game.
because he can go play it.
No,
and then hit
very solidly kept on top of by Alex.
Oop,
Having an answer for
got
everything
him
being
backwards.
played.
There we go. All right, Alex.
A little bit ropey in the first 4 or 5 turns there.
Indeed. Alex with the game 1 win.
Could have gone either way.
There's our 2 players. Briefly, just since I didn't get the chance to finish introducing him earlier, Alex, of course, hailing from Bedford, New Hampshire. Alex, one of the better known, I'm going to get this wrong. Michael is, of course, Team Secret, if memory serves. I'm going to have to go pull my cheat sheet up, which I don't have in front of me because I'm bad at this. All right, let's see. Yes, Michael is Team Secret, and Alex is, yes, Alex is part of the KTOD team. That's what I thought. So, good to see some good team representation here in the high ranks of round 6. Let's go do a quick ad roll. There we go. I know. Got to remember which button to push. We'll be back in about 60 seconds, guys.
What's up, everyone? Raptor here with a quick reminder about upcoming Star Wars Unlimited tournament coverage right here on the channel. The first Saturday in June, that's Saturday, June 7th, we'll be providing live coverage of the Planetary Qualifier at Dragon's Lair here in Houston, Texas. We're targeting an 11 a.m. or 1600 UTC start that day. A link to the YouTube event can be found in the video description or by following the link in the QR code on your screen right now. 1 week later, on Saturday, June 14th, we'll be up in Austin, Texas with live coverage of the Planetary Qualifier at the Dragon's Lair location up there. That will also be an 11 a.m. or 1600 UTC start. If you're watching on YouTube, again, the link to the scheduled stream can be found in the video description or by following the QR code you're looking at on your screen at this exact moment. With the Galactic Championships inching ever closer, I hope you will join us for more live coverage of competitive Star Wars Unlimited events.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I think the sideboarding is complete. Alex looking like maybe he's making some last-minute changes, so we'll leave the camera view where it is. Friendly reminder, in case you maybe weren't here when we were mentioning it earlier, but during the Swiss rounds, we make a point not to discuss sideboarding and that sort of thing on stream because it's information that the players at the table shouldn't have yet, and so we don't want anybody to be able to watch the stream and learn something about an opponent they might face in day 2 before they are supposed to know it. Of course, once we get to the top cut, everybody gets literally get handed your opponent's deck list when you sit down at the table. So at that point, everything's fair game. But before then, we try to keep it under wraps.
And they tend to be made public at that point as well, coinciding with it. So
exactly right. At that point, everybody's deck lists in Melee become public anyway.
3, 3, 6, 2.
So if you're Ray at this point and you've just been beaten down by Han 1, you're probably siding in a little bit more for the sort of control aspect, I'd expect. Trying to play more into the late game.
I feel it felt to me like Michael had a better late game than Alex does. Alex, I think, feels like a more mid-range deck to me. Maybe I'm crazy. What do you? Am I off base there?
No, I'm agreeing with that one. The Han 1 deck strength is always in its 7 cost units. The emphasis that we saw, the Han Solo, the U-Wing flexibility. Having Home 1 is a bit of a helpful boost in there, but Home 1 in and itself doesn't finish off games. It just enables you to drag it out a little bit longer. Maybe get a bit of recursion out of it. But with the Lukes to finish things off, the Redemption with Rey, they've both got access to tech in theory.
One of the things
Rey with the blue having access to more removal in their events.
More removal and certainly restore. I think that's one of the big things here is that, damage that Michael puts on Alex's base is probably going to stick because the only real restore cards that Alex is likely to have access to is going to be like things like Home 1, right? And maybe, I don't think he plays Sundari's in there, but in green he could, like that kind of thing. So, I mean,
Starting off with an R2 for a bit of deck filtering, almost certainly going to get an experience token on it.
Nice, simple R2, and then Alex going high with a Phoenix Squadron A-Wing.
So Han is currently showing more damage on board, but that won't last for long.
Nah. First blood here to Alex. Swings in with his Phoenix A.
Yep. He's already got a 3 hit point advantage with the base.
Michael going to come in with Mon Mothma.
Searching for a Rebel.
Going to grab a Bright Hope, which he's already got. That'll be his next
Can't
turn
say I'm
play.
shocked.
And there's a blue leader out of Alex.
Yep. Claim. 3 to base.
Looks like Alex already figured that space is Michael's weakness in this. Looking to double down on it.
Yeah, I think it definitely feels that way. One of the cards that I'm used to seeing in Ray that we haven't seen out of Michael's deck yet is the Conquer Dawn Interceptors, which would have really put a crinkle in some of the shenanigans that Alex has been able to do. Now, again,
I agree.
You're always vulnerable to waylay and that sort of things, but just in general, that's a great space unit for Michael to be throwing down because he can buff it, and then of course it hits harder when it's attacked.
Yeah, and it's cheap.
And I think it only costs 3 for a 1/4 Sentinel.
3/4 on the defense.
Yeah.
4 resources ready.
Alex debating his first action here. Nope, he's going to Han first up.
Okay. Before a Bright Hope comes down. Let's see if he's going to get punished for that decision.
Curious. Michael can afford to play Bright Hope, but he can't afford to play it and buff it at the same time.
Indeed.
He's going to go 1 to base with Mon Mothma.
And the 6 damage represented in space on Alex's side would kill the Phoenix Squadron, but leave the blue leader alive. He deployed the Han to the ground. He did not put him as a pilot in space.
He did. Wanted to clear out Mon Mothma for whatever reason, but it also gives him a little bit of ground presence. He knows eventually he's going to have to fight Rey in that arena to some extent. There's the Bright Hope.
If he kills Mon Mothma, then the Bright Hope can't pull Mon Mothma back to hand for a card advantage and then get played again for more Rebel searching immediately afterwards.
There you go.
So that was a very well thought out move. But it did cost him. The cost was damage in the space arena.
Yep. He's gonna be able to clear this Bright Hope, but it does save Michael a round of pain in the space arena.
Yeah.
For the moment, he is ahead in the race.
Yep. R2's as buffed as he can be.
I mean, barring the aforementioned lightsabers, because we could turn him into a saber-wielding maniac. I've seen that happen.
Or entrenched. Exactly.
I'm not sure. I gotta say, would you put a 6'9" R2 that's there to just murder people in the ground arena? I gotta say, it would be hilarious. It would not be my first choice.
Oh, I have seen it. It was more of a laugh move, but I have seen it.
Yeah. All right.
It's a risky move against the deck with Waylay, though, so almost certainly not, I guess.
Everybody's favorite village protectors.
Aye. Lose a shield immediately.
Michael
2
passes.
damage on Han.
How interesting.
Means R2 can kill Han, but R2 will be left alive as well.
Feels like if he was going to do it, he would have just done it right there, but he opted against.
Yeah, maybe he's saving him to put damage on the leader.
Going 3 with blue leader.
Two open resources for the Rey player.
I know what you're trying to do. You're going to increase that R2, aren't you?
We were just talking about that.
Oh, yes. Gotta love it. We're just here holding our breath now, waiting to see what he does do. Oh, brilliant. There's a lot of thought going into this. He can't have that many options right now. I guess he's deciding how likely is it that Alex has got a waylay or something.
Well, some of it, I think, like for example, depending on what he's got in his hand. If he's got a 2-cost unit, we don't know. He could obviously play whatever that is. He could also spend one of his resources to buff the village protectors.
Either the sickest bluff, and
True.
you've given me the absolute most credit as a player, or you have entrenched in your
And the village protectors as a 3/3 is no joke.
Okay. Alex claims there, and Michael actually has nothing. Or at least it doesn't matter because he passed, and so there we go.
Respect my ability to read that so well to make that bluff.
Six resource turn is the Ray flip and the Han flip.
Yep. Have not seen an early Han this game, which is a little unusual, I think.
Yeah.
Ordinarily, you see Han kind of race to get out as quick as he can, but there's Ray.
It's rare that you don't see someone possibly over-eager to do that
Now,
with Han. You're absolutely right.
Han's going to go to 7 resources.
Which means he'll be on 8 after he deploys, assuming he gets to attack.
Exactly. If he gets to attack after he hits the board, Alex will go to 8 resources. What could he be playing for 8? Could he be trying to angle to get a home 1 in to play this turn?
It's the only 8 drop I can think of that he'd want to do so.
Interesting.
That's a big, beefy thing in space that starts giving him restore as well.
All right. Going 3 to base with Ray and restore 3.
3 to base, you said. Yep.
Do we see a Han deploy, because that is the only viable action if he is looking to go to 8 resources. No, it looks like he's playing something.
Oh, he wanted the 7, so he could put emphasis down on the board.
That's fair. Without deploying the Han to do so.
Now that card is so good against Ray in general because she loves weenie units, right? Like that's her whole thing is to take weaklings and make them bigger, and emphasis like, oh, you're weaker than me? Go away.
Man.
And you're not
another
limited
bright hope
by having a waylay or not having a waylay.
Flip.
7 health as well. She's no easy thing to get rid of.
Nope, emphasis no joke. Hey, look, R2's back again.
I think he's been played twice already in the course of this turn.
Indeed.
You left it there.
Fair bit of card filtering. Oh, no more. We're not having any of that.
Han's basically like, I've had enough of you, filthy droid. You scum. Go away. I want none of your garbage.
I'll have no more droids on my ship.
Indeed.
3PO is enough last game. Bright Hope's putting a bit of a roadblock in the space arena, but there's a lot of strength on the Han ground arena right now.
Ray,
however...
Go ahead.
Go on, sorry.
No, go ahead. I was going to say...
Ray is restoring a lot. Luke's about to come out and start restoring a lot. Oh, there's the fell to get rid of the...
Love it.
3 resources left doing a thing. Ray's still going to be healing. Han's not killing her anytime soon.
That's gotta feel bad. Be like, didn't I just kill you? Yeah, you did. Here I am again.
Yeah, and he can't replay it either. He's not got.
He doesn't have 4
resources.
No, he doesn't. He'd have to play something else.
So that's potentially a free 3 damage to base. They're both on very low health totals now after Ray's healed a bunch.
Well, Michael's gone back to an entrenched on
Entrenching
Ray.
Well, she's not getting bounced, so that's fair.
That's a 6/9 Ray. Well, yeah, she can't get bounced. She's a leader, and Empress doesn't allow for that. But now she can slap Han around and restore 3 at the same time. Han's going to put some base damage.
She's dominating the ground arena for a good long while now.
Okay, so Han's going to hit for 3. Ray's going to restore 3. Sorry, 4. Ray's going to restore 3. So the net it's a net gain of 1 there for Alex.
And Ray's got, what, 5 health remaining? 6 health remaining?
5.
6 health remaining.
She's
got 6 on
you're
her.
right. She does have 6, correct.
She's got a +1 experience here.
I forgot the experience token.
So Enfys with a hot shot could kill her. And would not quite die in return either. In her current state.
That's true. That is a fair point.
Yeah, I didn't do it right. Yeah. You're right. Because I hit you for 3, not 4 with that Han. So, all right. Good.
All this back and forth,
going on.
All this back and forth, and we're only looking at 10 damage on each base here. But I think now that we're passing the 7 resource turn, things are going to start to heat up a little bit. I feel like I did see a Luke in Alex's hand. No, what is that? It's a blue-white event. What would he be playing?
Oh, I think I saw a Concord Dawn in there.
Oh, that's this resource pile. Okay.
For 6.
Your guy doesn't die?
Nah, 1. Star.
Blue-white event? I got no idea.
I don't know what it was. All right, another restore. Multiple swings out of Ray, making Alex's job just that much harder here. Enfys going down to 6. Going down to 1 HP left.
So if she does go into Ray, then that'll be a straight trade.
Trash 2.
I trashed 1.
He's got a Bright Hope and a Concord Dawn and another Entrenched in his hand, I think.
I was keeping these.
And Entrenched,
Another Entrenched
on the Conquered Dawn in space would be a brilliant defensive play, but at that point you have to start asking yourself, how am I going to win the game, right? Where's my offense going to come from?
Yeah, that is the thing. There's 1 Luke in the hand.
Okay, going to trade out.
I think there's a home 1 in there.
Alex, I think, realizing he's got to get this restore off the board. It's just killing him right now.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Alex at a life deficit for the first time.
All right, coming in with Han to get rid of Blue Leader. I'm sorry, Luke to get rid of Blue Leader.
All right.
Man, I got to go to bed earlier tonight. Whew, I'm struggling today.
There's going to be tears shed when rotation happens and that loot goes out of the set.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was having this conversation between rounds with somebody, a gentleman who was a Lorcana player, a game that I know very little about. But I do know that they're also moving to set rotation, and he was talking about how apparently they've already announced that, like, their first set of the new meta, whatever it is, like the next block is going to be like half. He was saying it was like half reprints. And I'm going, that's crazy. And I said, I feel confident that FFG is not going to do that to us. He said, why is that? I said, because they did this exact same thing already once with Destiny. And yes, they did reprint a few cards, but it was not anywhere close to half, right? They'll reprint a few key things. Like, I look at a card like Resupply, and I think that card's probably going to get reprinted, right? All right.
Salvaged home 1 out.
Yeah. Love this play.
And a Falcon. Plus, what FFG have said already with how reprinted cards are fully legal and playable from previous sets that they're reprinted from, they're kind of losing sales if they do that. So I agree with you. There's a good incentive for them not to reprint a whole load of stuff.
Right. I mean, I think there are staple cards in the game, in the meta, that they will absolutely reprint, right? Cards that certain basic functioning decks just need to work.
Exactly.
With that said,
the basic removal package, for instance.
Right. Like Takedown, to me, is a staple card, right? Like, I could totally see that happening.
So you have 4, and I have 60.
Han swing.
Plus
Luke
cards.
swings in again. More restore.
Yeah.
7.
Cards get reprinted all the time in Spotlight decks as well.
True. And they usually commons and uncommons. We have not seen them yet decide to reprint Oh, see, this is the play. This is the play that Michael was wanted earlier, right? With pull the home 1, grab the Bright Hope back out of the discard pile.
Now he can start attacking with impunity in space. Or relative, unless he's got a way to bounce the Bright Hope, which is possible.
All right, let's go U-Wing. Let's see what he pulls.
If I'm Alex, I think I'm looking for a tech, and he's got one.
I just realized.
Hans, yep.
I showed you guys the wrong Falcon. I showed you piece of junk Falcon. That's not the Falcon that Alex pulled out of his discard pile. It was this one. So if he does come up with some pilots, he can make. He can't play the pilots off the U-Wing reinforcement, but
no, he can't because it specifies unit. Yeah.
Correct. But if he comes up with some of them in his hand, like a Chewie or something, that could be a thing. Okay.
Yep.
Big boy Han's all he's got out of his U-Wing reinforcement.
And he's not ambushed him in because he would just die.
Yeah, not very useful.
3 into your boy there.
Chat pointing out time is going to be a factor if there's a game 3. You're 100% right. The official round timer. I'm about 5 seconds off of the official round timer. These guys will probably have at least 5 more minutes beyond what the timer on the screen shows. But it's this game 2 here has definitely been a battle, but back and forth.
Yeah.
I've never seen a home one on each side of the board before. That's crazy to me.
Oh, he clears hard and restores 3.
Yep. Back to 25 health available. Only 7 on. Feels like
sorry, it's restore 4, not restore 3.
It is
because
restore
he gets
4.
Next restore 1 off home 1.
That is a good point. I'll point that out to the judge in the chat.
He gets to do 7 damage to base quite happily with his home 1. Falcon clears a Bright Hope.
I'll trade and restore 2.
Yep, so I'm at 13 to your 6. No,
that's
5.
5. Yeah.
Okay, going to restore 2 there off of the home 1. Michael should actually have 1 more HP. I let the judges know. We'll see if they catch it.
Yep.
We weren't doing dice.
12. Okay,
And again, he does ambush this time because he can kill the Luke.
He can
quite
kill
happily.
him.
Got another one?
But if Michael's got another Luke in his hand, he can just replay him and murder Han. Not like he does, though. Three-PO's back. We might be about to see 3PO buffed again. But no, we get
Alex is like
back to hand.
every
Some
single
cards.
time. These stinking Bright Hopes. You can just see it in Alex's face. He's so tired of seeing Bright Hope in this matchup. He's just like every single time now Michael plays one, he's just like, you got to be kidding me.
Claim.
Unfortunately, my response to any Han 1 player in that situation is going to be Crimea River.
I can't disagree with you. Okay, Alex claimed there. They did not move the token, but Alex did claim because I heard him say it.
Yep. Unhelpful in that there's 2 initiative tokens on the board, but still. More offensive power on Alex's board at the moment. All of the restore is gone for the time being. A salvage could bring a home 1 back very easily.
Alex has had to slog through so much restore this game, and now we're getting a Chewy pilot on the Falcon.
Ooh. +3.
Sorry,
+3,
Falcon on the
9.
Bright Hope.
I get you. Not like that.
3-6.
6 points remaining on the Bright Hope, and the Bright Hope's got 6 attack.
6-10 with 7 damage, 3 damage on it. That's a beefy Space Sentinel, kids.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the spice. There it is.
Alex says, I'll have that.
Alex is like, hey, that looks pretty good. I think I'll take one of those. Look at Michael's face. He's like, well, okay, that was a play. Damn it.
Yep. Just can't beat him. Join him.
Indeed. Looks like he's going to swing in with 3PO here. He's going to ding up Han for 1 point of damage. Have a look and move on.
You didn't. I hadn't thought, but you'd expect to see some choose sides in these green decks as well.
You would expect, yes. All right, there's the Bright Hope swing for 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then now with 3PO dead, Luke takes care of Han on the ground.
Which gives him another 3 restore.
Just exactly what Alex wants to see, am I right?
Oh, yeah. Well, the Bright Hope's about to go home again in a moment.
It is.
I think I can drag it out, but I don't know that I can win.
Alex is going to just scoop here, it looks like, and we'll go to game 3.
Yeah, I'd rather not.
It's fair enough.
Sorry,
trying to preserve the chance at a full win here rather than guarantee the draw by fighting out game 2. Michael hangs in, and we're going to game 3.
Yep. 18. No siding this time, straight to the shuffling.
No, they don't have time to sideboard, and Trent, truth be told, they probably should have already done it. I mean,
exactly.
I've had this conversation with people before, which is, admittedly, there are cases you would make the change, but it's like if you've sideboarded between round 2 and 3, what are you going to change in between between 1 and 2? What are you going to change between game 2 and 3 that you didn't already change?
Once you hit it, I was like,
it's possible that you just decide, I didn't like this. I'm going to go back to where it was. That's possible, but it's so unlikely. especially at this level of play, these guys have a pretty good idea of what matchups, what they want to be doing with their sideboard long before it becomes a factor.
They see a resupply in Michael's hand.
All right, game 3 underway here, ladies and gentlemen. That would be Alex should be on the button.
They have to finish this.
Yep, they're racing the clock here.
These are both undefeated players. They have to finish this. They can risk a tie in theory. It just makes it really difficult going into the next 2 rounds.
Resupply.
All right.
Although with 8 games, a record of 5-1-1, I'm given to understand, is equal to going X and 2.
No, it would be 5-0-3.
5-0-3. Sorry, my
5-0-3 and 6 and 2 are the same points.
So if they did tie out this game, they could both intentional draw the rest of their games and still get through to day 2.
Possibly. I think it sort of depends on
if the opponent agrees. Yeah.
Yeah. The other thing is that the other thing you have to remember is that it's not just X and 2. It's top 64. So in a field of, we started the day with over 600 players, you know, is 2 losses going to be enough? It may not be. 2 losses may not do it.
Fair.
3.
Okay, 3PO knows what that card is, guesses, and draws a Sundari Peacekeeper.
Yeah.
Alex does Han things.
Let's get some more healing on the board. Thanks,
Michael.
Michael.
Yep, Michael's going to use Ray to buff 3PO.
Ambush in.
Ambush in and get into the ground arena. That resupply and everything coming in big here for Alex in game 3. A 5-5 now in the ground arena.
Wonder if Michael's saving his resupply to play when he has 5 resources to go into a surprise Ray flip.
Gonna just Ray right away so R2 can't get murdered.
Yep. Maybe R2-D2, Chopper, and Murderbot have all got something in common.
Yeah, because you're the HP. Yep, you're right.
They got it, chat.
Aye. Potentially a Han flip turn here.
Could be a Han flip turn. All he has to do is use his ability once, and we could be looking at significant power in the ground arena. But Alex has only got 2 cards in hand. He's going to have to give up one of them if he wants to make that play. Doesn't look like he does. We're gonna ambush in.
Doesn't kill the R2 though.
Does not.
Trade with blue leader.
Yep, R2's going to finish off the blue leader.
For another little bit of card filtering. Goes to the bottom of the deck. 3 resources open on Ray. Could be enough to play the resupply. Could be enough to play the village people he's got in his hand.
There we go. Han does going to go to 6. He wants to get onto the board this round. Alex's last card. Alex now out of cards in his hand. Playing very aggressively here. So we're looking at one of these. And one of that.
A Spark of Rebellion I think I saw in there as well. In Michael's hand.
All right, Ray's flip turn inbound here. Michael making some resourcing decisions.
Village people takes out the Han pilot. Easy kill. Saves himself 4 damage.
Chad having the exact same conversation you and I were about 5-0-3. Not, in my opinion, that's not guaranteed to get in a field this large.
Yeah, 6.
All right, Blaster coming in. Alex landing his first base damage here in game 3.
Yep. Bark for a ramp.
There will not be 9 rounds of Swiss, guys. We did not make it to 650 players. We stopped at 620-ish.
He's just now got up to 6. Did Michael decline to resource, knowing that he would spark a rebellion ramp into... Interesting.
Hit the Han for 3.
Means
So
Michael's
Ray comes
got
onto the
4
board.
cards in hand.
And then we see Tech.
That's 5 restore on board for Michael now.
Yeah, I can't imagine Ray's going to live very long, though.
No, you're not wrong.
I mean, Alex has got two easy ways to knock her off here.
Yep.
I mean,
and a very determined look on his face as well at the same time.
I think he got burned by leaving her on the board too long last time, and he's not going to make that mistake again.
Yep. He's also notably played a lot less in space this game, perhaps expecting all the answers that Michael played against him in space last time. Bright hopes are all in good, but they're only 2 damage. You want to kill Ray first before it can buff the Sundari. I'd have thought. Which is exactly what Alex goes ahead to do. Sundari can attack.
Could be worse.
Oh, no. Back buff, 2 damage to kill the Hard Leader.
All right.
Resources open on Ray. Sundari's about to restore 2 more damage. But no. Blue Leader is coming down to the ground to ambush in. Is he going to kill Sundari? Yes, he is.
Yeah, he needs to get rid of that. Alex being very aggressive about clearing out as much restore as he possibly can. Mon Mothma going to pull a home 1 into hand here. That can't be exciting if you're Alex.
Nope. Because there's a chance that's just going to bring the Sundari right back.
A very real chance.
Sorry, my bad.
We go on to the next turn. 8 resources. For the Ray player, for Michael. It's hard to count how many Alex has with those bright white deck sleeves.
It is difficult. It looks like 9. 1, 2, 3, 4. I believe he is at 9. I'm almost positive he's at 9.
UV
In
up.
regards to board states right now, Alex has certainly got more damage on board.
5 minutes in the round, and there's barely any damage on either player's base here.
Michael's got restore 1 on Akbar. We know he's got enough resources to play the home 1 in his hand.
5 phase.
There we go. Alex going to push some base damage here.
All right. Seems fun.
Looks like a U-wing reinforcement out of Michael's hand. Nope, he's thinking about it. Hasn't decided yet.
Yeah.
The question is Michael playing for the draw, or is he likely to want to try and play enough big things to put enough damage on to get the win?
He's going to ambush in his own Blue Leader to get rid of Tech.
Reducing Alex's possibilities from playing out of his resource row. Very
Indeed.
smart thing to do. That's a beautiful card as well.
Ah, the prestige ships are almost universally gorgeous.
You're absolutely right. Alex is resourcing an extra card.
Indeed he is, as we see another Village Protectors come out of Michael's hand.
What does Alex need all these resources for, or is he just wasting time?
No, he must have something. Tech's gone. Whatever it is, it's got to be in his hand.
Yeah.
What would he have that costs 9? Or, so it's possible he's sitting on a home 1. No, he's going to smuggle in a Falcon. It tells me he's got something else he wants to play out of his hand on top of that.
Yeah. Maybe another space unit.
Could be. Michael claimed there.
Give.
And, yep, another space unit.
Nope.
Nope, wrong card. That's not the unit he played.
So Alex has got 8 damage in the space arena and 5 in ground, but the shielded sentinel in the way doesn't help. Michael's gone.
Alex hard pivoting to space here. Time ticking away. Friendly reminder, we're probably going to have about 5 extra minutes After the timer in the bottom right expires, before they'll call time on these guys, stream tables, you routinely get a little extra time because of the setup time required to move everybody over and so on and so forth.
Michael's got 9 damage on the ground arena and a restore 1 in Akbar.
I think Alex is beginning to realize that now that the game has gotten this late, he's going to struggle to come up with something.
Any kind of
any kind of
punch,
response here. He's going to go 5 to base. No, he's going to go 3 to base. Okay.
Saving the 5 to hit whatever he thinks Michael is about to play in space.
Going to trade Mon Mothma for the blue leader in the ground arena.
Seems like a fair trade.
I'm pretty happy with that trade.
Playing another one to take care of the village people. Leaving a 5-3 on the board.
All right. You wing.
Let's do it.
Really does feel like Michael's stalling this out.
I don't think so. I think he's just playing the struggle. The trick with Ray, right, is that this is exactly the kind of thing that she's good at. She's hard to finish off. She's hard to kill.
True. Yep.
3.
14. I'll climb.
I mean, Alex.
And to be fair to Luke, hitting for 6 is beefy.
Well, but he's now got 4 restore in the ground arena. I mean, that's just nuts when you think about it.
6. Restore 3.
And if he played home 1, that could have gone to 6.
Alex really, I think, is going to struggle. The big boy Hans are usually reliably between big boy Han and Enfys. That's how he controls kind of getting overrun in one arena or the other. And it just, I don't think he's got those here. He doesn't have those answers available. There's the home 1.
Attack the A wing, restore 1.
He's going to ambush in.
Blue leader,
blue
which
leader
dies immediately.
He just kills the A-wing and gets a free restore out of it.
Oh, you're right.
Yep.
No, that wasn't out.
Okay,
No.
Yeah.
Michael's board state right now looking very concerning if I'm Alex.
Yeah, concur.
I think Alex's body language
Says
kind
it
of
all.
reflects that.
I mean, every unit on the board for Michael has restore. Is restore. I mean, that Akbar is restore 2 because of home 1. Like it just. And Luke is restore 4, and home 1 is restore 2, and it just.
Oh yeah.
It just is not getting better here.
Meanwhile, Michael's got 2 huge units to push damage with.
Smuggle out of tech, and Michael's going to claim.
Waylay. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, we're going to put something away. What are we putting back? Luke. Okay.
Right. I mean, tough choice. Luke's going to be played again and kill something. Or maybe not kill something, but debuff it.
Yep.
Or do you do home 1? And that's going to come back and bring another unit out with it.
Home 1's going to clear the Falcon. Should have some damage on it here. They didn't mark it yet. He did mark the restore, though. He was like, yeah, we're 100% restoring things. There's the damage.
Absolutely. See where Michael's priorities are, which is fair.
Let me do some counting. 4.
Okay, so Alex has 10 resources available.
Luke can come back at any time if he's wanted to.
Yep.
I apologize.
So remember, chat, that these guys have an extra few minutes before time gets called on them because of the stream tables.
Yep.
You always get a small time extension. And then they will be allowed to finish the turn they're in and play 1 more once time is called on them. He's going to play Enfys.
And it can't bounce home 1 because it just doesn't have the power. Luke gives -3/-3 to tech.
Claim.
Who gets shot by Akbar coming back. And Michael once again has all that restore on his board that he had two moments ago.
Literally the same board state he started the round in.
Alex effectively got rid of.
All right, now Alex does push 7 to base there and get rid of the Luke.
Yep.
Enfies, I'll restore too.
You're at 17.
Michael's in defensive mode right now.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so
That is up to date.
Akbar swings in to beat up Enfys and just get the restore and then get out.
Telstream to
It was Restore 2, of course, buffed by the home one.
Okay, so that's interesting. We're being told 9 rounds of Swiss today, which is different than what they were posting earlier. So, Mark, are you up for an extra round?
Sure, why not? What's
All right.
1 a.m. to 2 a.m.? We can deal with that.
I love your attitude. I love it. I love it. All right, U-wing reinforcement coming in on Alex's side of the board.
In for a penny, in for a pound.
you have a billion resources, right?
What's he looking for if you're Alex right now?
7.
Another hard to punch
I don't
damage
know,
on
man.
the ground arena.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Home 1 goes to base.
I know, but I do not want stream.
Stores another 2.
So he just grabs Han, Big Boy Han in the ground arena.
Yep.
15.
Yep.
Michael's got 5 cards in hand. Not a choice.
I mean, Alex can push 13 damage out of the ground arena this round.
No, wait. I fixed it. Yeah. Yep.
Or next round, whenever that happens.
Yeah. But he chooses to resource a card. Needs maybe that 1 extra unit. Luke comes out to kill Enfys.
How big a card has Luke been this match? He's just been everywhere, in and out,
Absolutely.
up and down, bounced and come back, and man, just crazy.
Put 2 into this.
Oh my God, another act. It's lunacy.
Oh, this is this board state for the
Literally,
third time
this
this
is-
game in
It's just-
almost as many minutes.
You just can't get rid of it. This is the song that never ends. Like, it's just crazy.
And Alex is like, you've got 8 restore.
Yeah,
Again.
Alex is like, oh look, I'm up against 8 restore again.
Oh man. I mean, does he try and put damage to base and have it be muted through all the restore? Is he going to go for Akbar? Is
think
he
about
gonna
it.
go
He's
through Luke?
thinking about smuggling out this blaster and go. But if he does and goes
Yeah.
to base, he literally doesn't get anything out of it because all of Michael's units will swing in and just heal it all. He's going to put the blaster on
Yep.
Han, I think, and try to just pop the Luke.
Pop Luke.
Which will do
Yeah.
it.
You're at. Yeah.
So let's see what he does with it. Is he going Luke? Yeah.
Yeah.
7 to base, restore 2.
Yep. 3 plus
Ooh.
4.
5 HP left for Alex here. Michael on the verge of a full
Oh.
win here in Game 3.
The end is in sight.
It's been a slog for both players as well.
Really has.
1, 2, 3, 4. Smuggle.
To get a little bit more versatility again, there's
Okay.
a lot of cards.
Blue leader going to say, Tech, take your shenanigans and get out of here. We want none of
Yeah.
that.
We don't want access to that increased hand size, thank you very much.
No, thank you, sir.
I'm
Akbar can do 2
Alex-
damage, restore 2.
Alex looks like he's on the verge of scooping. Like, what do you do here?
in the zone. So,
What a guy.
yeah, I was going to give it to you anyways.
There it is. There it is.
Oh,
There's the
there we
handshake.
go.
Michael's going to go away here with a match win in round 6 of Swiss in Minneapolis, ladies and gentlemen. A very, very long, grueling match.
No, I conceded. Yeah.
And Alex is thinking, I'm too old for this.
He definitely has the look of a man who's like, how much I have to fight through how much restore? Are you kidding me? Like, this is insane, right? And I kind of feel bad for him, but at the same time, I sympathize. I really do.
Yeah. Plus, let's be fair. He's now 5-1. He's still got an extremely solid chance of making day 2.
He is certainly not in bad shape by any stretch of the imagination. All right, guys. Well, listen, here's the benefit. We'll come back to the caster desk here for just a minute. The benefit, of course, of this match running as long as it did is you won't have to wait long for more exciting Star Wars Unlimited action. So give us probably no more than 5 to 8 minutes, and I'm guessing we're going to be back very quickly with our next match, okay? So get up, stretch your legs, get you something to drink. Mark, that goes for you too, and we'll be right back shortly.
See you, sir.
Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. Aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. Let's focus on cunning. Use clever tricks to keep your opponents off balance with the cunning aspect. Get more use out of resources by taking down your enemies. Or collect even greater bounties by doing it with your own hands. Ambush your enemies with a surprise attack. Use a quick buck to get ahead of your opponent. Or gather additional resources for a bigger push. Attempt to make a final counterattack. Freeze enemy units in carbonite. Disrupt your opponent's plans before they happen. Make your own luck by outsmarting your opponent with the exact tools you need. At times, you need to be cunning to become the best in the galaxy.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's round 7 of Swiss here at the Star Wars Unlimited Regional Qualifier in Minneapolis. Joined again by my good friend Mark from the Unlimited Power TCG podcast. Mark, we've been having some fun games.
Oh, hi.
Indeed.
We have. We've
Indeed.
been having some long games.
Indeed.
Some soul-killing games for the players, but it's fun to watch them.
Boy, Alex's soul kind of leached out of him a couple times in that match, too. But let's get on to round 7 here. We're going to be bringing you this match here on the left-hand side of your screen. This is Jason, hailing from Brentwood, Tennessee. He will be on Yoda Echo base, so Yoda regular 30 green base. On the right-hand side of your screen, this is Steven from Edmonton, Alberta. He of the glorious mustache. I had dinner with him last night when I wandered into the KTOD hang and just sat down with my dinner. He and another buddy of his were sitting there watching the Oilers-Stars playoff game in the NHL, and I got to chat with them for a little while, which was a ton of fun. Actually, that's not the screen we wanted. I want to go to this screen. There we go. So there's your matchup, ladies and gentlemen.
Versus KTOD Matty Mustache off at some point.
Dude, when Matty came over and they took pictures, it was epic. And I'll be honest, when I first walked up to the table and saw the mustache, I was fooled. I thought it was Matty. I was like, surely no one else has a stash as glorious, and yet there he is in living color, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yes. With the lovely little twist at the side. He takes care of his facial hair. Anyway, game's on.
Starting with a Sabine and a Phoenix A-Wing.
Yep. Yoda. So I've never played against or played with a Yoda. I've just heard horror stories of him deploying his entire resource row in one go when he ramps up that far.
It is a true joy. We got to see that on camera at the Denver Regional, or the Denver Sector Qualifier about 6 weeks ago. It was a thing of beauty. I don't think I have ever laughed and just been, it was preposterous. I have never seen anything so ridiculous on camera as I have as watching Giovanni just put like 10 units out of his resource pile into play. It was hilarious.
Oof, that's a Cham Syndulla main deck.
Yeah,
very nice.
Spicy with the Cham. I love it.
Perfect call as well.
Doesn't look like, I mean, Yoda didn't ramp here, or did he?
He did. He just played a resupply.
We resupplied it. I missed it. Goodness gracious, look at that.
It's all good. So on turn
Not
2
the
of
right
the game,
card.
they're now both on 4 resources.
Sorry, not the right
after
card.
Han 2 cheated out Cham.
There we go. Okay, now we're all caught up.
Yep. Echo base defender in Steven's hand. Can't quite see what else is in
Looks
there.
like another Sabine. I think he just resourced a regular Sabine. So both players on 5 very quickly here in game 1.
There's a Reikian in Steven's hand as well.
Reikian is such a good card in that Han deck.
Oh, yeah.
All right, 3 out of the A-Wing coming to the face.
Yep.
Cham swings in for 5.
Steven's got a lot of damage on board from Steven, yeah.
All right, we're spending 3 for another resupply. Double resupply out of Yoda already. Interesting.
That's
Han
chunky.
is going to cheat out a rebellious Hammerhead and murder the A-Wing.
Because he has 3 cards in hand, and he shoots it for 3.
I don't know if I should have done that, but it's done. Yoda. So he's draw
Okay.
and
With a unit having died, Yoda will do Yoda things.
not in the middle though.
Yep.
I'll deploy Han. That stuff always happens.
Han coming in.
6 to base.
6
Not
more in.
necessarily to cheat extra units out, but just to get a lot of damage on board very quickly.
If you're playing red, the name of the game is push damage, and that is exactly what Steven's doing here in the early going of game 1.
Yeah. Because Yoda's ramped twice, Han has ramped once. Off the back of Cham.
Indeed. In fact, next turn is going to be Yoda's deploy turn. And if I'm honest, I don't know that there's anything on Steven's side of the board that I'm really excited about using Yoda's ability on. But you know, they're going to have to do something. Like it's going to be something. I just don't know what.
Yeah. On the very least, killing Cham takes 5 damage off the board and will only take 3 damage to accomplish.
Well, but do you go after Cham or do you go after the Rebellious? They both swing for 5, but the Rebellious has a lot more HP.
That's true. And Yoda can deal with the ground arena a little bit more handily.
That is also a fair point. I honestly think if I'm Jason, I'm trying to find a way to get that hammerhead off the board. But we'll see what we'll see how this shakes out. I've got initiative in the wrong place. There we go. Ooh, he's just going to take down the hammerhead.
I mean, that'll do the job.
That'll take care of it.
Cost him 4. Already resupplied twice.
5 to base. Cham doing amazing work here as Yoda
Over
deploys.
half of Yoda's health, well, Yoda's base health already gone and more.
Yeah.
Card in the whole deck. There's only 2 of them. Brutal, man. It happens.
That's the price you pay when you ramp twice, I suppose, on the way up.
Steven sitting on another hammerhead if he wants to replace the one that was just assassinated. He's going to use
Which
Han's
is good
ability.
for shooting Yoda and good for putting a 5 damage body in space as well.
He's going to use Han's ability to put down the defender.
Lightsaber. That is gross.
That is gross. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. That's pretty gross. That's a 7-12 Yoda with Restore 3, I believe. Or Restore 2.
And a Poe on the board as well.
On the board. Mm-hmm.
Well, EBD just dies straight away to the lightsaber. Doesn't put any
just
damage
gets
on Yoda
assassinated.
in return.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry, so Restore 2, you're down to 17.
I'm having
However,
visions.
Sabine,
I'm having visions now of Episode 3 as Yoda dances around, you know, the cyber fight with Palpatine. That's exactly what my brain is seeing right now on the table.
all it'll take is a couple of bravados. There we go.
That's RNG right
He's got enough resources to play that out of aspect. Although with Cham Poe on board, that represents a lot of damage.
The chat talking about the blind flip into the confiscate. So yeah, Yoda was a blind flip and got nothing out of it because he went into his flip turn with nothing on the board. Feels bad, unfortunately.
That's lethal with those 2 units alone, assuming there's no more restore.
Which 2 units? Oh, Cham and
Poe, yeah.
Well, he's got 13 health remaining, and Yoda will get to swing at least once. But I mean, he's also about to put 6 more in.
3 more to base.
Indeed.
3 from Han and 3 from Sabine. So now it's a huge mountain to climb here for Jason.
Yeah. Yoda will have maybe 1 action to be able to place something critical to bring this back next turn. Because 1 swing from Poe will do it now.
It will indeed. Stephen with plenty of chaff in his hand. He can discard to Poe to push 8 damage with 1 swing if he wants to.
Yeah, 4 cards. Reinforcement Walker in his hand as well. Not that he needs it right now.
So it's a 3-3, right? Yeah. Good.
Guess he's trying to decide if he wants to destroy the lightsaber with Poe.
I mean, it's a question of whether or not he really needs to. Yep, Yoda's going to cut down Poe like the dog he is.
Oh, yeah.
Restore 2.
And the -3/-3 makes him a lot less dangerous to Yoda as well while doing so.
Is it -3 or -2? I don't remember. I'm going to put the lightsaber up real quick and have a refresh because I don't remember anymore. Let's see.
I'm pretty sure it's -3/-3. I did a stint running
Give
at
the
it.
defender
oh, no,
-2.
-2.
Yep,
I'm
-2,
wrong.
-2. So Poe hits back for 4, so there goes a third of Yoda's HP. He only has 8 left.
If I just do it like this, so I can. It's fine with me. Okay, so you're at 12. You have.
Of course, it's +3/+3 on the stats, -2/-2 on the. Negatives.
Of course, we wouldn't want things to be easy. 5 to base out of Shan.
Ouch.
Verify the number.
This is a very, very busy ground arena, ladies and gentlemen. But space being sadly
pumps
neglected. There's a Luke.
On either side, really.
Feel like I saw enough Luke last game to last me a hot minute. I'm not going to lie, but he does get rid of Sabine.
Yep. 3 damage to base from the Han leader. Or does Stephen just claim ready for the killing stroke with Cham next turn?
I'm going to be honest. If I'm Stephen, I think I just claim here.
3 to Luke.
Yeah.
But he's going to go. He's going to go 3 to Luke.
Claim. Where's our X?
Okay.
Jason's going to claim.
Claim. Okay. Kill Luke. Ready.
And then we're going to bring in a mace.
So, ooh.
This party's over, ladies and gentlemen.
That's it. Yeah.
And
that's a finisher.
That's a finisher. Yep. Mace comes in, murders the Luke, and finishes the base off.
Very good.
There we go.
That was
Game 1 in the books.
Damn, it's disgusting.
Nice to see Mace getting some airtime.
Man, I tell you, I think Mace is a really good card in these Han decks. Because you can cheat him out if you want, but you don't need to. You get to swing twice with him. He's really good at cleaning up kind of, little weenie stuff in the mid game. He's just such a good card. All right, well, while these two gentlemen hit their sideboards, we will, of course, do the thing. We'll be playing a quick ad roll. Give us about 2 minutes,
Enjoy a word
guys.
from our sponsors.
Indeed. And sponsors is me. I'm the sponsor of the stream. I paid for it. So you got to sit through one of my ads. So we'll be back in a minute, guys.
Welcome in, everyone. Thanks for being here. One of the most common questions I get is, how can I support what you're doing with live event coverage of Star Wars Unlimited? Luckily, there are lots of ways, and not all of them actually cost anything. For starters, if you're tuned in on YouTube, throw the live stream a like and subscribe to the channel. A couple of simple clicks, and you'll have helped YouTube's algorithm put more of my Star Wars Unlimited content in front of people who might be interested. If you're tuned in on Twitch, simply throw me a follow. Both of these things won't cost you a cent and actually help a lot more than you think. If you're an Amazon Prime member, you might be able to support me on Twitch with only a few clicks. Once you've linked your Amazon account to Twitch, check the QR code on the screen for help doing that. You can use your Prime subscription to me on Twitch. It's already included in your Amazon Prime membership and costs you nothing additional out of pocket. Similarly, over on YouTube, you can use the Super Chat functionality. Just click the little dollar bill looking icon on the bottom right corner of the screen below the chat window. This is sort of like a tip, right? You can choose a dollar amount on a little scrolling bar and it highlights your chat message simultaneously. If you're interested in helping ensure these kinds of high quality Star Wars Unlimited tournament streams continue well into the future, I would also ask you to check out my Patreon over at patreon.com/craptor. QR code on the screen will take you there. I have 4 tiers of support that each come with various benefits, up to and including the embroidered polo shirts you see the team and I wearing on the stream when we cover events. For the cost of only a single booster pack per month, you can support these kinds of productions and get some really fun perks along the way. Whether you choose to pitch in and help keep us on the air or not, thanks for being here. We love Star Wars Unlimited, we love the community, and we look forward to showcasing more of both in the future.
Oh yeah, village people.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The sideboarding is complete. We'll be onwards to game number 2 here in just a moment.
Was crushing, because then I had to burn Luke on.
I've just realised who Stephen reminds me of with that Tash. You seen the Captain America movie?
I have. Oh, you're talking about Dum Dum Dugan.
Yeah,
Yes.
played by Andrew
Neil
McDonough.
Stevenson. Neil McDonough. Yes, that was it. Neil McDonough.
Yeah. Neil McDonough. Sorry, my bad.
That mustache is very Dum Dum Dugan. You're right. I hadn't even made that connection until you said something. Well done. I love it.
So, sideboarding's done. We're on to round 2. 1 up to Stephen playing Han to Data Vault. There's Cassian in there. Sabine, there's a timely intervention. That's going to be critical. 2 home ones is not ideal, though.
The timely is definitely a nice pull, but no, he's going to have. I think he's going to have to mulligan that hand. I mean, you could resource 1 home 1 and the timely, but I still feel like you're going to need the home 1s in this matchup. I think it's too big a risk.
Well, he didn't need them in the last one. He managed to aggro damage through sufficiently. It just depends on how much
he's looking at
you think.
He's looking at he's doing it. It's a War Jug, a Mace, I think a Sabine. Wow, he resourced 2 home 1s, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think I would have had the balls to do that. Not going to lie. Well, we'll see if it works out for him. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it works out for him.
Another movie I've not seen in far too long.
I feel like I need that as like an audio file that I can just play on demand anytime I'm streaming the game. I can just go, that's a bold strategy, Cotton.
Yeah, that Yoda is so hot right now. That Data Vault is so hot right now.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Luke.
Got a Luke, huh?
Into the ground. 3-2 in the ground.
I'm thinking, you know what? I think he's a Cassian. Yeah, his second card there is a Cassian.
Yeah, there was definitely a Cassian in the hand.
Is that a Sabine? No, that is a Sabine. He's got a Sabine, a Cassian.
So he had
2
smugglerable cards in his hand. And he kept them in his hand rather than smuggle them or put them in the resource rack.
Did indeed, which is an interesting choice, and yet here we are.
Yeah, that's given him a 3-3 in the ground. Turn 1.
It is indeed. And Anakin as well. He's playing Anakin Skywalker in that deck.
That is a bold choice.
You won't see him because he just went to the resource row.
Yeah.
All right. Luke, happy to make that trade with Cassian.
Yep, I would.
So these were ready, now they're not.
There we go. EBD.
Beautiful hyperspace.
Yoda going to do Yoda things.
Yep.
And Steven's going to take the initiative.
Good. Still got 3 open resources, though.
Oh, my God. I recognize that token from Steven. It's an Imperial Assault token. I have one of those at home. Oh, my goodness. I've got to talk to him now. I love Imperial Assault. I missed that game.
Okay, then.
I'm missing like 3 blister packs worth of figures for it because they've gone out of production now.
If you need help with that, let me know. I might be able to find something over here and ship it to you. I'm deadly serious.
No worries. Cheers.
Okay. I will do anything to back people who still want to play IA. I think that's one of the best games they ever made.
It's such fun. I love running it for my friends.
Yes, the campaign mode is so much fun.
Oh, an Elite E-Web. Who could have seen it coming? Anyway, sorry.
He ambushed in Sabine with the timely intervention.
What a shout.
Pings the shield.
One really solid way.
Pings the shield.
Plays another one.
Only to see another one come down. That feels so painful. That feels so
Well, Sabine will eat it just as well next turn as she did this turn.
Sabine will have good eating next round. Brutally honest, if I'm Steven, I think I just claim right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then put 4 damage to base and EBD afterwards.
Let Yoda do Yoda things, right? But then that way you can still just clean this guy up, and you've literally traded 1 copy of Sabine for 2 copies of Village Protectors. That's going to feel okay.
Yep.
Come on.
Someone's not happy with the draws.
Jason looking very unhappy over there.
At all.
All right. Steven resourcing what looked like a red 5.
No.
All right.
Okay, I'm not even going to ready here because she did.
Yeah, Sabine. We know what Sabine's gonna do.
Trade away.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. The single most effective counter to village people.
Oh my God, something I can use. I guess we'll go 4 to your base.
All right, first blood finally here. We have to get to the 5 resource turn before either player can get through and get some base damage in, but it's going to happen here as Jason's going to play a resupply.
Yep.
It is Han's flip turn here. Okay, he's
That'll be
going to do
another
it.
3 to base. He's still got 5 open resources he's not played anything with yet. That could easily be a Poe.
And we are going to play...
Oh, he's got a Wrecker.
And he's got a Wrecker and an
attack pod.
I think it's going to be the attack pod, personally. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It only takes 1 damage, but it's still, I mean, that still hits for a little more. I thought it only took 1 when you used him on the flip side. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay.
It just doesn't take Han to tapping. That's
okay, in other words, you can do it more than once.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So it's a 6-4 right now.
Don't like this.
Yep. That's a lot of damage on the ground right now.
It is indeed, with an Echo-based defender standing in the way saying, come fight me.
And a Wrecker.
Take your time.
Is that a Wrecker and a Timely I see before me?
I'm looking, it is, yes, that's exactly what it is. You're looking at a War Jug, a Timely, a Wrecker, and a Delphi, and a Disabling Fang Fighter.
Aye.
Can I recover? Film at 10.
I mean, double village people's kind of...
That only kept me alive.
That's true. I mean, I also kept the
He's right. Where's the lie? He's 100% right. Like, the village people's just...
Oh, yeah.
It just keeps him in the game. Steven trying to figure out
If they were legendaries, they would be money cards. They really would.
I'm not gonna lie. I think I think that's what I would have done in his shoes. Resource the Disabling Fang Fighter.
Yeah.
The Saber on Yoda is a win more thing here.
I agree.
Well, I guess we could be using these.
It's really powerful on something that's got Overwhelm.
We're gonna Rivals Fall Han.
But not. Okay. Yep. Which means nothing can get cheated out this turn, so he's restricted to the 6 resources he has in hand.
4 to base.
He doesn't play the Adelphi to push more.
Well, the Adelphi won't work. He
damage to
doesn't have
base.
initiative right now.
Oh, he doesn't have it. Okay,
Nope.
fair enough.
Yoda's got Inish.
6 to base.
Yoda doing Yoda things.
He is great. Oh.
And then 6 to base with the giant, the attack pod.
He's dead now.
That's 10 damage to base this turn over 2 actions.
Yep. Yoda's going to flip out and kill the attack pod.
Get rid of another rival swap. We are playing.
Cost him a rival's fall to do it, but
Or
it's definitely worth doing.
And I guess we just do.
Because you're going to damage the Sentinel to do so.
And 1.
Claim initiative.
No, leave the Sentinel on full health.
And elsewhere untapped. And I pass.
There's the Poe.
Not sure the difference is between a 2 health EBD and a 3 health EBD based on what he's facing down.
I don't think it matters because it's going to die as soon as Yoda swings in. Either way, and by the time it matters for the Juggernaut, it won't be there.
Ready?
Yes, sir.
That's true. It's a fair point.
Okay, home 1 coming in.
You know what's better than 2 village people?
Oh, he's going to do it again.
3 village people.
Oh. Poor Steven.
Hit the village people, I guess.
Okay.
He didn't want a timely in Poe to
Take those out.
deal with the village people.
No, he sure didn't.
He's taking 6.
Oh, he's seeing a timely wrecker, maybe?
So I'm up to be 15 damage. Is what I got?
Yep, Yoda back to 15 on now.
Actually, I heal 3. Home 1.
Sorry,
He does heal 3. Yep, heal the extra from home 1.
Yep.
Correct. Good catch. All right, it's only a 5/7 War Jug with 1 damage, but he's still got a Sentinel standing in his way.
Yep. Wrecker
Now,
can walk right over
gonna
that with the
say,
timely.
Wrecker can just be like, yeah, I don't feel like that's a... Yep.
Meanwhile, he shoots Yoda for 5 with it, and then does damage
It's
to
going
base
to
the
be a
wardrobe,
timely
perhaps.
intervention to Wrecker here, ladies and gentlemen. And I'll be honest.
Oh yeah.
I think you blow up Yoda and push base damage with the Wrecker.
Yeah. I agree.
To kill Yoda.
Yep.
And then we'll overwhelm through the village protectors for 5.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Brilliant play there.
Yep, that's the rumor.
Chat asking, Poe isn't rebel. Poe is not rebel. Poe is resistance, my friends.
I have to claim.
Indeed.
And now we go base for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yep, 5 more to base out of the War Jug.
Looking fairly one-sided at this point, again, unless Jason can do something drastic to bring it back.
I mean, the home 1,
Yep.
I won't say buys him time. It will buy him time. But like Titanic,
But not
it
a
feels
lot.
like it buys him minutes only, to quote
Yeah.
Mr. Andrews.
It's 2 timelies down, huh?
It's been a few.
Judging the risk of another timely.
Mm-hmm. He can always pick up Steven's discard pile. Discard pile is public information in this game.
Yeah.
May I see your discard?
Sure.
6 damage on board is a single swing from Wrecker. Sorry, 6 damage health on Jason's base is a single swing from Wrecker, so he's got to take care of it in the first action.
Needs to have an answer for Wrecker right now, whatever it is.
Start with Fell and end with the Dragon.
Can restore 2 with home 1, which buys him an action's worth of life.
Oh, he's now had to deal with 4 of these things. The most irritating card in the game, arguably. Okay, the Fang Fighter's at least going to ditch the shield, and honestly, now with Wrecker standing up.
Slaughter this for Steven, heal 2 in the process.
Okay. So
Yeah, but Wrecker walks over the village people.
Right. It buys him time again, but it doesn't. I don't think it's going to matter. Wrecker's going to walk over them. They're going to push. He's going to push
Another
5
5
overwhelm, and then the War Jug should clean it up. Unless Jason has a way to deal with the Juggernaut.
Takedown won't do it. A Fell would do it.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, okay, gamble
we
play.
got?
Here we go.
What do we got, ladies and gentlemen?
Anything I want this
5 or less.
You are my only hope. It's free, whatever it is.
Yep.
It may be played for free.
This is an absolute Hail Mary.
Okay, he gets something useful out of it. It's a blue leader.
Yep.
No, it doesn't. Never mind.
It'll kill either of them.
No, it actually won't kill
No,
the
it
War
won't.
Juggernaut. It will not kill the War Juggernaut. The War Juggernaut has 6 health remaining.
Oh,
He
no.
will get a restore out of it, though, but it still won't be enough.
That's true.
It still won't be enough.
I'll pay the extra 2. Go into record.
And it would be a damaged unit, which would buff Juggernaut's attack as well at the same time.
Yeah, he does get the restore out of it.
Not enough?
Okay.
Actually, no, because now, yeah, the Juggernaut still swings for 5.
5 damage.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's it. That's it. Not enough.
No Lukes.
Goodness gracious.
Oof.
Brutal. Really, really well played there, match from Steven. Feels like Jason. Now, the question I'm going to ask, and I'm going to ask this when I go back over to the table and thank them for being on stream, is if you're playing Yoda, why not play Data Vault? Right? Like, why not work with the extra health and the extra cards? You know, the most successful Yoda decks that I've seen recently have all been working off of Data Vault. So I am genuinely curious as to that choice. But here we are.
Let us know.
Thanks to Frank and his team for the help. Sorry I did not win that one, but all the best to my opponent. Hope he does well in the tournament.
Appreciate it, man.
Man, look at this sportsmanship. I love these guys.
Oh,
I love it. I love it.
And at 5-2, Jason has still got a chance of getting through to day 2 as well.
Yeah, for sure. Like if he picks up a couple more wins into day 7 and 2, we very well might see him tomorrow. Could still be a thing.
Indeed.
I've been a big fan.
All right, ladies and
The
gentlemen.
people are what keep me playing this game.
100%. 100%. All right, guys. Well, our regularly scheduled match for the round is over. Let me see if there is a backup match available. I'm going to wander over and talk to the judges in the streaming area. Give me a few minutes, and we will see what is up. Okay? In the meantime, guys, you're going to get the BRB screen, so we'll be right back.
Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. One of the many unique features of this game is the variety provided by each of the individual aspects. These 6 aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. They are vigilance, command, aggression, cunning, heroism, and villainy. Start deck building with the benefits provided by each aspect. All decks require 1 leader and 1 base. Your leader and base decide the aspects that you will focus on for deck building. Decks can be built with cards from any aspect, but there is a steep cost to straying from the aspects of your leader and base. Playing in-aspect cards will allow you to spend only resources equal to the printed card cost. Playing out-of-aspect cards will cost an additional 2 resources per aspect, not shown on your leader or base cards. While you are rewarded for focusing on certain aspects, deck building in Star Wars Unlimited provides the opportunity to mix and match however you choose, allowing for truly unlimited possibilities. Build strategies around your favorite aspects and become the best in the galaxy. Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. Aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. Let's focus on vigilance. Defend your base and protect your allies with the vigilance aspect. Leverage the survivability of your troops to destroy your enemies. And further your own aspirations by keeping your base healthy. Heal up your side of the board. Your allies will follow your lead to defend for you, until the walking carpet himself stops your opponent in their tracks. Strengthen yourself to protect those around you. Make necessary sacrifices to support your friends. Protect yourself by removing whatever threats your opponent can muster. Construct the perfect defense, and your opponent cannot defeat you. Be vigilant in the fight and become the best in the galaxy.
What's up, everyone? Raptor here with a quick reminder about upcoming Star Wars Unlimited tournament coverage right here on the channel. The first Saturday in June, that's Saturday, June 7th, we'll be providing live coverage of the Planetary Qualifier at Dragon's Lair here in Houston, Texas. We're targeting an 11 a.m. or 1600 UTC start that day. A link to the YouTube event can be found in the video description or by following the link in the QR code on your screen right now. 1 week later, on Saturday, June 14th, we'll be up in Austin, Texas with live coverage of the Planetary Qualifier at the Dragon's Lair location up there. That will also be an 11 a.m. or 1600 UTC start. If you're watching on YouTube, again, the link to the scheduled stream can be found in the video description or by following the QR code you're looking at on your screen at this exact moment. With the Galactic Championships inching ever closer, I hope you will join us for more live coverage of competitive Star Wars Unlimited events.
Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. Aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. Let's focus on aggression. Attack relentlessly and deal out tons of damage with the aggression aspect. Keep your allies attacking, even if it hurts. Give your units powerful weapons with which to cut down your enemies. Demolish your opponent's base at any cost, striking early to ensure their defeat. When you fight for a cause, no defenses can stand in your way. Deal with an opposing threat with your formidable might. Overwhelm your foes and head for the enemy base. Make the best choices to continue the onslaught. Stay on the offensive with aggression aspect cards and become the best in the galaxy.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Round 8 of Swiss is about to begin. Well, for most of the field, it's already begun. But for the streaming tables, it will begin shortly for your enjoyment. How you doing, Mark? How you holding up?
Oh, I'm great. It's 20 to 1 in the morning here in good old Blighty, and I'm not flagging yet.
It is late where you are, but man, I got to tell you, it's been a long day for me. We are struggling a bit over here. All right, well, let me introduce you to your players here in round 8. On the left-hand side of your screen, we got a little Wisconsin on Wisconsin violence. Apologies, I got to get rid of these out of your way. Okay, screen. Okay, lower thirds thing, you're pissing me off now. Okay, let's try this one more time. Here we go. This, of course, Ryan from Rebel Resource. He is that is his YouTube channel. Definitely go check him out sometime. Just go to YouTube, do a quick search for Rebel Resource. You'll find him. He is a Sabine enjoyer. On the left-hand side, on the right-hand side of your screen, this, of course, is Anthony. Anthony's on Anakin Colossus here. Both of them from Wisconsin, so definitely a little bit of Wisconsin on Wisconsin violence, unfortunately. All right. There is your matchup, ladies and gentlemen. We are good to go. I just gave him the thumbs up. We'll be underway here in a moment.
We're good? Okay.
Yep. Pair of red heroes facing off and smashing the ever-living hell out of each other quite happily. One of them with a little bit more health than the other.
Indeed.
Alliance X-Wing.
Brian, one of the most well-known Sabine guys out there, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, Anakin Blue, not a deck known for its space presence.
No, but he opens here with a resistance arc 170, or sorry, restored arc, which is an excellent card for Anakin.
Absolutely. Got an Alliance X-Wing on the table for Ryan.
Yep.
Doing damage to the unit rather than going to base.
I mean, most of it would get wiped out, so there's kind of no point, it feels like, I think, in Ryan's shoes.
Yeah, at this point, it makes it also so that it's a straight trade if the arc goes into the Alliance X-Wing, which it has not. It has put damage on base.
Presence here. How interesting. Going for the Red Squadron X and choosing to draw the card.
Which, given Colossus starts with cards down, makes perfect sense.
It's an excellent card to include in a deck that works off of Colossus, because you already start, like you say, down a card in hand. That helps clean up the mess a little bit. Okay.
There goes Restored Arc.
Yep, got to get rid of the arc. Sabine hates Restore.
I'll go 3M.
Come on.
All right. 3 to base.
3 to base from the X-Wing. 3 to base incoming from Sabine.
Looks like Ryan's going to ping, and he is.
Ooh, ping first. Interesting choice. Well, he's got the health for it.
It's Sabine's flip turn. He probably wants to get it in before he flips.
Yeah, that's fair.
The stinking Muppet comes in on the right-hand side of the board. I'm sorry, Yoda comes in on the right-hand side of the board. That card makes me so angry.
Is he force throwing himself, or is he force throwing Ryan?
It looks like he's force throwing Ryan. If you're playing Colossus, I don't think you want to voluntarily be chucking cards out of your hand unless the situation is dire.
Yeah, not when you've only got 2.
So he's going to force throw a Bamboozle.
Like a Bamboozle.
Anthony gets to place the damage. He's going to place it on Sabine. Unit Sabine, not leader Sabine.
Yep. Because then Yoda can run into it, kill it, and trade it. Oof.
Big Darksaber here.
That's going to hurt in the morning.
Well, and it's going to, and when he swings in with it, it's going to put an experience token on Unit Sabine as well, which is going to feel really nice.
Absolutely. As well as doing the 7 to base that it will wind up doing.
How many cards in hand? 2?
2.
Kill that.
I'll draw.
Okay.
Ooh, kills the Yoda. Okay.
2 damage and
choosing to be.
Freaking experience tokens.
They're green.
Whatever. I'm just gonna pull my own shit out. Those are not experience tokens. Those are temporary +1 buffs. That's what
they're literally. There's literally a key on the table that tells them what they are, but this is fine.
Base, then. I'll pass.
Okay, 4 to base.
Yep. There we go. Choosing to kill Yoda rather than
he
put
has
7 damage straight onto base.
You know, Ryan very clearly understanding he has to aggressively prosecute any restore units on the board, right? He's got
absolutely.
I mean, he starts 5 health down. He cannot put himself in a situation where it's late game, like we saw a couple of matches ago. You know, Michael and Alex, where you're just trying to climb up a mountain of restore. It just can't happen.
Of course. Plus, every 5 damage on Colossus puts another point of attack power on Anakin at the same time.
Sabine now
Having
swinging
said
in
that,
here.
14.
I mean, that's a 9 hit to your to the base. I don't think you can. I think you have to take that. I think you have to take that when you
Oh,
get it.
yeah.
I mean, that does tie the game at 21 all remaining. So, I mean, that feels pretty good.
We can see a Poe there. We can see an Obi-Wan. We can see a Luke.
It's going to be the Poe.
Interesting. So I can do
Saving
Ryan,
the Obi-Wan for the flip turn, ready to secure Anakin.
Oh, Ryan wasn't on the button. My apologies. I had the marker wrong. But yeah, I got to say, if I'm Ryan, a Spark of Rebellion would feel really good really good right now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Chat asking, this is the last round. It's not. There are 9 rounds of Swiss today, which was a change. I'm going to be asking the judge staff about like why that's different, because it was announced before the tournament that we wouldn't be adding the extra round until we hit 650 players, and we didn't. So I'm a little curious about that myself, but not my decision. So I will simply roll with it and find out more later.
How many cards?
All right.
4. 4 cards in hand, huh? Okay.
You know, it occurs to me that's another good reason for that Yoda to be in there, because when he dies, you get to draw a card.
This only gets Mandalorian.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Ryan asking how many cards in hand, assumedly to go in towards us. Oh, no.
10 to base here.
What's her odds?
5.
3 experience tokens on Unit Sabine. She's a 5/6 with 2 damage.
Yeah. I'm gonna hit
Poe's going to whack her. Get rid of her.
Yep. Is he going to discard for getting rid of the Darksaber at the same time?
He really, really should. He
Yeah.
really should.
Round 6.
Yep.
Probably get rid of the Kanan.
I think that's a good call.
Leave you with the Luke and the Obi-Wan.
Yeah, he's going to get rid of the Darksaber.
It's good. 3 to base.
Yeah, you got it.
Having said that, 11 damage to kill is still unpleasant.
Damn.
Should be 25.
Sabine's still doing Sabine things.
Indeed. There we go. 27 damage on here for Ryan on Yellow Sabine. Just that quickly, he's put a mountain of damage into Anthony's base here.
He's used 1 surprise strike already.
1 surprise strike and 2 big Darksaber swings.
How much is that? 3?
Yeah. 1 fleet lieutenant down.
What is this now? 12. 12. Okay. I like
Essentially a Falcon to push another 3 damage.
Yeah.
Super bad.
I've never used them before.
K2.
For sure. Obi-Wan.
Flame.
Okay.
Anakin.
Yep.
So we're at
Anakin's going to hit like a train.
7.
Absolutely.
5 he is a, let's see, deploy leader 2, he is a 9/7 overwhelm.
And then
Woof.
when Ryan goes through Obi-Wan, he's going to buff Anakin.
So is he just going straight to base? It looks like he did.
Yep. That's
21, yep.
Okay.
5, 6,
done.
7, 8, 9. 1 swing from Anakin will end this game. Ryan's got to have a way to win this in a single action if he's going to walk away with a win here in
Such
game 1.
a turnaround. Absolutely.
Anakin is such a beast.
Oh wait, that doesn't get you. Shit.
Yep, doesn't get you there.
I thought I.
No.
So I do this, which
So
is
he
1
can-
overwhelm, and then he
1
dies.
overwhelm and then 4.
Yeah.
Yep, there it is. Okay, game 1
Very
going
good.
Anthony. Whew. Anakin.
You can feel so on the front foot against an Anakin deck, and then suddenly on the flip turn, wham, you're 1 or 2 strikes away from death. So quickly.
When he flips out, it is absolutely just like, okay, I better have a plan. And it's interesting, right? Because you'll see a lot of people who won't, and I know I've done this playing against him. You'll go out of your way to not necessarily push damage quickly, waiting for him to flip out, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's a very subtle psychological move in that regard.
Indeed. All right, it's sideboard time, which means it's ad roll time. Guys, we'll be back in about 60 seconds.
What's up, everyone? Raptor here with a quick reminder about upcoming Star Wars Unlimited tournament coverage right here on the channel. The first Saturday in June, that's Saturday, June 7th, we'll be providing live coverage of the planetary qualifier at Dragon's Lair here in Houston, Texas. We're targeting an 11 a.m. or 1600 UTC start that day. A link to the YouTube event can be found in the video description or by following the link in the QR code on your screen right now. 1 week later, on Saturday, June 14th, we'll be up in Austin, Texas with live coverage of the Planetary Qualifier at the Dragon's Lair location up there. That will also be an 11 a.m. or 1600 UTC start. If you're watching on YouTube, again, the link to the scheduled stream can be found in the video description or by following the QR code you're looking at on your screen at this exact moment. With the Galactic Championships inching ever closer, I hope you will join us for more live coverage of competitive Star Wars Unlimited events.
People watch these streams and don't necessarily know all things. Anyway.
All right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Sideboarding is not quite yet complete, so we'll give these gentlemen a few moments.
So what does this get posted on? Just a live stream?
Game one, I gotta say, I won't call that decisive, right? In terms of
No.
Ryan almost got there, but man, that Anakin flip out and I just beat you twice and you lose. Like man, like when you're sitting on 18 HP, you're thinking, I feel pretty good about my life, and then suddenly Anakin hits the board and you don't feel so good anymore.
And that didn't even have to be an Obi-Wan. That could have been a Village People for just the same, if not more, effect, frankly.
100%. 100%.
The overwhelm would have been more from the K2 hit, but there's a shield on there instead that would have taken an action to ping off. And Anakin could have swung and done its job in that time anyway, and as could the Poe potentially.
Yeah. Now, one interesting thing about Ryan there, right? I think he realized very quickly he didn't see him use. We didn't really see him use Sabine's action, right?
Yeah,
it feels like it's
no, not at all.
One of those in this matchup not preferred. Even though, I mean, if he gets ahead, if he gets far enough ahead, then yes, obviously. But like in general, not something you're going to aggressively push early in a game.
No, initiative is far more valuable to you, and picking with Sabine is much more of a backup if you've got literally nothing else to do, or you want to durdle for whatever reason.
Right. And I think that's the key. Ryan very clearly working to keep initiative as much as possible in that game, realizing the value of it. I think sometimes that's something, and I struggle with this myself. I'm not immune. I think sometimes players undervalue initiative.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with you on that, 100%. The only Sabine as well I've seen being very, very eager to ping as often as possible is when they're on Sabine DV and they've just got the health to spare.
All right, sideboarding complete.
Versus a lower hit point base.
Time to shuffle up and resource some cards as we head into Game 2 here in Round 8.
Ooh, Quill. I see that. Anakin Colossus known for, or Anakin Blue in general, known for running a lot of 3-cost cards in the deck, so...
Quill, another way to kind of
and
overcome that card disadvantage you start off with, right? That's a nice... The guys that have been playing Anakin Colossus, I think, have really put a lot of thought into, yes, you're starting a card down. How do I overcome this disadvantage without really sacrificing much in the deck? I'm playing cards like Yoda and Quill. Like, who cares, right? It's great.
Absolutely.
Old school wing leader. Haven't seen that much today, but there she is in the flesh.
And the Red Squadron X-Wing you mentioned as well last game. Is that a Hyperfoil A-Wing?
That is
nice.
That's both a Hyperfoil. Ryan's been playing this deck long enough. Chat was actually wondering how he still does not have a Showcase Sabine.
That might not last for long if this continues.
That's true. If he ends up the highest placing Sabine player in the top 64, he'll go home with a Showcase.
It has to match your base? Is that what it is? Okay.
Has to match the base.
You need to reveal it? Village? Okay, I'll claim.
So many people come here just playing for the Showcase, not really expecting to make top 8 or top 16 or win.
Feels like they missed damage.
Considering it a win.
Should be 5 damage on the base there. That A-Wing, I mean,
Quill restores.
Oh, did he attack after Quill? The A-Wing swung and then Quill restored? I may have missed the order there.
Okay.
I'll just let it be. I have to trust that Ryan knows what he's doing. He's certainly not a moron.
Ooh, that 3/3 shielded unit in Anakin is such a badass.
That's a great card. With Anakin's ability, it's such a great card because it can trade up so well. It's a great card in Gar Saxon, too.
Oh, yeah, you're not wrong.
Han Solo for 7.
Oh, okay. Love it.
11.
Han ambushes
And he
in.
attacks on the play as well for some more of that action economy and initiative going. Countered by a Concord Dawn Interceptor.
Yep.
Black one?
Not going to take him long to chew through that, but a little bit of a roadblock.
All the space units here coming out of Ryan's deck. Look at this.
Not seen a Falcon yet either. Maybe he's saving that as a bit of reach when he needs it.
He's just going all in here.
Yeah, he's not putting the R2 on the A-wing, which he could.
He could have, but that's not what he did.
I mean, that A-wing's pretty stacked already.
3. I'll flip Sabine.
Here we go. No resources left to put anything on Sabine, so that's just going to be 3 to base, unless he runs it into a unit. No. Lots more damage represented on Ryan's side of the board than Anthony's at this point.
Yeah.
Anthony's a very defensive build.
Very much so.
This early in the game.
Still thinking. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of. Well.
He can kill Sabine in 1 hit from the shielded unit whose name escapes me at the bottom there. Leaving Quill to just do damage and draw cards and restore as he goes along. Concord Dawn Interceptor take a couple of hits.
Yeah, it's good. This is stream. I'm thinking about it. 13.
5 resources in speed is normally a Poe, but doesn't have to be.
4.
He's got a Village Protectors, which isn't going to do him much good against all that space. And an R3PO was the other thing that I saw. Now, chat was talking about R2 not being able to be played on the A-Wing. That's actually not correct. Okay, R2's text is a reminder of how pilot text normally works. It is a legal play to play R2 second onto a vehicle.
Oh, absolutely.
It literally
There's
says
only one instance where you can't do it, and that's with the Poe leader, because it doesn't deploy onto it. It attaches. The keywords are different.
Correct. But R2 literally says he can be played on a unit that already has a pilot. Okay, he's going to take out the. He's going to take out the wing leader. Good call.
Yep.
Paying 3, 4
Saves
fleet
himself
lieutenant,
2 damage.
5 to base.
Using fleet lieutenant, always a good card. See a Luke in Anthony's hand. 3PO, village people.
Ryan halfway home here, having only taken. Okay, he's gonna
yep.
he's gonna get rid of Sabine by damaging his own base. Is Anthony using Anakin's game text?
And all it cost him was that 2 damage to his base and a shield.
So Black One's gonna wipe out the interceptor,
leaving the A-Wing free to swing for a stupid amount of damage.
Setting Ryan up for 7 more coming out of the A-Wing.
Village. Yeah, we'll go 7 here.
That village is a setup to protect Anakin's flip turn if he survives long enough to do so.
I think he will.
There's no real reason why he shouldn't at this point.
Yeah, Ryan's got a redemption in his hand as well, but I don't think it's going to be necessary. I don't think the game's going to go that long. I could be wrong.
No, it's not.
But I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, you got this one.
Anthony's just going to
scoop it. There we go. There's a scoop.
Anthony's just going to scoop it, and we'll go to game 3.
Fast games.
1-0 each.
Wow, a pair of 10-minute games. This is not what I was expecting.
I love playing Sabine for this exact reason.
It does mean that you get lots and lots of downtime to just kind of take your time and do whatever you got to do and get some food between rounds, go hit the head, as we see here. Take a bio break, you know. No big deal.
Oh, dude. Awesome.
Well, he's got to cut anyway. So. I'll be right back. I'm just going to let him know.
Anakin's going to start with the initiative this time.
Yes, indeed.
Which could well make the difference in him being able to clear, depending on whether or not Ryan gets successfully lane dodge.
I'll be right back.
Yep.
Okay, we're good. Judge was walking over to let me know that there would be a small break in the match, and I was like, yep, not a problem. I figured.
There appears to be plenty of time.
I think we're going to be okay. They've got a half hour to finish 2 games. One game, it should not be an issue.
Yeah. If you've got a weekend off next weekend to relax from all this, why not watch the stream from UK Games Expo?
Ooh, that's right. I saw that they were bringing in, who was it? It was somebody I actually recognized to commentate games.
So there's a chap called Ben Fitzpatrick who has streamed for OPE quite a number of times in the past.
It was the other one.
But Co-commentating is Thork.
That was it. It was Thork. I was like, I knew. I went, and I remember seeing Ben because Ben had done other some of the other streams. He worked.
Yep.
He worked the Italian sector qualifier, Milan, wasn't it? And then, did he work Liverpool as well?
He almost certainly did. I'm
Okay.
fairly sure that Ibo didn't, who's another one of the regulars. He was in Japan at the time.
Okay.
Thank you. That was fast.
Ryan's back. But no, Expo is going to be two 200-player events, one on the Friday, one on the Saturday. They'll be streamed on OPE's Twitch.
That's going to be a lot of fun.
I'll be there.
The OPE guys do a really good job with this. And one of the things that I really enjoyed about watching their coverage in Milan and Liverpool was the hand cameras that they had set up.
Oh, yeah.
If you have not, you were telling me you've been watching the McClunky stream of this event, right?
Yep.
They have also started investing in the hand cams, and I told them in between last round I was kind of over down at Claire's table while she was producing, chatting with her for a minute, and I said, before you guys leave, I got to get you to show me how this all works because I can't wait to try it myself.
And you say you want a break and you want out. I don't believe it for a second.
I don't believe. Oh, no. I don't want out. I don't want to break or want out. What I desperately want is FFG to understand the value of streaming these events in America.
Gotcha.
They do such a good job with coverage in Europe, and it feels like this is gonna sound harsher than I mean it to me, but it feels neglected here in the U.S. There's people like me and Loopy and the McClunky guys and many others that are trying to step up and fill that void for big events like this. But it's tough to do this on your own,
I think the difference isn't in FFG. The difference is in Europe. OP is doing it as a company. They do this professionally.
Mm-hmm.
They've got their stream setups professionally. So do Fanfinity, who did the regional in Lille.
That was also really well done.
Yeah, absolutely. Whereas I'm not saying your production is anything less professional, but this isn't your day job.
No, it's not. I mean, this is quite literally my hobby. A hobby I dearly love, but it is not what I do for a living by any stretch.
Yeah, that's good.
All right, here we go.
On.
Game 3. Let's do it. Starting with 3PO.
Yep. There's a perilous position in Anthony Sandersaw. Alliance X-Wing again. 3PO is some more card draw. And goes back to that thing I mentioned a moment ago about a lot of cards in the Anakin deck being 3 cost.
Ryan did opt Sabine ping there on turn 1. I guess starting off the button, he figured why not.
Yep.
Wing leader.
Yep.
Because there was no loss to him to do so except a point of damage. Initiative already been taken. Now got a 4/5 Alliance X-Wing in space.
And there's the Outlaws he just drew.
R2 pilot.
Yep. Ready to kill Sabine after she flips the next turn. He could just respond with the Outlaws and take her out. I missed what pilot that was. Is that an R2 on the X-Wing?
Yeah, he threw an R2 down because I think he's actually free when you play him that way. Playing him as a pilot, I'm pretty sure is free. Did I show people that card? I didn't. There we go. Yeah, he's free.
Have you seen the one in the convention exclusives as well?
This is from the coming up from the GC, right?
Yeah.
I'd have to go back and look. I've probably seen it, but I don't remember what it looks like.
Go 1 in, I'll call
Fair.
4.
There's a chance we might have those convention exclusives available at UK Games Expo.
I've heard they're working on that. That would be good for them to find a way to figure that out. Okay.
It indeed remains tentative. That's 4 to base from the Wing Leader and the Fleet Lieutenant.
Interesting choice to not swing with the X-Wing. Sorry.
Yeah, with a bigger unit. Maybe he thinks that another Space Sentinel is going to get played and needs killing.
There's the perilous position.
Yep. 1 resource left open on Sabine's side isn't going to do much.
Flip.
Does give Sabine the breathing room to come out and hit the base for 3 more.
Killing the Wing Leader instead. Well, it's 3 damage either way. If you kill Sabine, it's 3 damage. If you kill the Wing Leader, it's 3 damage.
Yeah.
And if Sabine's on the board, she can't ping you for that last little bit of reach she may or may not need.
Yep.
We will go.
Plus, it's not like he can't just buff the Outlaws again to kill it next turn.
Yeah, which is
kind of like that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't do that just to get her off the board, because you know if you don't, Ryan's first action is going to be 3 to base. Like,
oh yeah.
5 resources. Yes. Okay. I'll play A-wing.
Ryan did
not resource. I
turn.
just noticed that he did not resource that round.
Wow.
Must be banking on trying to put a couple of space. Oh, that's going to hurt.
Oh.
Bombing run, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay. Sneak attack wing leader for 2 more experience tokens. For sure.
Hey, what?
Sneak attack a wing leader out.
Oh, after Anakin took initiative. Fair enough.
Okay.
Cassian, okay. 2 to base.
Oh no, that's all one action. My mistake.
19.
I was thinking surprise strike for some reason.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Minus, so 5 more.
So 2.
5.
Wing leader's going to go away, but it will get to do 2 damage and put that experience.
That is
on
a
the
really,
X-Wing.
really big X-Wing. Like, that X-Wing has 6 upgrades on it in various forms. Chat asking why Ryan is playing like there's a ticking time bomb under his seat. That's a good question. Maybe it's just how he plays the game, guys. I don't know.
It's just how you play Sabine. What if you've done this long enough? This is just how it works.
You know, it's interesting. Some players, right? They like to take time. And there's Han. Oh my goodness, that's 7 more.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Some players like to take their time and think through actions. Ryan very clearly is the type of player who simply decides what he's going to do while you're busy taking your action.
Yeah, he's thought it and planned it through ahead.
4.
And now Anthony is
4 HP remaining. Like, goodness, Ryan has been just foot on the gas, just not letting up for anything. The wing leader should be gone.
So Anakin's at 10. 14. You have 3 up?
Sabine can ping for another 1 damage.
Yeah, I have 3 up. Yeah, because that was 2. I was like, oh, wait, yeah.
And 3 up is a for a cause.
Nah.
Wing leader should be gone or no?
For nope. What? Oh, yeah, wing leader should be gone. Yeah,
Okay. Yes,
yeah,
correct. There we go.
Because of sneak attack.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So if he's got a for a cause in his hand, this is game.
I couldn't R2 pilot, so.
Unless he can bring something out to heal this turn, which I don't think he can.
He can't. Cassian's not going to do it, so he doesn't have the resources. If his last card is for a cause, then he may have this.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh yeah.
8, 9, 10, 11 minus 2. Yeah. Jeez.
Ugh. You know, I remember very clearly talking to players who were like, the piloting mechanic is dead. It'll never work. Confiscate exists. And let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. We have seen some very consequential piloting plays over the course of this tournament.
Take a picture of this.
Because people think piloting isn't a big thing, it's not teched for as much as it could be in certain decks. Therefore, if you skew heavily into it, people aren't prepared to handle it.
There it is. He did have the
There we
forward
go.
cause. Does he have it? No. He missed on 1, but the Sabine ping takes care of it.
7 and 1.
He pulls 3 out of the forward cause, and the Sabine ping seals the deal.
It doesn't matter. It's so good against me. Isn't it? I am so.
Wow. They played 3 games in less than 20 minutes. I mean, that is nuts. I can't believe how quickly you guys are. Chad's, I love that comment about the ticking time bomb. Why does Ryan play like there's a bomb under his chair that's going to go off if he takes more than 4 seconds?
It's because he wants to go and peruse the prize wall between rounds, obviously.
Maybe he's hungry. I don't know. Maybe he's ready for dinner.
See what he's going to spend those lovely points on.
Maybe he's ready for dinner. I got nothing. All right, guys. Let's come back here to the desk for a minute. Those 2 gentlemen are done. Well played to them.
Indeed.
For the next few minutes, guys, it looks like 1 or more of the backup matches may be able to move. I'm going to go check with one of the judges, and we may be back in a few minutes. We may not be. I don't get to make these decisions. We'll let you know as soon as we know something, okay? Awesome. See you guys in a minute. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We do have another match to be covering here for you. We're going to be bringing you Game 2 of Ray Data Vault versus Aiden Level 1313. This is a straight-up Aiden Yellow match. Let's meet the players real briefly. Actually, I've got to wait for these goofy... There we go. That's a mistake I made of getting in a hurry. There we go. All right, start on the left.
There you are, sir.
This is Izzy. Izzy's here. He's up a game. He's from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Up a game on his Aiden opponent. And across from him, on the right-hand side of your screen, this is John. John is on Aiden, as we mentioned. He is also, both of these players are 5-1 and 1.
I do not know what specifically you want to bring in on an Aiden Yellow deck.
Right.
Obviously, you get access to all the tempo plays like Waylay and such like, but
indubitably,
you got all the late game from the villain blue stuff.
These guys are gonna, as you mentioned, Mark. These guys are gonna struggle to get to a game 3. So
I never saw that coming, and I passed.
This is either a tie or a win for Ray, realistically.
I
R2
mean,
comes out, gets beefed up straight away.
Yeah, I feel like John firmly. I mean, by dropping game 1 and spending the better part of a half hour to get there is going to be trouble. Now, the timer, guys, again, in the bottom right is pretty close to the official timer, but the streamer tables usually will get a few more minutes. These guys should get at least 6 or 7 more minutes because they've moved twice in the middle of their match.
Keep it on top.
And if either of these guys does lose, then, well, even if they draw, they're going to be... If they draw, they both lose day 2. As I understand it, if they go 5-2-1.
Yes, because they have a loss, they will likely be eliminated from day 2 contention if they draw this match. That is pretty likely.
A lot of pressure on winning this one then.
So
Pershing.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go on. I'll just say Pershing takes some damage, drawing some cards as he would do, gets hit by R2, I assume.
Yes. So talking briefly about the last match, right? When I went over to thank Ryan and them for playing on the table, I commented about Ryan's speed play, and he was like, "Was I really like?" And one of his buddies was like, "There, dude, you always play that fast." And it was like, "Okay." So they were having an interesting conversation. But also, I reached over to the token bin and said, "See these green ones? These are experience tokens." He goes, "You can hear me?" I pointed. I was like, "Yeah, dude, we had this conversation before the match started. This is a microphone. We can hear you guys." And he was just like, "Oh my god!" It was really funny.
You heard all of my trash talk?
Yeah, exactly right. He was like, "Oh, I was such a jackass." That was really funny. I was just like, "Relax, it's fine."
And I'll pass.
All good. 3PO becoming a 3-6 now.
I both love and hate Ray for expressly this reason. You take these little weenie units, and then suddenly they're like really good. I was like, how did this happen?
Makes you wonder what the next incarnation of Ray as a leader is going to be, because it's going to come.
Rumor is that there's one that they haven't spoiled for Legends of the Force. We will see. I will be curious to see. One of the most... Did you play Star Wars Destiny?
I did not know.
One of the most famous leader pairings that they printed late in that game's life was the Rey Kylo Force duo thing, right? Those two leaders were designed to work together. Their game text triggered off of each other in very specific ways and everything. And I'm curious to see if they do some shenanigans like that in this game. Coming in with shields,
Annihilated, two super laser blasts and a vigilance.
Oh my god, that hand is brutal.
See Izzy, you think that, you go, oh no.
Izzy's like, well, this game's going to take an hour. And he's just like, no, we're just not having that. We're not having any of this garbage. Get that shit right out of here. Oh, that was so well played.
Perfect.
Too funny.
Yeah, we'll just get that.
When I saw the mechanics they put on the Rey and Kylo units in set 2, I thought there could be some interesting stuff going with that, but nobody uses it. Nobody ever plays it.
Yeah, it's interesting. Partly, I think, so for example, playing Rey, the unit Rey and the Kylo leader deck is kind of crap because Kylo's leader deck is set up to work in a very specific way, and she does not complement that at all. Playing Kylo in this deck, in this Rey deck, for example, actually would be not like it could work. You could make it work, but you'd want to be playing probably Rey Red, some version of Rey Tarkin Town, so that you're not still having to overpay. So
Potentially, or even some form of ambush being given. I mean, this one will have that with Timely if they wanted to do it.
True. I clearly missed a resupply that Izzy played somewhere along the way. Because he's on 7 resources while John's just now getting to 6 to bring out Iden.
Yeah.
And just immediately with the takedown, like, get out of here. Just go away. Wow.
Know exactly what's coming here, fully ready for it.
Wow. And this is why playing against the blue decks is so much fun. All right.
Were you ever a blue Magic player in the day as well?
I was not traditionally. I played very little Magic back in the day, quite literally 30 years ago.
A lot better than the last one, huh?
It's been a hot minute. We got at least 1 Luke out of that Vigilance. He healed 5.
Yep.
And milled
That's
6.
Good.
Yeah, 2 in that.
Didn't kill anyone, but going for the mill strategy.
Do 1 for R2.
Dude, you got 10 minutes left on the clock and you're going for a mill strategy.
Look, man.
I suppose he couldn't kill either of the 2 units.
I played the wrong unit. That's R2, not 3PO.
And he had nothing left to shield.
He quite literally has nothing left,
yeah,
so yeah.
You have no choice but to mill.
2. Yep, C3PO. All right. And then 3 more to base. And I'll get a +1 on R2. And
The 2 players are clearly having a whole world of fun, though.
I mean, sometimes, you know, I look at John where he is on the board right now, and just I'm like, he needs a Super Laser Blast. We know he has it. He can't play it yet.
He's got 2, yeah.
He can't play it yet, but he's going to be down to probably, you know, low teens before that he can finally get it off. And
yep.
I think sometimes you'd have to just be like, well, I'm getting kicked. Let's just roll with it. Not much else you can do.
Meanwhile, each of the units on board are going to be doing 2 or 3 damage each. Oh, CAD taking...
Spicy CAD shenanigans.
He can only take 3PO.
He can only take 3PO because the other ones are too huge. What a trip this is. Oh, my God.
And R2 gets beefed up a little bit more by Ray for free on the attack.
This feels
CAD
awful.
hitting for 7 is no joke.
No.
And he gets to draw a load of cards from doing so.
And I'll be honest, if me attacking, oh, the rivals fall. I was like, if me swinging in with CAD means that you get a chance, I can give you 3PO back. I don't care.
3 more to base.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Put that on bottom. All right. And then final 2.
Izzy has just had all the removal he's needed.
He's had
every step.
Hang on. Okay, I missed what got called there with the governor, but
I guess we'll find out soon if it's Super Laser Blast or not.
Izzy has had all the answers. I look at this game and I'm like, how is this going to go to time? I mean, how did this game the first game take so long? Although we are about to get to John's top end. Like, he's 100% going to Super Laser Blast with his first action. Like, he basically has to, unless that's what the governor called, which would make sense. That's probably right.
7. Okay.
But then again, we have that knowledge and Izzy doesn't at this point.
Well, no, he saw the Super Laser Blast earlier, remember?
Oh, that's right. They got pulled with...
Get back.
Okay, we're going to ambush
with
in,
Charleston.
And he's going to grab the Vigilance, I'm betting. He is.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's pull up the right card. That's the Bounty Hunter crew.
He can't kill a unit, so that's healing 5 and...
Does get to heal 1.
Either shielding the ambusher or milling some.
Okay, so 3 more to base. Top card. Keep it on top. I've claimed, so it's all you. Oh, you did? Yeah, yep. It's your show. So we'll do point. 2. I'll call 2 for Spark of
19 damage out of 30.
And then I'll do 2.
Izzy hasn't taken a single point of damage to base.
He's going to Spark a Hope to put the governor in his resource row.
And then...
Play it again with tech.
Well, he's attacking constantly with Ray, so even if it was, he'd be like restoring 3 all the time. Like, just restore 3, restore 3, restore 3.
Chewbacca, Kanan, U-Wing reinforcements. U-Wing's being kept in the hand, ready for if a Super Laser Blast does go off.
11.
Rebuild the board as much as you can straight away.
Ready? Good to go. I know what's coming. And a surprise to no one.
And a surprise to no one. There is the Super Laser Blast. Exactly right.
The droids, they have been killed. All right, this is the guy.
The Chewie in his hand can be played to ignore the effects of the second Super Laser Blast if he doesn't U-Wing.
All right.
Hands go
Speaking
over
of, you're like, if he doesn't, nope, he knew this was coming too. When you look at
Straight away.
when your opponent plays Chilled Sit on turn like 4 and shows you 2 Super Laser Blasts, you have to believe you're going to see one eventually.
Oh, yeah.
You have 1 resource? Yep.
Yep. Looking at going as wide as you can. We're playing you 3 units. Got another R2.
I see 3PO and R2, so there's 3 worth. He's got
Yeah.
4 left to spend. Regional Governor. He's only going to spend 5? Hang on.
Super Laser Blast again.
He's going to say Super Laser. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Good call.
And then I'm going to do the top
Can't
card.
say I'm shocked.
I am not shocked.
Village Protectors. And I got 4 left.
He's going to play the Protectors.
9 health
Oh, he's going to play
on
Kanan.
John's base.
Mm.
Kanan can hit for 4. R2 and 3PO and the Governor can all be buffed by Ray if they need to for an extra point of experience.
Oh, go ahead. No, I'm sorry. I thought you did. That's my bad. No,
it's all good.
I was wondering why he hadn't healed. He should have healed at least 1 there.
Kanan immediately, and I was like, I want to do something.
I'm going to keep playing.
You're okay.
That's my bad.
All right. Okay.
All right.
You're at 22.
Okay, I'm not sure what happened there, but okay. Feels like he added damage instead of subtracting it, but
I think they both seem happy with it.
I'm going to trust the man to manage his own health pool. It's not my job. I am not a judge.
Yep. John can't Super Laser Blast without getting rid of the Regional Governor first. He's got a lot of resources. He's paying 6 of them.
For the same thing, we're going to ambush in the Bounty Hunter crew.
Yep.
Let's go ahead and do 4 to base. And we'll mill that top one. You heal 1.
He can do 3 more damage with R2 and 3PO if he puts an experience on them from Ray, which there's no reason why he wouldn't.
Yep. Aiden's going to heal 1 there for knocking off the Regional Governor.
1 plus
Yeah.
1 on C3. I'm going to play Power of the Dark Side.
Okay, choose one of them to die. There goes poor Kanan.
Yeah, he served his purpose for this round.
For Fleet Lieutenant on R2.
Lieutenant on R2 deals 4, and 3PO is going to seal this deal here in a minute.
Actually 3.
Unless John can kill him with the next extraction and buy himself a few more turns of life.
John's only got 1 resource left, and he's going and unless am I counting this wrong?
3 for attack.
Okay, I miscounted. Apparently he had 3 health remaining. 3PO puts him to 1
okay.
HP left for Chewie.
That'll do it. GG's, man.
John's just like, there's
And
just
that's
no
it.
way. A flawless victory here for Izzy in game number 2 of this match, ladies and gentlemen. Not a single point of damage. He didn't even take a single point of damage on his base.
I don't think I saw him take a single point of
He
damage
didn't.
to his base.
He did not in that game, not 1.
Then you were like, every time I have
And that was a Ray game over and done within
Probably
12 minutes?
About 12 to 13
13
minutes. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Well,
against what is a pretty hard control Iden yellow deck.
Yep. Izzy stays in contention there. 6-1-1. Not completely out of the day 2 contention just yet. All right.
Indeed.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Let's come back here for a moment. Let these 2 guys take a small break. Welcome back.
While John contemplates playing side events for some prize tickets.
All right, Mark. Round 9's coming up. Are you okay to keep going? I know it's getting pretty late where you are.
Oh, no, I'm dead now. Oh, I can't do anymore. You got to do it on your own.
Okay. Seriously,
no,
you good?
I'm here. No, dude, I'm with you to the end. Keep going.
Okay. All
Do
right.
it.
One more round, and then we'll see how far we get. All right, guys. It's going to be
It's
9
fine.
rounds of Swiss today. We're going to have probably at least a 5 to 8 minute break. Let's see how many matches still have to report in. I'm actually genuinely curious. Only 16, so this might actually be a pretty short break. We're getting down to where odd enough people to drop that the rounds, there's less turnaround time. So give us a few minutes,
yeah.
and we'll be back. When standings get posted, we pick a match, okay? See you in a moment.
Ciao.
Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. Aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. Let's focus on command. Marshal powerful units to overwhelm your foes with the command aspect. Strengthen your units with the might of the Imperial War Machine. Or join the fight to show them how it's done. Gather your squadron. Direct your other rebels to fight together. Or be an example to them in leading the charge. Be an asset on or off the field of combat. Stockpile your resources. Leverage your superior numbers and spring a trap on your enemies. Bolster your forces and build an army that your opponents cannot defeat. Take command of the battlefield and become the best in the galaxy.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gamers of all ages, it's round 9 of Swiss here at the Star Wars Regional Qualifier, Star Wars Unlimited Regional Qualifier here in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's getting late in the day. This is the last round of the day. Mark, my friend, it is incredibly late where you are. Thanks for hanging with us.
It is 1:45 in the morning here in the UK, but I have also not been casting through 9 hours of games, so props to you for that, mate.
Well, thank you. This is actually about the same length the day that we did. I mean, day 1 in Denver was the same basic length, so I feel your pain. We'll make it work. Let's get into this matchup. We have a very familiar face to some of you guys possibly on stream. If you've been watching the other streams, Frank Myers of the Botha Network is now here. He is in a play-in situation. Let's meet his opponent here on the left-hand side of your screen. This is Steven from Omaha. And I missed, wow, look at that. I put an extra space in there. It should just be N-E, not N-space-E. There we go. All right. And on the right-hand side of your screen, there is Frank. Frank's been on my stream before, but not in a long time. Back in early February, I drove to Mobile and cast a planetary qualifier out there that Frank won. That was the first time I had the chance to meet him, but he is one of the key drivers behind the Botha Network group here in the States.
1 and 2.
He was also one of the first people to do one of the masterclasses on Loopy's Late Night Gaming as well with, I think it was Sabine Yellow he was piloting at the time.
All the 7 and 2s.
So we would be
one of the most charismatic interviews they've done on there.
Frank is
always a character.
Frank is great to talk to, super friendly, very knowledgeable, and super passionate about this game, which makes him a tremendous resource and a lot of fun. Super good guy. Super good guy.
I think you can actually.
Right, let's see what he's bringing with some Vader 4 yellow.
Not our
Tarkin
first new Vader of the day, but definitely the first one we've seen in a while, and probably one of the few still hanging around this late in the match. Assume that in the match, in the day, right? In the standings this late in the day.
Very much so. Notable other prominent player who's been playing Vader 4 yellow today and dropped after taking 3 losses was Bobby Sapphire.
Indeed.
So,
interesting that you bring Bobby up because I had been secretly hoping that he would scrub out. I told him this to his face last night, and I got a little bit of a snark. He kind of looked at me a little sideways, and I was like, "Well, it's for a good reason," because before several weeks ago, he and I had been talking about getting him on the stream to do commentary. He had the fortune of working some of Loopy's stream in Richmond for the Richmond Sector Qualifier. And I particularly enjoyed his commentary. He was really, really good, and I thought he's a natural at this. And I told him at some point, I said, I would love to have you come work a booth with me. He goes, well, we'll see what happens. And since he's not advancing to day 2, he dropped by about 10 minutes ago to let me know he is going to be my co-caster for the entire day tomorrow. So that's going to be a lot of fun.
You guys are all in for a treat tomorrow then. And I'll be watching that as well.
That's
so
going to be a lot of fun.
One.
That's going to be a ton of fun.
Anyway, the game's off with your favorite Mining Guild
Indeed,
tie.
the Mining Guild tie. I love this card. Oh, my God. Is that a moisture farmer? What in the hell?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on a minute. What did Frank play?
It's a 1-1 pilot.
Oh, it's Victor 2. Okay.
Yep.
I'm just trying to keep up with everything. It's killing me right now.
Yeah. We'll see if the moisture farmer can get up to its full 3-7 glory.
Now, Victor 2 didn't make his token. What happened? Isn't he supposed to make a token?
Was it Victor 2 or was it a different Victor?
No, I zoomed in on it.
Oh,
it says Wingman, when
yeah,
played,
it's
an
definitely
upgrade
Victor 2.
created tie token. Yeah.
Got 1 up.
Why didn't he? I'll let them know.
I suppose it's possible he missed it.
Sure, 1 to base. I'll heal 2.
Moisture farmer starts doing its work.
Hold on just a second. There's a question.
Restore 2 right from turn 1.
About a possible missed tie token?
Yeah, it's not an option.
Okay.
It's not an option. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, it has to be gone down.
Yeah,
okay.
it says when played, you make a tie token. It's not an option. It just happens. It doesn't say you may. It says you will.
Yep.
No, you're good. I didn't.
Yeah. Okay.
Got it. Okay, perfect.
Didn't even
1 to base.
All right, 1 to base there from the Moisture Farmer doing Moisture Farmer things. I remember when they spoiled Owen Lars a few weeks ago. I remember thinking, look, guys, it's the king of the Moisture Farmers.
Ready to die a horrifying death.
I All right, first order TIE fighter.
Buffett.
No, that's
Yeah.
not the right thing. There we go.
That's an experience token, is it?
He does indeed put an experience on.
It was played on turn 1.
Oh, okay. The A-wing.
So I attack with it. Yeah. And then I will claim initiative.
No claim. Okay, I'll pass.
All right, moving on. Not a lot of damage to base so far. Vader's still building up board state.
I'm trying to
ready
figure out how Frank
overwhelm.
didn't make a TIE token that turn. Didn't he attack? Didn't he attack and use Vader to make a TIE token? But it didn't look like he did. Okay.
No, he didn't use Vader.
That's okay. He definitely can now, but he comes in with the eager E there.
Yep.
So 1-1, I think, is the score.
That's a V-wing.
I hit you with that.
Yeah, sorry, I just didn't put it on base. I just typed.
Oh, I remember the first time I saw a V-wing in the old Dark Empire comics. They were great.
Oh yeah, it's been a hot minute.
Do that. Do that. You're at 1. Do that.
Deciding we got 4 open resources on the race side. You're deciding if you want to upgrade the moisture farmer or play something else, I guess. Got to be worried about the possibility of a waylay or some other bounce, which will get rid of the moisture farmer and all the experience you've put into it.
Vader's going to make the TIE factory go burr as Rey is going to come in and pump up the Concord Dawn defenders and make them a little harder to kill.
Yep, and that Concord defender will eat through a lot of attackers.
A lot of things. It is definitely something that Frank is going to have to deal with.
I'll put.
It'll kill every single one of them, quite happily.
Put down this.
I'm going to come in with another first order tie.
Yep.
Now those first order ties swing for 3, so that feels pretty good. He can throw a couple of those in over there and just clean up that sentinel.
For the cost of 2 resources to what is essentially 4. It's a nice bit of trading up.
I'll put a point of damage on there.
Sacrifices one of the ties.
4 health remaining.
Steven takes the initiative.
I mean, he has to deal with it. His entire deck is space oriented. He can't not deal with the Concord Dawn.
Nope, he can't. Now functionally, those first order ties will swing for 3, right? Because he has the tie token.
Yep.
So it's a question.
As long as the token is on the board, at the very least.
Correct. It's a question of how Steven wants to deal with it. If he can take the token out, then that turns the raid off on those two first order ties.
Indeed. But killing the other vehicles, if he can do so before one of them attacks, means he hampers Vader's ability to put more tie tokens on the board.
Smart play. Going to pump up the Conquered Dawn first before anything else, any other shenanigans get started.
Yep. So that now has 5 hit points remaining on it.
Frank fervently wishing for a surprise strike right now. A surprise strike would be an easy trade for that Conquered Dawn if he could pull one.
Absolutely. I wonder if this deck runs waylays. Maybe it has to be a sided-in thing for him.
Not sure. Could be.
Or maybe there's not just many of them. Maybe there's none. Sacrificing a 1/1 token in. Concord Dawn now has 4 hit points remaining in once again. Moisture Farmer not attacking, or ideally not attacking until there's damage for it to restore.
But right now, Frank can't push anything past this
Smack into one of your raid 1 guys.
Conquered Dawn, so it doesn't do him any good.
Yep.
How much health is
Concord Dawn takes 2 in order to clear out one of the raid 1 people, which currently didn't have the raid 1.
Got 2 HP remaining.
These are killing.
He's going to trade the Mining Guild Tide to get rid of it.
Yep. That's a lot of ships killed by that one Sentinel spacecraft.
It took like 4 of them. It was
oh, yeah.
quite large and in charge as the Muppet hits
There's
the board.
some value.
I mean, I guess.
Does that look right? Frank's still got 5 resources open.
He has not played anything this round. We are force throwing something. Okay, he's going to discard the Eager E and get rid of the first order tie. 4 for what probably is the clone. Yep, it is. It's the big clone
Yep.
boat. That's what Vader wants to see in this matchup.
Absolutely. When Vader flips, he'll deploy 4 extra TIE tokens, assuming he deploys onto a spacecraft, which will essentially be a +4/+4 to Clone Combat Squadron.
And he follows it up with the final First Order TIE in the deck.
Yep. Meanwhile, there's 3 restore on the board from Yoda and the Moist Farmer.
It is.
Alrighty. Well,
All right.
we're gonna take it down.
Or is it 4 restore?
Take down the clone before it can become big.
Yeah, that's
a good
sensible.
call.
Captured Yoda. Doesn't want to capture the Moist Farmer and get rid of the experience. He's more happy capturing Yoda.
True to base.
No, that comes in tap.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
3 to base.
Gets rid of the Force keyword off the board.
I have 1 up.
Yeah, how many cards in hand?
I have 2.
2 cards in hand. It's the flip turn for both players, so they've got to make sure they navigate this carefully.
Plenty of spaceships for Vader to deploy onto, but only one of them is ready right now.
Yeah, I'll flip right.
Okay. We'll make a token.
Raise out currently 5 restore on the board raise side.
Heal my 3. Which is 6.
This restore is going to be a big problem Frank's going to have to solve at some point over the course of this game. He's going to have to be able to fight in the ground arena. The early Conquerdon just has absolutely really slowed him down.
2 to base. 8.
I'll hit your base for 6.
Does Vader only deploy 2 TIE fighters?
Vader only deploys. No, it's only 2.
Oh, my mistake.
When he comes in with 2 wingmen, just like in the movie.
Oh, of course. Where did I get 4 from?
I'm not sure. Even the Executor only puts out 3 when it hits the board.
Am I thinking of Chimera? I might be thinking of Chimera.
I don't think even Chimera makes 4. I don't know precisely.
Oh, it does if Thrawn doubles it, but yeah, sure, fair.
So you're back to 3.
Getting ahead of myself here. That's a sizable space armada. They're all weenies, but all but one of them are weenies. All it takes is one Victor leader out to beef them all.
Yeah, the Victor leader would be a great pull for Frank here as he goes in for 6.
Victor leader being +1/+1 to all, is it space units, I think?
Correct.
7 for Luke, and I'll get the Sanctuary
Oh.
shuttle out of here.
Okay, so he's going to get his Yoda back here.
Yep.
All the restore.
All the restore.
Quite literally.
That's absolutely right.
He now has 2,
3, 6,
10,
7, 8.
10 restore.
Yeah.
9 restore in the ground arena. It's a lot.
And they're also putting out a decent chunk of damage now.
Yep. That single Conquered Interceptor just absolutely threw a wrench in Frank's game.
No. Go to 12. This is restore 2 on that, right?
Why? What did I say? Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, we had a surprise strike. Okay, for 6 there that I missed.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm waiting for the damage to get caught up.
You're at 15 because you're at 9. I hit you with surprise strike
for
6.
Oh, I just missed the raid 1.
Yeah.
I missed the raid 1.
So that was 15.
Okay, they're all trying to just work out exactly what life they're on.
And this is
absolutely
why the notes are important for everybody. Okay.
Yep, Frank is making
There we
written
go.
notes on all the health transactions that are taking place.
Correct. Okay.
Yeah, I'll just claim. So.
Then I'm just trying to keep the overlay updating to match what they're doing on the board.
Yeah.
P38. Putting up
Stephen hasn't Tarkin Towned yet, has he?
He has not.
Yeah.
Suddenly
He can't
he's showing
Tarkin
19
Town the
damage
Vader
on. I'm not sure where the 19 is
tie.
coming from.
Is it? No, I should be at 16, right?
Yeah, one of those needs to flip back over, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that
should be
sounds.
at
There we go. 16 sounds correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good. All right.
So Frank, I mean, I feel like both players have lethal available to them in this coming turn. It's just a question of how the sequencing works and who gets there first with the mountain of restore that Stephen is sitting on.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Which, by necessity, I would think dictates he strikes with...
Okay.
Oh, he entrenches Vader.
Yep, Vader gets entrenched here.
That's the first thing, rather than hit first with Luke for the 6 damage and the 3 restore.
He's just going to take the biggest variable out of play, and just see what happens.
Yep. Now Frank's only got a lot of 1, 2, 3 damage units left.
3.
Steven can do 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Okay, let's see who's he swinging in with.
14.
Luke. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
15 damage if he buffs Yoda.
10 HP remaining for Frank, but man, this restore is absolutely wrecking his game plan here.
Absolutely.
Because now Ray's going to restore the damage that he's just done.
Yep, and buff Yoda.
And buff Yoda. Ugh, this is just getting worse by the minute.
16. And you're at 23.
You get to the point where you let Ray have a Luke and a Ray out on the board at the same time. It's really hard to recover from.
It's very difficult to overcome this restore.
Unless you can super laser.
Frank now down to 4 HP remaining.
I'll hit you for 3.
An OB wouldn't go amiss at this point, but it's probably too little too late.
An OB would be really handy, but there's so much health. I mean, yeah, Frank's got to scoop this up. There's just no way he's coming back from this.
There we go.
Too much restore. Way too much restore. That's, you know, that single Conquer Dawn Interceptor, a massive, massive card. It just ate up, it completely stalled Frank for like 2 rounds and made a huge impact there. Well, game 1 going
Frank
to Ray.
taking a look through Steven's discard pile as well to just remind himself of what sort of stuff is in Steven's early game deck. Presumably to inform what he's going to sideboard in and sideboard out.
Indeed. All right, guys, last commercial for the day. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Bye.
Welcome in, everyone. Thanks for being here. One of the most common questions I get is, how can I support what you're doing with live event coverage of Star Wars Unlimited? Luckily, there are lots of ways, and not all of them actually cost anything. For starters, if you're tuned in on YouTube, throw the live stream a like and subscribe to the channel. A couple of simple clicks, and you'll have helped YouTube's algorithm put more of my Star Wars Unlimited content in front of people who might be interested. If you're tuned in on Twitch, simply throw me a follow. Both of these things won't cost you a cent and actually help a lot more than you think. If you're an Amazon Prime member, you might be able to support me on Twitch with only a few clicks. Once you've linked your Amazon account to Twitch, check the QR code on the screen for help doing that. You can use your Prime subscription to me on Twitch. It's already included in your Amazon Prime membership and costs you nothing additional out of pocket. Similarly, over on YouTube, you can use the Super Chat functionality. Just click the little dollar bill looking icon on the bottom right corner of the screen below the chat window. This is sort of like a tip, right? You can choose a dollar amount on a little scrolling bar and it highlights your chat message simultaneously. If you're interested in helping ensure these kinds of high quality Star Wars Unlimited tournament streams continue well into the future, I would also ask you to check out my Patreon over at patreon.com/craptor. QR code on the screen will take you there. I have 4 tiers of support that each come with various benefits, up to and including the embroidered polo shirts you see the team and I wearing on the stream when we cover events. For the cost of only a single booster pack per month, you can support these kinds of productions and get some really fun perks along the way. Whether you choose to pitch in and help keep us on the air or not, thanks for being here. We love Star Wars Unlimited, we love the community, and we look forward to showcasing more of both in the future.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Sideboarding still going on here, so we'll give the boys a couple more minutes. They've got some time here. We can see the decisions and the things that Frank is going through, but we're not going to share them with you because it's not time for you guys to know.
Silk TX in chat has asked where the top tables are at. The top tables are where there's some extremely high level play going on. However, the top tables have also guaranteed to go through to day 2. They're undefeated. It's not a risk for them. So here we've got Stephen and Frank facing each other. This is a to the death to get through to day 2. One of them will and one of them won't. If they tie, neither of them will go through to day 2. So the pressure on both of them, assuming they want to make it, has got to be really hammering on them right now.
All right, there we go. Looks like sideboards are done and put away. We'll come back here.
We're 6-1-1, right? Hey, we're both 6-1-1. Can you find out if we can draw in?
It's too late for that. I think it's too late. I think if you're going to ID, you've got to do it at the beginning.
But no,
I don't think you can.
That's what I thought.
I think it's too late now.
Yeah, it's just top 64.
No. But so we'll end up 6-1-2 if we draw it. Because there's going to be No, there's a 6-2-1 making it. I mean, yeah, there's going to be a 6-2-1.
All right. Frank's asking interesting questions.
Right, so
Let's go look at the round 8 standings and see right now where the break point is.
I think we're the same thing.
Top 64 right now. The player in 64th place after 8 rounds is literally 6-2-0.
I'm good.
So
yeah.
that's 18 points.
I mean,
6-1-1 is worth 19 points.
Today,
So at the moment, Frank and Steven are in 21st and 22nd placed.
yeah.
If they were to draw this out, they would go to 20 points. But I believe that
So, Steven, let's play out for the string, but I
is it
think we can
18? No, is it if 7-2 is the break point? Actually, no, it's not going to be because 7-2.
and then 6-1-2 gets
Ooh,
Is this a peculiarity of it being 9 rounds rather than the 8 we were expecting?
I think it is. I think Frank's got a point. I think 6-1-2 might actually make it in, but it is a risk. Like you're risking a lot. Like the math might not work in your favor. We do actually have a player in the field who is 5-0-3, so he's undefeated. He has 5 wins and 3 draws.
Or do you not want to do that?
Which is very awkward.
I'm really good post-board. So win game 2, I'm going to win game 3.
Listen to Frank. If I win game 2, I'm going to win game 3. Listen to these guys.
I know. I'm just like trying to think.
This is what we call horse trading.
I'm gonna tell you straight up. If Frank decides to draw this match after begging me to put him on camera, I'm gonna be a little salty about it. I'm not gonna lie. He caught me after the last round. He goes, "Oh man," he goes, "I haven't been on your stream yet. I really would love it." I was like, "Well, we'll put you on." And he's sitting here going, "Oh, I think I'm gonna draw out." I'm like, "What are you doing to me?" Oh, good. We're gonna play. Thankfully. I was getting concerned for a minute.
Here we go. Sideboards have been made. Ray presumably has sided in whatever extra anti-space or removal they've got on hand.
I see a black 1 in there, which would be a really good card if he could get the... oh, he's got a black 1 and an R2. Interesting.
Vader could be using some saboteurs or potentially extra removal to get rid of such sentinels.
Well, game 2 underway, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like we're going to play it out, which I'm all for.
Yep, there's the black one.
I will play.
And the droid. I thought I was the only person who would ever actually put a droid starfighter on the table until I started watching these Vader decks. And now it turns out I'm not, and I feel a little sad.
I'm so gutted that Swarming Vulture Droid hasn't made it into the meta somewhere.
You know, I think some of it is because, like, as good as New Invincible is, it very frequently feels like a better... Oh, I haven't reset the match health. I should really do that.
Oh, no worries.
There we go. It feels like...
we decided to draw before the match, and we just played for the stream.
Most people are using it to, like, they're going through to fish out units, but they're fishing out cheap ground droids instead.
I thought you might do that. I'll play another one.
Well, that was rude.
So black one went into the tie, killed it, got killed in retaliation by the elite P-38, and another black one has come out and been buffed by Ray.
Only now it's a 3-4 black one. That's a much more
no,
irritating problem
it's
to
a
solve.
4-4 because it's been upgraded. Therefore, it now gets the activation text.
You're right. That is correct. As Frank does make himself a little TIE Fighter token.
Oh.
Aw, little baby TIE Fighter.
Have you seen the little tiny plastic ones that are doing the rounds somewhere?
You know what I have? I personally hate those things because they're so tiny. I tried to... was it Denver? I think somebody in Denver had those things. Or no, I was watching somebody else's stream. Maybe in Richmond. I don't remember. Somebody had them, and I was like, oh, my God, they're so small. It was impossible to see them.
Yeah.
Frank coming in with another first-order tie.
Yep, we've seen so many cool random blingy tokens this weekend, though, so far. He's not attacked with the P-38 to give him the excuse to make another TIE token yet, though.
No, but he will soon. There's Victor Leader as Yoda hits the board on the other side.
Prestige Victor Leader as well.
That's a pretty card. suddenly
Yoda
that
to restore 2, draw a card.
suddenly that TIE fighter looks like a pretty tasty little card there as he hits for 2.
Yep.
And the P-38 could
Take the initiative.
take out Black 1. But he's going to push damage.
Hold on, let me think.
Yeah, just do 4
Ooh.
space when you're doing that.
He's thinking
hang
about
on.
it.
Oh, then I can't. I gotta sack here. This will kill it, right?
Yeah.
Will it kill it? How much health does it have?
3.
It has 3 health. Kill it and then put a point there.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Yep.
And already claimed.
Oh,
Got to try and keep things off the board.
Yep.
Hyperspace ones, since we're just doing this for the stream anyway.
I wonder if Steven's conscious that he didn't use his Tarkin Town at all last game.
Chat saying that top 64 in Lille was 21 points and above.
That was 800.
Which would not
6-1
6, 1, and 2 is only 20 points. That's not good enough for these guys, right?
Alrighty. That's
But this is a smaller tournament, guys, so I think top 64 is going to have possibly some 6 and 3s in it
You're
even.
good. I'll attack
But we'll see.
for 3. And I will heal 2.
There may also have been some drops that affected it. I'm not sure why there would have been, but there may be.
Go to 1.
Shoot a base.
The difficulty of using Tarkin Town against a deck like this is it's got to be a damaged unit, and if your units are all 1 health, then,
They only all have 1 HP. You never have to worry about
Exactly.
damaged units. Now, this Victor Leader is going to be a big card for Frank here because now suddenly all these units not only are harder to kill, but they hit harder as well when he can get them through.
Yeah.
I'll buff it.
Steven's got to put 1 damage onto the Victor Leader, and he can clear it with the Tarkin Town.
Yep.
Shoot a base. 7.
But putting 1 damage on the Victor Leader might be more difficult unless he's running something like Daring Raid.
Stop the bleeding.
Okay, we're going to entrench a first order tie. That feels like a little bit of a desperation move, I'm not going to lie.
I'll make a dude.
It also means it's really difficult for him to put a Space Sentinel up there now because it'll just get eaten.
True. The Space Sentinel basically will not do him any good. He's given his opponent the means to get rid of it.
Good.
Yeah. Frank's got the momentum this game.
Definitely looking much better for Frank going into Vader's flip turn here.
Keep track on paper and base.
Yes.
It'll be 7 on
Thank
base.
you. Sorry. It's a lot to keep track of both.
I do 1.
Moist Farmer hitting for 1, restoring 2, not doing an awful lot.
Alrighty, everybody's ready.
He would have drawn a card off. Oh no, Yoda didn't die. Yoda's been captured.
Yoda didn't die. Yoda just got captured.
Buff the Moisture Farmer.
And there's not a lot Steven can do to get rid of the Sanctionist shuttle either.
I was gonna say I don't think.
He would have to come in with, a takedown or something, right? He doesn't have a way to deal with it, naturally, let's say. Unless he can come up with a space, again, that Space Sentinel would be a big pickup for him if he could find one.
Yeah. The perfect card for him in this would be something like Shoot Down.
Yep.
Make a dude?
Yeah. Okay.
You'd think that's such a niche card, but if this has become a power in the meta, then maybe it's worth sideboarding.
No good to me dead from Frank's going to keep Ray locked out for a while. He was definitely missing those last game.
Oh yeah.
Still leave Frank's with 4
That'll
ready.
Save him 6 restore and the upgrades.
Feels like Steven is waiting for maybe Fell the Dragon or something here.
Yeah,
First
he's
order
soft
tie.
pass with 5 open resources. He's
waiting on something to deal with Vader after the flip.
He's not going to be able to Tarkin Town to deal with whatever Vader's about to deploy onto, which is shaping up to be Victor Leader at this point.
I would think so. I'll be honest. If I'm Frank, I would almost consider deploying him into the ground
Claiming.
arena.
Oh yeah, that's also.
I mean, I don't think I don't think either one is a bad idea. I'm just saying I would at least run the math in my head and try to think about it.
I'm not so sure because the extra 2 TIE fighters buffed by Victor Leader.
This is a good point. You're not wrong.
I mean, might as well.
Oh yeah.
Might as well. We're getting cooked this game anyways. It's fine.
Stephen knows his numbers up.
Yeah, it seems like it.
3 up.
3 up.
All right. Shoot a base.
Not deploying Vader onto a spaceship.
Hasn't thought he hasn't
all.
done it yet.
No.
I'll claim.
That's what ground floor.
Ray should be. Oh, she's upside down to represent the.
Vader is going to go to
That
ground.
makes sense.
Yeah. And swing for 5.
Yeah, that's fair. I have something wrong here.
They're 21 is what I've got.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm like, something's not right
Unless
here.
I missed something.
No.
Did I hit? That's 21. 5.
Well, I just flipped. I was 2 behind originally.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love that these guys are working to make sure that the board state matches their little side notes, because that is technically correct by the letter of the rules. So you're allowed to take notes, but the board is like supposed to have precedence.
These hands weren't
Yes.
it. I had double entrenched, but I had nothing else.
He's got two Fell the Dragons and a crate, so yeah. So there's game 2 going to Frank.
1 each.
Yep. 1 and 1. Let's see what we can do, boys.
I don't think this is for the game, because if I overheard Frank correctly earlier, they decided to draw, but play it out anyway.
I thought I heard that as well. Let me go have a look in the standings and see if it maybe got reported that way.
That's not like the right idea.
Let's have a peek.
But you get initiative though, which helps.
I do, yeah,
This was
initiative
table
big,
10.
but it's fine. I won't open space this game.
At the moment, this match has not been reported. So,
okay.
You can outrace me.
Well,
In that case-
I think you can only ID at the beginning. I think you can't play a game and then decide to ID. I will not pretend. Actually, you know what? I've literally got the tournament rules sitting over here. Why don't I look while we're sitting here?
And
Tournament
a judge right
regulations.
next to you, I think.
Yeah, but it's more fun for me to look. I spent all the time to print these little things and carry them with me. So exactly this kind of instance, I could look it up. Let's go have a look at the intentional draw rules. Intentional draws. Before playing any games of a match, if both players mutually wish to have that match in a draw, they may do so. Yes. So once.
All right.
I think, and I'm guessing that the judge probably told them the same thing, because they can't just.
Would make sense.
Yeah, they can't just ignore the written rules.
Yeah. Which means that this game is for a spot in
Yep.
day 2.
Indeed. One of these gentlemen is probably moving on. One of these gentlemen is probably not.
His name's Rodney Stubbs. Have you heard of him?
Oh yeah, you don't say.
You know Rodney Stubbs?
I know
We
Rodney.
determine whether or not Stephen has how much confidence after a bit of a drubbing in the last game.
Definitely got drubbed. He got kicked around in game 1, but that was probably Frank getting a little bit of payback after Frank got kicked around. I'm sorry. Frank got kicked around in game 1, and then Stephen kind of got kicked around in game 2.
Yep. A lot of that could have been card draws. Maybe Stephen didn't see his Sentinels, his Concord Dawn Interceptors.
Good to go?
Yep. Let's have a space start. Yep. If you're
Yep.
keeping, you're spacing.
Starting with the A-wing up high.
Yeah, competing. Looks like he's got village people in his hand, which ain't going to do him much good unless he saves it for Vader possibly deploying to the ground. Ooh, there's an OB in Frank's hand.
You know, I see people playing OB in that deck, and don't get me wrong, I understand the value of OB. What I don't understand is a lot of times you see them play OB on weenie units. Like, the deck only plays weenie units.
Yeah.
What are you playing OB on exactly?
A spaceship that you've put a pilot on and has probably got an attack of 4 or 5 native.
It's possible. If that's the play, then I love it, and you do you, right? But so far, the games that we've watched, I have not seen as much of that, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I'll trade him.
I mean, the Vader pilot unit that's not the leader, that's a 7/7 if you deploy it on the ground.
Yes. Frank debating whether or not he should make a tie before he plays another unit. Oh, I think I see some of the calculations he's got going on. Yes.
Yeah.
I think I know what he's about to do. Because he had he does have the ST-120 N49 shovel in his hand, which will be interesting to see because he can steal
Because it could shield the tie.
No,
yeah.
he can steal one of those experience tokens that Steven generates. The way that card is worded, you may move a token upgrade from a unit to a unit of your choice.
Ooh, very nice. And that makes for a beefy lurking tie.
Yes.
Hitting for 5.
Feels like I care about that lurking.
I mean, I would in your shoes, my friend.
Yeah.
Because that's exactly the kind of card that Vader would love to deploy onto in a few turns' time.
Absolutely.
Vader and TIE Phantom? Yes, please. Every day and twice on Sunday.
Do I have to? I kind of feel like I have to.
I mean, you don't really see Vader deploying onto a stealth spaceship, do you? But
I mean, you wouldn't think so, but for the purposes of this, if it wins me the game, I'm doing it.
oh, hell yeah. All day long.
All day long. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. May I have another?
I think there's a Poe I see there, and a Yoda in Ray's hand.
And a black one.
Yep.
Speaking of...
Black one's not doing very much at the moment, but he's playing it anyway. He can upgrade it with the experience to give it the extra +1, though.
Well, and then when you put Poe on the ground, it gets that little free ping, which is really handy against some of Frank's shenanigans.
Good shout.
I could do it. We'll go ahead and do it.
I run black one in my Loot 4 Tarkin Town deck, where there's no Poe in that deck whatsoever.
All right, so this is going to be the ST shuttle out of Frank, and he's going to steal that experience token.
By taking the upgrade off black one, he not only takes the +1/+1, but the extra +1 it gets from being upgraded as well. So, very tactical choice in doing that.
Heal my 0. Shielded.
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
Lurking Tie is now hitting for 5.
Yep. For a little bit.
No, for a while. So I think I just killed black one here because you can't Tarkin Town a TIE Phantom, right?
No, because I can't damage it.
Right. So I'll kill your. I take 2 back.
All right, going for the board control option rather than just stacking damage to base.
Not a bad call, frankly.
And you take initiative, I make a dude.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting.
Frank very much looking like he feels much more in control now. Having gained some confidence from the win at the second game.
Indeed.
This isn't 5, right?
We're going to 5. I'll resource this, I guess.
Yeah, that was the 4 resource turn.
A lot of,
I'm still at 0.
yeah, Steven's using a lot of ums and I guess. So got to be feeling the pressure.
Well, you can obviously tell the space, arena is getting away from him a little bit. The Poe on the ground is going to help make up some of that pain, especially because Poe's ability can help clean up things in the other arena.
Yep.
I am.
Both in terms of the damage and getting rid of the experience and getting rid of the shield.
There's that clone squadron that Frank wants so desperately in this matchup.
Also killing Vader after he deploys Vader. Assuming he deploys it as an upgrade, which now Poe's on the board. He probably
That's a good point. I think Vader deploying into that would not be advisable.
Yeah, you are.
I'm like, you've got a lot of actions to go.
Yeah, I do.
Steven's got to start pushing some damage, though.
5 to base.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of the big TIE Phantom.
Your base, and I will heal 2.
So 2 to 4?
Yeah.
And then make a dude.
Now with the clone squadron out, now you have a great OB target. That's a good point.
Oh yeah.
Is that where we're at?
We're at 7 to 2.
So that's a 5 +5 on top of the 3/3. That's an 8/8 clone combat squadron.
That is correct. And if Vader deploys onto it, it's a further 5/5, so it could be a 13/13 unit. It's absolutely insane in this match. I'll be honest. I'm the kind of guy that likes to hedge my bets. I would put Vader on a different ship just to give your opponent more than one unit to start to figure out how they're going to deal with it.
Like the shielded shuttle for a start. Yeah.
Shielded shuttle would be a good one. I actually think the Phantom is not a bad call. Okay, we're going to fell the dragon.
Yep, that will get rid of the 8/8. Very nicely.
Sag.
There's that no good to me dead.
Yep.
Going to lock out Poe for a spell.
Big Sag.
Ray's got a few open resources still. Ray is got to deploy.
Big Sag.
Steven's got 2
Ray
resources
spent
available.
4 on the fell. Yeah.
Frank's got 4
what
available.
You do with 2.
4 up.
Ray's not going to do a lot with 2.
Sure.
He can still use.
I think I saw a regional
he can still
governor
buff.
in there.
Vader needs to swing in with one of his non-token fighters before he can make a free TIE fighter.
Yep.
One.
But we're going to start with the token units.
Or the shuttle.
I'll hit you for 2. Heal 2.
One.
Stephen has 1 open resource now. He's got Ray to deploy.
All right, we'll flip into.
There she is.
No good. No good.
But Frank's going to be in a very commanding state.
Well, the other question is Frank sitting on a second no good to me dead? Or a frozen in carbonite or something even skankier?
Yeah.
Doesn't look like it.
Vader is safe from being killed by Poe for a couple of turns.
So that put me at 8, right?
7.
Oh, it did put me to 7. Are you sure?
Oh, did I
had
miss
me
it?
at 8. I think it was at 8.
8. You went to 6 on the.
I think you hit me twice.
A lot of
8 is
4th on the health here.
Yeah, 8 is correct. Stevens count is correct.
Yeah.
And I will
1,
heal
2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hit for 3 and heal for 3.
1 up, 3.
I get the impression that Frank feels he's got this in the bag.
You get that impression, but
yeah,
still a lot of game to play here. Which
Luke
swing
is always a great leveler and very easily could be. There's not enough damage on any one's base to make this game decided yet.
Yep, 4 to base.
I will pass.
I will hit you for 5.
2, 3, 4, 5.
14.
Every spacecraft on Frank's side of the board has now been exhausted, so deploying Vader to space would be a waste.
I guess he's going ground. I got to be honest, if I'm Vader, I think I go to ground and I beat the bejesus out of that stinking moisture farmer.
Yeah.
Okay,
well,
we're going
only
to force throw the overwhelming barrage. Where was it going?
I guess
the only
he
place
doesn't need it. Or is that the last card in his hand?
No, he came out with a force throw. So he's getting force thrown here.
Because that thing is a 4.
Steven threw a force throw, so it's a question. But here's the thing. He's not going to get anything meaningful out of this. He literally can't damage the TIE Phantom, and all he's going to do is take the shield off the shuttle, so he just has to blow away a token. That feels terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vader's going to go ground here.
Oof.
And 5 to base.
All right.
He knows he doesn't have to see Poe next round.
Yep.
That's a good question. Chat asking if Frank knows he has 7 damage on his base. I know their sheets are correct, but the tokens are not correct on the base.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I just want to make sure that's legal. Like, I didn't want to mess things up. I heard something about once you start playing, you can't.
That is correct, Frank.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, intentional draw is.
Intentional draw has to happen before you begin to play, gentlemen. Frank's like, I was never here.
Yep. Nobody saw this.
Nobody heard nothing except it was all on camera and all on microphone, Frank. But it's fine. We won't tell on you.
Being watched by 300 people worldwide. Yeah, it's fine.
We won't tell on you, Frank. You're fine.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, that's all right. I'll have a chat with him when the game's over and make sure he understands for tomorrow how intentional draws work.
So you're at 7.
Well, it's still anyone's game at this point.
Standings are posted. So
that,
over on Melee chat asking about standings, you can see standings, but the trick is you have to know their username because real names are not displayed.
I tried to, but they're saying we can't.
Yeah.
We did it after game 1.
That's correct. You can't ID after game 1, Frank.
But we were waiting to see what the rule is. Like,
play it out, boys. Just keep playing.
we talked before.
Yeah.
Let's play a little bit and see if we want to draw or not. That's perfectly fine. We can decide. We'll just sit here until the timer runs out, and then it's a draw.
That is also correct. I mean, technically they can.
That is legal.
That is legal. No one can stop them.
Yep. Means Franco's you another game though.
I'll think about it. I'll definitely punish him if he does this to me. I'm not going to lie. I'll find a way. I will find a way for him to get on, be like, I want to play on your stream, and then get on camera and be like, no, I want to draw. I'm like, what are you doing to me, man? What are you doing to me, Frank?
What? When is this a rule?
New. So this is.
I'm going to let you know what? Let's mute these guys for a minute because I'm going to let the judges explain this to them.
Yeah, that seems fair.
Let's just not listen to this.
Oh man. So, if you were playing this weekend, what would you be bringing?
Honestly, I would be chasing that Vader showcase, the old Vader, old school set 1 Vader.
Oh, yeah.
I would be failing. I would not earn one, but that's what I would be doing.
Well.
All right, judges have gone away. They're back to playing, it seems. I think.
Yeah.
I mean, Frank's in a pretty commanding position here.
Yeah. It's not a gimme, but
no, it's
he's
not.
certainly got a strong position.
Okay, we're going to take down. Yep, going to take down the shuttle.
That seems fair.
Yep.
His most powerful units are the Vader and the Lurking Tide. The Lurking Tide is probably more survivable at this point.
And they only, and it's a legal play for the takedown. We're going to lock down Ray now with no good to me dead.
Is that a May trigger?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, when defeated.
You over, so I'm not.
Yep.
Okay. Frank, I think, feels bad because he didn't understand how IDs worked precisely. But that's okay. That's
the shuttle could have done its when defeated effect,
believe
but
me.
I don't think.
Chat's all on him. Oh, that's real. Like he's quoting the rule to me. I read the rule on stream 10 minutes ago. We know, but the players at the table apparently didn't know. So that's not something we can fix.
But like, did you ask a judge before you started playing?
No.
No, they didn't ask before they started playing. That's how we got into this mess.
There's no penalty.
All right,
We're not taking a draw if there's a penalty. Okay.
Yeah. All right, we got a force throw coming in here.
Yeah.
I think.
Cool.
Yep, he's force throwing a TIE fighter. Feels terrible. That feels awful.
Man.
Well, he got rid of a token unit.
That's not against the rules to ask y'all questions. Okay, don't be penalizing us for trying to play friendly.
Okay.
2 up.
2 available. He's got 2 units that can get him pretty close to ending this. A swing from 1 unit and 1 token. He's got 2 5 hits and 2 single hits. He's just got to get any 2 combinations
There's not enough
of
store on
units
the
just
board
about.
to counter it or make a difference.
No, I don't think there is. He's going to go 5 in with Vader.
Although, I'm guessing Frank's also feeling the pressure after 9 hours of gaming. Weighing on the mind.
I sympathize with Frank. Believe me, I understand where that comes from.
And Steven's looking at his chances for making a day 2 slowly drain away from him.
Indeed, because as soon as this Phantom swings, that's the match. So there it is.
There we go.
Well, after all of that, ladies and gentlemen, Frank is actually going to be the victor of this match. 7-1-1.
Indeed.
Should be moving on to day 2. And Steven at 7-1-2, I don't think is completely out. I think there are going to be some people. Sorry, 6-2-1. There might be some folks that make it. I just don't know the math. There's so many people in this field. It's going to be really, really weird. Really, really weird. So we'll see how it shakes out.
No, one way or the other, probably within the next 10 15 minutes or so.
Yeah. Exactly.
But that's fine.
Exactly.
This game is over and done.
Yep. Indeed. Indeed.
We played
all right, guys.
Day 1.
Indeed, for
largely.
us, day 1 is over. There's only like 4 or 5 minutes left on the timer. We are not going to get any more games in. That is not going to be a thing. And I'm going to cut away from them because Frank's still talking to the judges, and I don't even want to know anymore. I don't even want to know. Just leave me out of it. Leave me out of it.
Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen,
What a guy.
That's it. Day 1's done. Mark, thank you. You've been amazing, and you've been a trooper staying on for an extra round than you had planned. Thank you so much.
It has been a pleasure, Wes. Thanks very much for inviting me. I hope I've been entertaining to those of you who've been watching for the past 5 hours.
Indeed. 100%.
And, yeah.
100%. Do me a favor, Mark, one last time before you go. Tell us all about the content that you and the Unlimited Power TCG podcast make over on YouTube.
So, Unlimited Power TCG is a channel that myself and a pair of Warhammer YouTubers do. We started off making more accessible content for people who are looking to start the game, learn the lines, open hand games, all these sorts of things rather than top level play because there's a lot of that already out there. We sort of matured into covering the UK metagame, UK events and results, and also things that interest and amuse me. For example, currently I'm playing a mono Luke Jump to Light Speed Tarkin Town deck. And I've had so much fun playing that.
That deck is fun to play. I've played that deck. It's fun as hell. It's fun as hell.
Oh, it's great. There's so many little interactions. You got all the spaceship stuff going on. Because to me, Star Wars is all about the spaceship fights, right?
Pew pew.
And doing this, and you've got multiple attack triggers there, and damage here and damage there. Oh, it's just great. So
hot shot maneuver.
We done deck text on stuff that
so
interests
good.
us. Yeah, hot shot maneuver makes that deck.
Deck is amazing.
So good. Yeah, Unlimited Power TCG. We do it for the fun of it. We do it to promote the community playing in and around the UK, covering the UK metagame, tournament results, showing people what events are coming up that are going to be affecting us, and just trying to make it as fun a community as we possibly can do, really.
Awesome. Well, listen.
There you go.
I appreciate you being here. I think the stream appreciates you being here. You've been fabulous to work with. Thanks for agreeing to hang out with me today. You've made the production better by you being here. Many thanks. And
you are too kind.
Sooner or later, either when I get to the UK or when you get stateside and we're at an event somewhere, I definitely owe you at least a drink, if not a couple. So thank you.
We'll make it a messy night.
Awesome. Guys, here's the thing. Day's over. Tomorrow morning starts an hour earlier. We are starting at 9 a.m. U.S. Central Time. That is, if my math is correct, I believe. Isn't UTC 6 hours ahead of us right now? Aren't you 6 hours ahead? It's 2:35 a.m. for you, yes?
True, but we're currently in British summertime rather than UTC. But so yeah,
Okay.
near enough.
Either way, it's going to be about in 1 hour earlier than we started today. We'll be picking up with round 10 of Swiss. There will be 4 more rounds of Swiss before the top cut. By tomorrow morning, we'll know more about who has made the cut, who hasn't. We'll have some leader analysis to look in. All of that I'll be bringing to you guys starting in the morning with Bobby Sapphire of KTOD. He's going to be joining me in this chair right here that you can't see off to my left on camera right now because Mark's covering it up on the screen. But tomorrow we'll have 2 people here in the booth on site, and I think it's going to be a ton of fun. I hope you'll come join us. Let's get out of here. I need dinner, man. I'm ready for a real meal. It's been a long day.
Oh, yeah. Go feed yourself, mate.
Indeed. Appreciate it, guys. Y'all take care. We will see you tomorrow. Peace.